Happy Thursday, everybody. I hope everyone's having a good day. Sorry that I'm a little late. I decided to wash my hair right before stream because it was feeling weird. So I did that today. And I think I have all the stuff I need to post it for today. So I think we can just get into playing Dispatch. Boop, 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 boop. Play. Oh, put this on the chill. What? I click connect. What? There we go. And then. Right, unplug, replug that in. Oh, it's not unlocked. No. I thought I did this earlier, but maybe it was too early. Why is it not USB connecting? Oops. Oh. Do I need to have iTunes open? Maybe. I messed something up. I was doing stuff on this iPhone yesterday. Oh, it's probably that. Boop. There we go. Boop. Do you guys think that we'll be able to win? Will we win today? By win, I mean, do you think that we will become heroes? Become heroes? Okay. I gotta close stuff. I have so many things open on my computer I didn't realize I had open. Close. Oh my god, I have so many things open. What patch? Dispatch. Alrighty. Alright, I finally got all the things closed that I need to. Okay. Let's get into it, shall we? Play. Team. I'm on episode 5? Play should be aware that a whole. Are we on episode 5? I don't remember. I don't think I was on episode 5, but I guess we'll find out. Also, I should put this on. Leave the check-in rhino. Hold on. I don't think I was on episode 5. Well, I think we were on episode 3. Employment superhero dispatch. Back, hold on. Yeah. Wait, November 20th. I don't remember. We're gonna play 3. I don't remember. I wish they would do a recap, but that's okay. In collaboration with Critical Role. Yeah, I remember this, I think, because then he's chucking, Royd is chucking stuff in the back of the car. So I think we're on episode 4 then. Yeah. We're on episode 4. Okay. My bad. My bad. Oh, we have to replay this episode. Okay, that's fine. I'm fine with it.
Whoa, hey, what are you doing?
Brother, your warranty already void.
How can you just toss it around like that?
He just ran out with socks on.
Pretty strong.
That's not what I'm saying.
How you got this thing inside your apartment anyways? Oh, super heavy, the bugger.
I disassembled it and took it in little pieces, which is what I thought you'd be doing.
And how long did that take you?
3 or... No, it was 4 days.
I get 20 minutes.
It just feels like you could be a little gentler with it. It is, you know, my whole fucking life.
Every time I walk in this place, I get sad. That not happen to you? No one ever tell you that? Or no one never
I said I'm poor last time.
I'm poor, Royd. Is that what you want to hear? Does that make you feel good?
Yeah, bro, you're not poor if you can keep this suit going. Like,
Hold on, sorry. I just want to move my model really quick. I'm gonna have to do a lot of editing for this. Yeah. BLT, you can go in this corner. Okay.
where you sleep?
We're figuring that out.
You're figuring that out, huh?
You sleep in
So
chair.
even the beef got a bed.
You love
This
beef.
the type of apartment you see when the detective kicked the door in, you know? Shine the flashlight, serial killer shit.
All right, I get it. Can we focus on...
Where the Astro Pulse at?
Lost in the blast while I was flying. No clue where it landed. I spent a couple weeks after it happened trying to track it down.
It powered the whole suit.
Yeah, it's the only piece of the suit my dad didn't have schematics for. That gonna be a problem?
Ah, mine not. We figure them out.
How'd you know about the Astro Pulse?
Oh, brother, everybody know about the Pulse. They're actually two wicked pieces of tech, huh? First you get the
I was thinking for a second, what if Royd was the bad guy that wanted the Astro Pulse?
No, brother. You good?
The build of the bad guy is not his build. I can tell you that. That would be
With the
crazy.
plasma containment. Oh, brother. You got a core one super crazy energized plasma state. Unreal stuffs. Like you caught one small star and chop them in a bottle. Genius.
So that sounds pretty fucking important, Royd. You said we're good.
The Astro Pulse super awesome. But we'll be alright. Whew. Man, maybe we go for lighter metals this time, huh? You know, I actually met your dad one time, long time ago. First time I come mainland. He'll catch me trying to steal stuff from Radio Shack. Then we talk tech stuff for like a whole hour. Then he would take me jail. That's how I ended up in a Phoenix program.
That's longer than any conversation I ever had with him.
Bummers.
Guess when you're building Astro Pulses, there's not much time for talking to your son.
Not so sure about that.
I don't understand.
You see, there's gearheads, then there's science nerds. One kind garage, the other kind lab, you know. Your father won't go gearhead, but I just can't see how he'll make something like the Pulse. He knows science nerd.
How would you know this from talking to him once?
Cause I'm both.
I love Royd. He's so
I'm
sweet.
the one gonna fix your suit.
That's so cool.
That one over there, that's your father's suit. We gonna make this one the Robert suit.
This is incredible, Roy.
Even Beef is like, I want to go back and watch your VOD stream. I don't want to miss your commentary.
Roy,
No
I don't
problem.
know what
I
to
think I'm
say.
going back a few episodes or something because I don't think I was on episode 5. So it's okay. You might come back when I'm like playing the new stuff. Because I remember playing this last week, but I can't go forward anymore because I went back to episode 3. Which is fine, because, like, you know, maybe there are some choices after having some perspective after a few days that I'd switch.
Kobe.
I think he did that on purpose.
Maybe we were on episode 5.
Hey, Chase, I need a favor.
Favor? It's not enough of a favor getting you this job working with those stupid-ass pieces of... Oh, who's this, huh? Who's this little guy?
His name's Beef, and he's the favor. You mind keeping an eye out? I feel bad leaving him at home, but I don't want anything happening to him.
Robert, I would literally let everyone here melt in eternal hell, including you, before anything happens to this dog.
No, what's your name, little guy?
My name's Beef, and I'm naked.
Oh, no, I refuse to believe that's what he sounds like. Robert, you got a sec?
Sure, yeah. What's up?
About the other day with Phenomenon.
Oh, yeah. How's dinner?
Oh, it was awkward. It's why I didn't want you to come. Phenomenon and I broke up.
Over Tokyo Dream Sushi?
Yeah, it's just... the timing felt right. I don't know, sometimes you just gotta shake shit up. It felt a little impulsive, but maybe it was a long time coming.
Hey, I'm really sorry to hear that.
It is what it is. But that's actually not what I wanted to talk to you about. I was thinking about it over the weekend, and I'm going to cut someone from the Z team. Or you
Okay,
are,
maybe we were on
whatever.
episode 5.
Maybe I'm just looking
But
to
that's
shake
okay.
things up all over the place. Create a sense of urgency.
You sure about that?
Well, less sure now. You think it's a bad idea?
I'm just not sure how it'll play out.
The reality is, cutting someone towards the bottom of the leaderboards will show everyone we're serious.
I'll let the team know.
Oh, I already did.
I suppose it'll be an interesting shift.
Cut day, huh? She ain't bad. Those 3 ain't shit.
Did you come over here to tell me that? Because it's almost exactly the information a leaderboard gives you.
Actually, smart ass, I came over to tell you that one of your team members is in need of assistance.
Oh, yeah, this is the sonar part.
Sonar, you alright? Why are you sending a distress call when you haven't left the building?
Could you send a locksmith downstairs?
What happened?
Coop seduced me.
No. I said, hey, want to see something cool, and then handcuffed you to a squat rack.
But you said it with a hot voice, so I assumed you meant boobs.
Okay, team, I know Blazer mentioned someone's getting cut, but don't let that distract you from doing a good job out there. That's what you'll be judged on.
What a bunch of bullshit.
Sorry, what's bullshit?
Judgy bullshit.
How is that?
Yeah, only God can judge me.
Okay, false. I'm judging you right now.
It's bullshit, because it's not like you gotta deal with this kind of bullshit.
Also false. Of course I'm being judged along with the rest of you. Do you not know what a job is? What the hell is going
None
on?
of us have had real jobs, dude. How is this a surprise to you?
All right, fine. Just ignore the pressure and do your jobs. You don't need to be first. You just can't be last.
What about me?
Can somebody go down to the gym and help Bat Boner?
Who?
Don't ask.
Losing
Okie dokie.
feeling in my hand, and not in a fun, kinky way.
Maybe I can get everyone to do their own jobs, like just a one-person
There
job
was
per?
an altercation with my team and a monster down at the beach, and there's some debris of... There's body parts left behind.
You look, different.
You mean better?
I'm thinking, no.
Okay. Golem's gonna get stuck. Yep.
Damn it, I can. Mud, cement, don't mix.
I just
Ask
kind of wanted to
someone
know
for
if he
help.
could become one with it.
He's not smart enough for that.
Yo, cement mixer dudes? I fuck with those guys.
Uh-huh. You know, this is, really fucking immature, guys.
Serves them right. You let your guard down, you perish.
That's a pretty fucked way to live.
Emphasis
A little bit.
on live.
Oh my god.
Hi, big
You
size.
do realize that sabotaging each other isn't going to guarantee you a spot on the team, right?
Oof.
Fucking idiots.
There's a drug deal happening at the Torrance airport right now. I think you should send the bat guy. He seems right for the job.
Okay, go get your drugs.
Drug bust? Fuck yeah. My two favorite things. Drugs and boobs.
Fair.
So, Turtle fans moved in, flipped a grill, started a fight, and ruined a bunch of hot dogs.
Anybody tries to mess with me, is gonna get sludged.
Aw,
I'll let you figure out
man.
what you think that means.
This one is.
Send me
what's
fucking
that,
coffee
racism?
down for 2 fucking seconds.
Lunch up's gonna be taking a shit.
I did unspeakable things in that alley.
Would everybody please stay in your lanes?
Hey, oh, wait, oh. Oh, bruh.
I'll, be right back. Just gotta go powder my cocaine.
Gather intel, gather intel.
Dude, you promised me you were gonna cut back.
I will, right after this bump. And like 4 more bumps.
Go figure it out.
Been a
You?
while since I had to call in a coke-related favor. But this shit was worth it for sure.
Ugh, fuck you. I'm going already.
You three go together.
I'll behave. Maybe.
You better, you're hurt. Level up, lock from my answer. Okay, I gotta unlock the tank. I remember this. Boop, 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 boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Right down.
What the fuck did you do? I'm drowning in here.
No, you're not. You're fine. Oh, I forgot. I gotta go over this way. Boop. Boop, boop. Boop. Left, down, down. Left, down, down. Left,
Yeah,
down,
just
down.
take your fucking time.
Left, down, down. Left, down, down. Boop.
Emergency unlock activated.
Go.
Drowning in a sensory deprivation tank is not the kind of wet I like to be, Robert. I'd be
Love
impressed
bears,
by
buddy.
this if I wasn't in ever-increasing pain. That's the
Plug
power
your-
of sound, baby.
Ooh. Okay, well. Hopefully we can complete one job, maybe? Maybe? Yay! One job. And now you can level up. I want you to be more combat heavy. You guys doing your jobs? Good, 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 good. 43%. Oh, fuck. Okay.
Okay, sure. We can call that a success.
It was a success, thank you. I want her to be faster. I want Mal to be more combat heavy. Hey, my grandma just got scammed. I'm gonna claim they work for you guys. Ooh. Okay, well,
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, that's okay. That's okay. We need someone with a bit more brains, though, huh? Sonar's like our only brain guy. I might have to put Prism up with more brains.
How to stop a landslide? Stand aside.
As hot and threatening as that sounds, I'm not going anywhere. We're tied for the bottom. With fucking Invisigal.
Yeah, a little bit.
Sonar, you have signed your death warrant.
Worth it.
Extra away, I guess.
Promise a man boobs.
No one promised you anything.
It's true. Oop, perfect.
That was nothing. You should really see my butterfly stroke.
Ooh, she can swim good. Makes me feel bad that we're cutting her.
What happened?
She's fine. Just walked into my sword with her face a little bit.
I don't believe in punching women, but I do believe in punching demons.
Yeah, try it.
Somehow we failed more calls this time.
Turning to the mascot Inquisition. I cannot outrun them forever. It's too hot. Help!
Ketchup and
How
potato.
tall are you, anyways?
I don't know. Depends on the dirt. Depends on the day, baby.
Ah,
Fair.
you lucky bastard.
Investigate it, hack this
Hey, Robert.
number.
I'm pretty sure I've got the scammer on the line.
Hack. Hacking it. Hi, Shadow.
Alright, let's see where this asshole is.
Up, down, up, left, right.
Warmer. Okay, not over here.
Cool. And a guy blowing wind. Heyo, hope you're well. I'm doing pretty good. How are you?
Got
This
him.
way. The leaf blower is back.
Can we get some help over here? The lot is packed. No one moved in like an hour.
Lift. You two, I guess.
I'm gonna give you
Doing
a
alright.
nickname.
That's good.
Caliente.
Ugh, no.
Oh, you know what? You two.
Yeah, I'll take that. Sure thing.
You two got it. Poor Sonar is hurt though. Ooh. Yay! Okay, at least we got
Almost
another
feels
one.
unfair.
Fair for what? You got good talking, so I'm gonna make you even a gooder talker. And I'll make Prism smarter. I think whenever she levels up next. Ooh. Yay!
Very professional.
I'm proud. Okay, I want to make Prism a bit smarter. Close. They did it without sabotaging each other, which makes me happy. Good job.
Too stunned to speak. I get it. I have that effect on people.
You a bit smarter too. Let's make everybody a bit smarter.
Wow, you're on fire today.
Oh, it is? I'm just warming up.
That was your first job today. I'm pretty sure you got sabotaged.
Burglar spotted, headed towards the alley on 4th Street.
I'll handle this.
You're hurt, but okay.
Stay out of my way. Fuck off.
What are you doing?
Oh, it's
Invisigal?
this.
Not getting cut?
It's like you said, the way to win this leaderboard
Board game is to not lose, right?
Yeah, that's not what I said.
I'm pretty sure that's what you said.
Getting in each other's way just really isn't the way to go here, guys.
Yeah, so the perp that just ran by was lightning struck. This is now the second time that you let him get away.
No shit. That's crazy. Oh, chill out.
It's a cool sword. Very blunt,
I'd normally
though.
say cut her, but yeah, the way things are going, I'd cut the whole damn team. You need a reset, probably.
All Z team back to base and in the conference room in 20 minutes.
On 20 minutes. Still a junior dispatcher, man.
Anyone else think this is a waste of time?
Yeah, I know.
What are we doing? What the fuck is the point of this?
I'd rather be somewhere else.
I had 1,000 better things to do. There is so much more to do.
I was about to hit the gym.
At least she was on time.
Can everybody take a seat so we can get started?
I'm missing it because of this bird shears.
Hey, can I get your attention, please? I would like to get started. So
Oh, looks like this motherfucker got the power of flight.
Oh, Bobby boy! Watch where you're going, huh?
Oh, serves you right.
Hey. I understand you're big, but you need to be considerate of the people around you.
Mm-hmm.
Have a seat.
I'll sit on the floor.
Suit yourself.
What's going on?
Oh, I offered him a seat.
So we getting this party started?
Yeah, what's this shit about? Let's go. Come on. Fucking wasting my time. Let's go.
Okay, as you know, by the end of today, one of you will be cut from the Z team.
This is bullshit.
Yeah, you said that already.
Cut me from a job I didn't want in the first place.
Miss Blazer, maybe if you gave us a dispatcher who knew what they were doing, you wouldn't have to throw no one out.
Hey, Nikki Mirage, I'm standing right here. You can talk to me.
I wasn't talking to you, bitch. Which weak-ass superhero team?
I've been seeing a lot of clips of this and was surprised to find out it's a game and not. That's what I'm saying, Gidget. Also, welcome on in. Hope you're having a great day. But on God, same. I wish it was.
Chill out, lady. Ha ha.
Feels like I'd be a little bit more invested. To be fair.
You talking shit, you hipster motherfucker? Over here looking like Mumford fucked all his sons.
That was funny. See? We're just busting balls.
Keep talking. You won't have your tiny inbred balls left to bust.
Ask next time, or there won't be a next time.
Don't threaten me, you butter knife bitch.
Okay.
So it does. It really does.
Most people will look around this room and see a bunch of villains. Not even the super kind, just plain ass, run-of-the-mill, vanilla fucking villains. But that's not what I see. Because lucky for you, I'm not most people. When I look around this room, what I see is pain.
Describes what I'm feeling.
Now, I can't take that pain away. I can't punish all of those that hurt you, but I can teach you how to harness it, to use it, to make something good out of the part of you they didn't get. You're all part of the Phoenix program. Any of you know what a Phoenix is?
Ooh, city in Arizona.
Yeah, the SWAT that involves America.
Nah, if Florida's the dick, then Louisiana's gotta be the ball sack. Just, you know, position.
The Phoenix,
Sorry.
according to legend, is a beautiful bird of prey that was so tired of its immortality, it tricked the sun god into dropping a spark on its nest to set it ablaze, burning it to shit. But instead of dying, the Phoenix emerged from ash, reborn.
I like you're all burnt shit.
Every single one of you are those flaming piles of burnt shit. You, especially. Now, you can stay piles of shit, like you've been your whole life, or we can turn this thing around. The Phoenix symbolizes redemption. It's what you're here for. It's what connects everyone in this room. To burn up who you were, to become who you were meant to be.
Phoenix is also a lame-ass band my lame-ass roommate listens to.
You're late.
I like that band.
You would.
I like
What are you
that
talking
bit.
about? I was here the whole time. I turned invisible, genius, remember?
Great. Then you know we're cutting someone, and you, Miss Hot Topic Sale, are at the bottom of the leaderboards.
I like
Have a
his
better
disses. He's got good disses.
Fuck, I need this job.
What for, Coupe? We all know you'll just be working the roulette wheel.
That's a croupier, you idiot.
The fuck's a croupier? I'm just saying.
Fuck's a croupier. Twinkies. I like that sound. It's a good sound.
Great speech back there, Robert.
Thanks.
All right,
you.
everyone, you heard the man. Get out there and
Thank
do
you,
some stellar
Blog.
dispatching. You got this.
Alrighty. Boop.
My client requires protection while he does some shopping. I remember this man, and he's right to be paranoid. Secret police hired me 3 years ago to kill him. He pissed off the wrong
Protect
dictator who
Englishman.
shall remain nameless.
Think I'll send you.
I got you. Today, I'm really gonna try not to ruin somebody's carpet.
I believe in you. He's got this. Bum, 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 ba-da, bum, ba-da, bum, 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 ba-da,
Hey,
bum, ba-da, bum, bum,
I just got
bum.
Robert's joke.
What joke?
Offered me a seat. I just got it.
He's up. Come on.
Bro, that was like 3 hours
Yes. Yippee. Alright, I kind of want to put him on a little bit more vigor, I think. I want him to be kind of our tank.
Some bitch just cut me in line at the Utopia concert. I've been here
Okay.
for 12 fucking hours.
So we need good
Utopia's a hack.
talkers.
I like her.
You basic fat bitch. You've got super hearing and you use it to listen to a girl who knows 4 chords and
YouTube.
can't write a song to save her life.
Say what you want. It's catchy.
Unbelievable.
Alrighty. One more
Yo,
jobs.
Mal,
Two more
what kind
jobs.
of music you got in your heavy rotation right now?
You know, honestly, it's a lot of ska, but I had like a really big techno yodeling phase recently too.
Dang.
Show her real star
Anything
power.
good you'd recommend?
Depends. Do you like the sensation of your ears bleeding?
Nah.
Hope that works.
I'm good.
Oh, it should work because it's her ability.
Hey, fit like a glove.
Good job.
I think there's some kind of cult recruiting outside my store. They're creeping everyone out.
There's a cult. Identify, so we need smart brain. Identify and tell them to disperse. These two, you two can go.
Street preacher needs to work on his
Join
sales
the
pitch.
cult. I think I can make Mal join the cult later. Like it's a this or that. I think Mal would be good for that. I didn't bring Mal though. Free their minds. I got that right. Yes. I also didn't take my meds today. Oops. Woo.
On fuego.
There's a bunch
Okie
of men
dokie.
in the basement of the Giga
The
Burger
Giga
for
Burger.
some kind of fight club. I don't know how they got here, but they need to go.
There's been fighting tourneys ever since the first chimp made a fist. You're crazy
Boop.
if you think you can shut this down.
Yeah, I like this. You guys go fight them.
Whatever you say, boss. I still think this is a waste of time.
What do you mean? Don't you want to go to a fighting rink? Punch up? Last time you wanted to go to a fighting rink.
My client requires protection at lunch with the governor of California.
But he's still alive. Are you going soft on us, Coop?
Please. They couldn't pay. So, I canceled the job. No cash, no
Protect.
kill. So far, SDN's always paid on time and in full, so...
I don't have to
long
be
as the
good
check's clear.
talkers. Punch up always sounds like I think it is. I'm pretty sure it is. I think it is. Pretty sure Punch Up is Jacksepticeye. Punch Up voice actor dispatch. Yeah, it's Jacksepticeye. It is.
Let us
You are correct, devouring.
They see fit.
Wah. Yay! Good job, team. Alright, I'm gonna have you... Okay. I'm not not seeing too much in the top left for brain smart still. So I'll make you smarter, and then I'm gonna have you be tougher. Okay, good job, everybody. Hi, Fruit Bat. Hi. Welcome on in. Good job. Wow, we're doing pretty good today. I'm kind of glad I went back an episode. I feel like it was just kind of good overall.
Word on the street is the attorney just relocated. Coop would know where.
Coop is resting right now. Okay, good luck. Hi, Fruit. Hope you're having a good day.
I've learned from my sources that the next tournament will be held at the refinery in 1 hour.
Come on, Robert, send me in to compete. I'll win so hard. We'll bankrupt every bookie in Torrance.
And then the other option is what?
That's some bullshit.
Alright, I'll let you fight in it. Last time I didn't let you fight in it, so. Did you reset? No, I didn't realize I was on episode 5 already. So I'm on episode 4 again.
Well, officially. Legally. Your flight-capable heroes need a flight license.
I'm gonna give Sonar the flight license.
Think the SDN can be bribed? Maybe this whole
No.
leaderboard thing goes away.
Bribes? Doubtful. But how do you think they feel about menacing threats?
What's up?
No.
Desperate fucks.
Coop. Hey, Bobby, you think you could send someone? I need a cornerman or woman, maybe Coop. Tough it out. You wanted this. Coop, help punch out.
25.
What?
This is our 25th time being paired together.
Yeah, but who's counting?
I am.
Oh, yeah. I guess so.
Hehe. Protect the subscriber at the pier. Prepare to fend off. You and you.
Yo, go along. You fuck with potpourri?
I fuck with potpourri so
I fuck with potpourri so hard. I love that.
We gotta dry some flowers now, bro.
shit. I'm free this weekend.
Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some normal water. Get on the air with Bones on a particular friendly debate.
I got
you. You two are good together.
Fuck that guy.
Good job. I didn't read that. I should have read that. I didn't read that. Oh. I didn't read that. Darn it. Okay, well. What's up?
Oh, Flambe. About your position at the top of the leaderboard.
Don't be jealous.
I took a little peek at your file. Apparently you've contained more fires than anyone else on the team.
I'm like a psychic, man. I can sense where they're going to be before they happen.
Listen, there's a lot of potential here for a good housing insurance scheme.
Housing insurance scheme.
I could be your guy.
Interesting. You know, if I'm ever in the market for a rat with wings, I know where to find
Interesting.
you. Well, hold up. Hold the fuck up. Punch. You and Coop took out 12 guys in 2 minutes?
Oh, back
Look
in
at
the day,
them.
our personal best was 14.
14
Hee
guys.
hee. Hi, Miu. I love you. If you need anything, let me know, okay?
Special technique. Real classy stuff. Maybe if you ask nice, I'll tell you about it.
My lips are sealed.
Well,
Hehehehe. Alright, you need more fast. I want to make you more fast. I think. No, I'll make you more smart. I think everyone should just be a well-rounded smart person, I think. You go? What do you mean?
Lightning struck spotted. Urgent care on Bakersfield Street.
Okay. Go quickly before he gets it. Don't underestimate him. I struck again. Okay, hold on. I kind of want to wait for people to get off of resting really quick before I do that one.
Help! I'm at the Torrance Bank and there's these guys with masks and guns.
Okay, hold on. Okay.
Shit, missed that one.
Fuck. Okay. Well, oops. Okay. Boop.
I already tangled with this dickwad once. Send someone else.
Okay, well then you could have gone to the other one then. Enter.
Hey, Vizzy, watch me catch this electric asshole.
Can't believe I missed that one just because I wanted to wait. Damn. Oh, it's fine.
My tail's wagging, I swear.
Phone zone cornered. You go get trading. You go get. You get trading. Expands. Oh right, increasing his stats return once per ship. I want this one. I remember this. I remember this. I like my choices this time around a bit more. Good job. I'm sure you guys did well. Look at you guys. Wow, we're doing pretty good. Other than that one missed call, actually, we did very well today. Come on, let's make you... Or mobile, maybe. Okie dokie.
Huh. Pretty breathtaking work back there.
Not too shabby. Not too shabby at all.
This shit is
I missed one.
working
4 failures.
as a team.
I'm an assistant dispatcher, though.
It's teamwork.
Isn't that like a sex thing?
What type of sex thing would that be?
It's not really safe for work, you know. I'll text it to you. One sec.
I'll text it to you.
Boy, that's teamwork.
Combat skill, huh? Who doesn't have a great combat skill? Sonar doesn't. Sonar, you could have a little bit more combat, I think.
Invisiga, where are you going?
Going to the park. Going to the park. Bumming a cigarette from a kid.
There you go. One more strike against me. You gotta get rid of somebody, right? I'm making it easy for you.
No, you're quitting. You're not making it easy for me. You're making it easy for you.
You don't get it. Some people are born to be heroes. I'm not one of them. I tried. Just wasn't meant to be.
Meant to be? What are you talking about?
Blazer, Phenomena Man, they have hero powers. Strong, out there for all to see.
Flying through the sky. Nothing to hide.
What's your point?
I have fucking villain powers. I can turn invisible and skulk in the shadows. My powers let me steal shit and watch famous people fuck. Being a villain is my fate.
I think it's your outlook,
fucking
Pookie.
stars. In the same way that blonde Blazer was always meant to be a hero.
You make your own destiny.
Where'd you get that? Kung Fu Panda?
You know, a little quiet, love? Oh, okay, thank you. Hold on. Wait, hold on. Let me put that down, but let me just turn the game up. Boop.
Controls too, also.
A little bit more up. A little bit more up. Okay, version.
All fine films with the
Thank you, Mew.
You've already been a hero, okay? You have no idea what I'm dealing with.
Oh, get out of here. At least you were born with
I had my
powers.
game stuff
I don't
turned
have
down because of all the
shit. So according to your dumbass theory, I should be an accountant.
I feel like he'd be a good accountant.
Fate, destiny, not having powers, seasonal suppression, none of these things kept me
From being a hero before. And they won't keep me from being a hero again.
Hopefully I won't fuck this one up this time.
My God. You want to talk about fate?
That lightning-struck fuck that's been on a spree is 2 blocks from your location. Maybe the 3rd time's the charm.
I told you. I'm out.
You really want to let this idiot get one over on you a 3rd time?
You're pissed. I get it. You know what I like to do when I'm pissed? Punch things. Often, bad people.
I do like to punch things.
I know. You're great
watch
at
the
it.
Dispatch.
Go be great one more time.
Do it, do it, do it, do it.
Don't do it. Don't fucking give that kid a cigarette.
He's the one I bummed it from. What's the address?
Shut the fuck up!
gonna fuck them up. We're gonna fuck them up. We're gonna do it this time, chat.
You ain't worried about a hero crashing the party?
I like that. Whatever that is
that
pretty.
up. Huh? Where's your boy? Shit.
My monitor's kind of gross.
That you, donut girl. Sure you want to do this again?
He's pre-firing.
Invisigal, are you all right?
Yeah, I'm fine. Just help me find this fucker.
Got him. He's at your 5 o'clock.
It's not fair.
Yay! Thank you for sharing your streak with me, Mew. I love you.
I'm flying blind here. I can't see anything. Great. Give me a second to tap into this.
Okay. I'm so fast. Oh, I'll go down.
All right. A little more tricky.
Sure, take your time.
I need quiet.
Down.
Oh, fuck.
What? What is it?
Antivirus. There you are.
Up, right. There we go. There we go. Ooh, poop. I forgot I have to post something on the social medias really quick. Really quick. Sorry. I forgot. Oopsie boopsies. Boop 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 beep 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 boop 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 and bop bop beep boop beep beep. This one. Wait for that to load. Boop boop. This one. It smells like fried chicken outside my window. Boop. I pasted that right? Yeah. Post. And that'll post when it's done uploading only.
Got it. I can see again.
That makes one of us. So where the hell is he?
I can't see him from this camera. Let me try to get another one online. That went poorly. Shit.
Oh wait, I can't do that? Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Left up, down up. Boop, boop. Left, right, down, up. Boop.
He's at your 7.
That wasn't so hard, was it?
Easy. Yeah, the next part's gonna be harder though. Cause I fucked this up last time. Last Thursday when we played this. Hopefully I got this one this time.
Invisigal, I got a plan.
Okay, this is a hard one because the guy's gonna come over here. Oh, I'm just dumb.
Fuck you. Ah!
Ha ha ha! Oh shit! Up, down, right, left, right, down, right. Woo!
Got it. On the count of 3, I'm going to turn on the main overhead lights, which should temporarily blind him.
Giving you a chance to take him out.
1,
2,
3.
Pearl necklace, let's go.
No hero. Fuck, no, let me try that again.
Just notice little beef. Yeah, it's
Wait,
a tiny little beef in the
what about lights out Thundercook.
That's the one. Would have been better if you said it.
The only difference within that scene is the lights on or the lights off. Really.
So close.
It's a very interesting note.
Hey, Bengal boy! More like Bengal bitch!
Or bitch boy!
Hey, Bengal bitch boy, fuck you!
Hey, big old bitch boy, fuck you.
Why are those assholes not being assholes?
Isn't this what you were going for?
Yeah, but I didn't think it would work. I don't get it.
So, this one keeps the comm line one-on-one. This one connects to the whole team. And this one goes out to the entire branch.
Fuck.
Good job. Yeah, you got off light. One dispatcher broadcast the details of his botched circumcision. HR nightmare. Did you mean all that? You really think she has a shot? All that stuff about fate sounded good, but I don't know if you were just saying what you thought she needed to hear.
Yeah, everyone has a shot. People are who they choose to be. If Invisigal wants this, she has to commit. It's too easy to quit when you're not good at something.
It's a steep learning curve.
Yeah, that was great.
This mission was textbook.
Genuinely, dude, I'm really happy for you.
So, it's between Sonar and Coop.
What? That's not no. Invisigal's still at the bottom of the board.
Oh, the one in the bullpen? That thing updates every hour. Invisigal moved up. Catching lightning struck really gave her a huge boost.
Bangle boy? Really?
The donut shop escape, slipping past Malevola, now the jewelry store, really bumped up the wanted levels.
It's like missing the free throw on purpose to get the putback.
Yeah, exactly. I don't watch football, but I get it. Look, I know I'm not supposed to play favorites here, but even if she was on the bottom, I'm not sure I'd have let you cut her.
Then it's a good thing she's not.
Yeah. So, these two are now tied for last place. Who do we cut? Sonar or Coop? It's
I already have
your
my
call.
pick.
I support it all the way.
Coop. If I'm honest, she still feels a little...
Evil?
Yeah.
That's too bad. All right. I'll get started on the paperwork.
I'll let her know. Feels important that I do.
Hey, Robert. Great work today.
Thank you. I like blonde.
Coop, I'm sure you already know why I've asked you here.
You would be mistaken.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm letting you go. You're at the bottom of the leaderboards. I guess all those penalties for, cutting people added up. I'm sorry.
But I cheered for Invisigal.
You did. I saw that. That was cool of you.
I only did that because I thought she was being cut.
Oh, that makes sense. A lot of sense, actually. Yeah, well, she snuck past you with the last dispatch.
I'm sorry, Coop.
That's, wow, look at that. That's very menacing. Well, thank you.
Thanks. Bye, Coop. Sorry, Coop. To be fair, I would have cut Invisigal if it was my choice. If it was my choice. Which it wasn't really.
You accessorizing?
You could call it that.
Where'd you get that?
Coop. She left a souvenir for me after I cut her.
She threatening you, Robert.
I know. Trying to put a positive spin on it.
Hey, check it out. I've been doing some accessorizing myself.
Little beefy baby.
You are spoiling him.
Nonsense. Talking about.
You ready to go home, bud?
I think it's cute that she takes a picture, though. I like that he can
still
smell
would've cut
her.
Well, no one fucking asked you, old man.
Lucky fucking for you.
Lucky fucking for you.
Thanks.
Because, like, you're gonna see them every episode, and if you're playing them back to back like I am, it gets a little... What? Laura Bailey. Oh my god, last night I started watching the, speaking of Laura Bailey, I was watching the new Mighty 9 series. Pretty good. I need to watch the third episode that came out, but still. It was pretty good. I like it so far. Okay. Oh no, is it this? Uh-oh. I thought this was episode 4. 3. Uh-oh. Okay. Sweats nervously. Yep, no, it's a bit more in your face in my opinion when you use a nudity filter, like with toxic sludge, you know. Yeah, I'm like cleaning my monitor instead of looking up. Getting all this stuff off my monitor screen. Oops, sorry. I leaned on my keyboard. Loki might take him out. Was more distracting. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's more distracting with the sensors than without the sensors, in my opinion. I feel bad that he sleeps in a lawn chair. Out of all the pranks, I think this one's the funniest, to be honest. Because I think I've seen the other one. I do like this one more. I think it's funnier.
Huh?
Oh, look at you the way he's scrambling. Crying, kind of. And he's so sad. Oh my God.
Crying, kind of.
Coop was a friend of his. They used to date. You know, my last girlfriend was taller than me. She used to kiss me on my forehead a lot. It was nice. What were we talking about? Oh, right.
I mean, it's better that they're not colleagues if they're still interested in
The
each
problem
other.
with only cutting one of them is now you gotta deal with their pissy friends poisoning the rest of the team.
Come on, Chase. It's harmless.
Alright.
Who doesn't love an office prank?
Me, motherfucker. Don't even think about it. That's why I would've cut them all. Starting with that asshole. Why's she staring at you? Don't you got some work to do?
Don't you got some dementia to onset?
That one stung a little. Hey, Blazer's looking at backfilling your open spot with Phenomaman or Waterboy. You should think
Phenomaman.
about who you'd want.
One of them is the
Phenomaman.
poster boy of SDN, and the other guy pukes water.
Because I like
What
to
am I
say
missing?
his name. It's funny. Because it's like kind of like saying cinnamon. You know, cinnamon phenomenon man. And he's just a big alien baby, man. And that man, he just threw up water onto the TV screen. He's just like, I believe that he can be a good superhero, just like maybe a little bit, maybe in a year we can start
there's
treating
no
him.
wrong answer. Well, sometimes it's more about the person than the powers. And good thing, because it's the only reason anyone gave your sorry ass a job.
All right, it wasn't that funny.
I don't know what that is.
Protopulse test 7, pilot ready. We good out there?
You can talk, I can hear you.
Oh, we good. All you, Mecha Man.
The sun is like
System
beaming
power.
perfectly on my monitor so I can see the bullshit on the screen.
Simple locomotion. Complex locomotion.
Levels are stable. We onto something, bro. This is it. This is gonna be it. In the super duper heavyweight division, the Mecha Man.
And the crowd goes wild.
What the movie is. Why do you say that's a monotone?
Oh!
Protopulse test 7. Failure.
No worries. We'll get there.
Looks like it's gonna which is a good thing.
Royd, what is all this stuff?
Whole network expect me to process all the confiscated stuff. Cause we the bottom branch for SDN, we catch all kind of shit work, bro.
Can you not, please?
Did you just give me an uptown?
We take one bad guy stuff and use them for catch the other bad guy. Only good thing, a lot of upgrade possibilities.
You ever jerk off in this thing?
You low, Vizzy.
I mean, obviously you have, right? I should really be asking how often.
Hey, come on. I gotta work on this.
Maybe I have, maybe I haven't. What's it to you?
Just want to know why the buttons are sticky.
Ah, what the fuck?
She's joking, Royd, in her very specific, off-putting way that she jokes.
You two got one weird energy going on, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Can you handle this HR violation some other place? I got work, yeah?
Robert was just leaving.
I can do this all day.
That's gonna be tough, because Blazer sent me to get you like half an hour ago, so...
Is Royd okay? Royd my favorite. I'd marry Royd if I could in this.
Shit, Blazer. Sorry. You know what? I can come back.
Oh no, don't worry. I got this thing tonight, and they were supposed to send the dress yesterday. This isn't why you're here, but can you zip me up? It's not mine, by the way. They make me wear it, and it's back in the bag by midnight.
What is happening today?
Cinderella.
What's that?
What's happening today? The thing you're going to.
SDN sponsoring a dinner gala thing. Radiant Valor, a night of triumph.
Why does that sound like a propaganda rally? There.
Thank you. Yeah, it does kind of sound like some sort of fascist-themed prom.
Oop.
What do you think?
Every time I see
We're
that.
making alterations all morning.
Might be a little tight.
Are you trying to say I'm fat?
Far from it. I'm actually trying to subtly tell you that, you know.
I'd be so nervous if that was
All
me.
right,
If I
for
saw
real.
that, I'd just die.
How do I look? The breakup story is out, so I might be getting more attention than I'm comfortable with.
I think you look incredible.
Thanks. I was supposed to be going with him, but I don't think he's gonna be making it. The downtown
Poor
branch
baby.
dropped him.
Damn, I joined us. Hi, Jeannie. I missed the beeper.
I don't have a car.
That's gonna be
The
a weird
peener was on the very
insurance
first
claim.
episode,
I'd
so
like
you
for
didn't
you to
really
talk
miss
to
it.
him.
There hasn't been a peener
Why me?
since.
You're the pep talk guy. You've been through a transition recently yourself. I
And
think
the
you could use
areola
some
peak was in the
perspective.
last episode.
Like perspective to join the Z team? Chase mentioned it.
Yeah. The only candidates that make sense are him or Waterboy.
I already
And
picked.
at the moment, it's close.
But this is what I get for
Mostly,
going back
I'd like you
2
to get him out
episodes.
of the parking
but-
lot. Oh, and tell him to
Helps with the
stop
flow, I
with the
think.
edible arrangements. He keeps sending them, but with all melon.
That's disgusting. I'll see what I can do.
Also, I feel like I didn't talk to Phenomena Man right last time. Or maybe it'll be the same. I don't really know.
Hey, you Phenomena Man. How you doing, bud?
I have been better, Robert Robertson. The blonde blazer and I have ended our relationship.
Yeah, I heard about that. I'm sorry for your, your loss.
It's very abrupt. One moment we were savoring uni straight from the urchin. Next moment, I'm contemplating flying into the sun, absorbing all its energy and casting this planet into infinite darkness so that I never have to see her or anyone else ever again.
Poor baby.
Maybe then I would be free of the torment in my soul. Maybe then I could quiet my mind to these destructive thoughts.
Please don't extinguish the sun, Phenomena Man. We like it how it is.
Do you? These days I find its ability to rise each morning irritatingly optimistic. Do you think there is someone else? Perhaps another lover could be the cause of all this. Maybe she met a person. An actual person. I am not a person, I just resemble one anatomically.
I don't know, but that doesn't really concern you anymore. You can't just force your way back into her life. Blazer makes her own decisions, because that's what people do. She's her own person, and she decided she doesn't want to be with you.
Perhaps the fact that I am not a person is contributing to my
Okay, no,
confusion.
it's the same response.
Yeah,
okay?
listen, you know what, while we're at it, no more edible arrangements. They're just stinking up the break room.
It seems I have much to learn about people. Thank you. You've given me a great deal to think about.
You want a
Anytime.
hug?
Well, actually, no, not anytime. Just sometimes, occasionally. Barely any.
It seems the velocity with which I sat up has shot shards of glass into your chest.
Well, shit.
I'm surprised he didn't feel that. Oh, poor baby. I like how they did the glass in this, though.
Where's the shootout?
Parking lot. Didn't think taking a desk job would have me bleeding this often. What are you doing here?
I had a dream last night that we were fucking. Usually I don't remember my dreams, but this one was pretty vivid.
Was my dick big?
Was it the one where I have a big dick in it?
Yeah, actually, you did.
I have that one too. So this is why you've been acting so weird all day.
I'm doing that thing where I imagine being with someone, you know? See how it feels, how it looks. You know, like trying on a dress.
You were there.
I could have been. I could be anywhere.
Can't say I would need to play this myself at some point. Let's play. No problem. Thank you, Teeny. I hope you had a good D&D session yesterday. I hope you have fun when you play it.
Don't worry
Love
about
you
it,
lots,
Waterboy.
bestie.
Bathrooms are for shitting after your first coffee and picking shrapnel out of your chest. Not for whatever this is.
I agree.
You ruined this for me!
I know.
Don't be mad at Waterboy. This is literally the bathroom. What do you want him to do, dude? I wish he would respect my personal space more. Starting to feel the red flags. Don't worry, Beef. You can have a piece of ham. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy.
You're a menace.
Okie dokie. Hello, buddy.
It's weird that Coop's gone.
Glad you made the cut though, dude. Imagine if it was Coop and Vizzy together.
I imagine Coop and Vizzy all the time.
Okay.
Help us get this stuff out of the dorm, yeah? You guys do that kind of stuff, right?
Load heavy stuff. Heavy.
Coming through.
I've been hearing a lot about some guy named Chad. I think he's trying to summon a demon.
Wait, wasn't there a cult of Chad?
Chad? Yeah. I mean, I do know where the church is. I could snoop around. Okay.
Maybe we can send someone in which they're interested in the cult. I think I'll send you, and then I add someone else.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my god, hello? Is this SDN? I was driving along the coast and this guy in front of me just drove right off the side into the water.
Resuscitate.
We needed another backup dancer. Oh.
One assigned to a call present duplicates the hero to their left. Ooh, okay. Yeah, that's good.
Damn, dude. How'd you get an ass like that?
Hella squats, girl.
Ugh, I was afraid you'd say that.
Return piece of the football game using your fists. Remove the troublemakers.
How about I do us both a favor and politely decline?
What do you mean? I don't know about this one. Yay! Okay, good.
Colby.
It's 3rd and 7 in the UCG red zone, and tensions have boiled over into a full-on fistfight.
Where don't you want to go? Maybe I can wait it out till Gollum gets back. Game it a little bit. Oh wait, hold on, what's this? Investigate trick. Investigate. Maybe you're smart enough. I don't know if you're smart enough for this. I should have picked someone. Ooh, just smart enough.
So you finally noticed. I'm perfect.
Okay.
Watch me burn.
Good to go.
This one.
Does someone need a bait? I'd rather dip me fist in a bowl of fire ants.
It's fine.
Robert, do you have eyes on my stapler? I think I left it at your desk.
No,
I
don't see
forgot
it.
about the fucking whole
like you didn't look.
stapler ass
I
thing,
did.
dude.
It took like 2 seconds. I didn't see it.
Can you look again?
Yeah, still don't see it, dude.
Shit.
Why do you need it? You're in the field.
I just want to make sure it's there. It's a very nice stapler.
Oh, I feel like we could do more. Maybe more charisma for everybody.
Hey, this is Jason from Nostalgia Alley. Someone just dropped off a box of games with a note saying there's a
Search
bomb
and
inside one of them.
identify.
Can you send someone?
Unload the heavy boxes. You got this by yourself. I think you got
Can
this.
someone Google if cauliflower ear is an STD?
Cauliflower is not an STD. I was gonna say, I find it interesting that they actually modeled and like made Punch Up have cauliflower ears. The driver is out of the car, but he isn't responding. Rush them to the hospital. Attempt resuscitation. Rush them to the hospital. I think we could have done either or, I think, in this situation. I guess smarter, right? We need more talking. I think more talking, and we'll make Mal smarter, maybe. Is anybody else open up for the job? Mal and Flambe can go, unless it's like a one-person job. I think Mal could maybe do it by herself. Oh, this is a search one, so they need to be smart.
Going in.
I'll put the
We need you to
together.
send somebody else. This is too much.
We're out of somebody's. You're gonna have to make do.
You sound like my first manager. I fired his ass.
Really didn't think this one through, did you, Robert?
Lolo was right. If you hadn't cut Coop, this would be a breeze.
Can't believe I'm saying this, but Sonar has a point.
Noted. Can you just hang in there a little longer? I'll see what I can do.
And I'd be right quick about it if I was you.
Make you smarter. Make you smarter. Yeah, so I said I was gonna make you smarter.
Ready, set,
Okay, this
fire.
one. We gotta tear down. Mine coming down, destroying stuff.
Hey,
This
it's Rory Casey. One of my teachers called out. There has to be someone at SDN who can teach a jujitsu class.
So we need someone on that spectrum. Flambe would be good for that one, but Flambe, I don't know.
There's
Hi,
been talk
Bunby.
about Coop's old crew being back in town. Think she might have gone back to them after you cut her?
Typical. Coop's switching up on us.
Shut your hole.
Everyone, just relax. I'm sure it's just a very unfortunate coincidence.
You're an unfortunate coincidence.
Need to get some steps in anyway.
Okay, I'm trying to game these. I'm trying to game these as much as I can. Oh, I don't know what no. It has yummy McDonald's? What'd you get from McDonald's?
So close.
Okay. Demolition, substitute teacher. Okay,
Hey,
demolition.
Ray here. We got another teardown for you. Mind coming down and doing some demo?
You.
Nothing beats the original, but this will have to do.
Yeah, you.
Confess your sins. Because I really
And
want
then
the
maybe
tea.
you have that one. Yeah, we got that one. That
Oh,
one's
for real?
fine.
Just kidding. I know I was in my bag on that one.
Good job, Gold.
I think this is my last stop for the day.
Interesting. We're not done for the day.
But someone's gotta go check on Coop.
Yeah, that's fine. I'll check on Coop. Okay, I see. They really are going for the overwhelm you thing. Okay, so this
He's
one.
a mind reader. She has X-ray vision. Together
Protect. Send someone with good
ultimate
people.
invasion of
Good
privacy.
talking skills.
Oh, sorry. Is this
Prism is
SDN?
busy.
We need help.
Protect, and talk. I got a double quarter pound with cheese and fries. I'm just trying to work on rigging with my Oh yeah, do it.
We
Okay,
need
what's
backup
this?
at the mall. Dozens of youths just started rushing us and looting the shops.
Don't you worry, Mr. Robertson. I'm on it.
Oh, okay.
Did
You
I
want to do
mention
that
I
one?
went to Harvard?
Yes, you did. Go to the theater located to bomb and disarm it. Okay.
Guess I'm not busy. I'm already going this way.
I believe in you, and Golem will go.
Fucking rocks.
Robert,
You
were the
got
last
that,
one to see
buddy.
my
I
stapler.
believe in you.
Jose, I don't think that's true.
You're the prime suspect.
Why would I need to steal your stapler? I already have a stapler.
Good question.
So what you're saying is now you have 2 staplers.
Flambe. Yes. Good job, Flambe.
That
I'm proud
was, competent.
of you. You're very well rounded in that sense. I might make you attack. I'm a little bit more smart on you too. Oh, not that one. This one.
Watch me burn.
What's up? Altered egos. What about that one? The wine. Standing alive. Crawl or activate? Crawl through the vents. She should be fast and no fuck.
Come on.
Okay,
Shit.
It's time for Phil's walk. Walk? Oh,
Tried to
everyone's
do it
busy,
ourselves, but then I remembered my motto in life. Why do it when you can make someone else do it for you?
Because everybody else is busy, that's why.
If anyone needs some more hands-on training, I'll be in the gym until the end of the shift.
32% just Oh, he did it. Holy shit. Good
I
job.
guess you got it done. So,
Just get your
Half man, half bat, all freak.
The thing that he looks like.
I know a
okay,
way
I'm
to
trying
cool them off.
I'm trying to hack the system. Oh shit! It's this one.
Fucker.
Fuck. Okay, I don't know how to do this. Okay. Up, right, down, left, left. Left. Oh, fuck. I have to, like, catch him. Fuck. There we go. Wait, no, I have to do this again. Fuck! Go up, left, down, right, left. Alrighty. Do this one again. Up, left, down, right, left. Oh my god, this is the one I couldn't do last time that I did. Holy shit, that one was hard.
Do I seem tougher?
Holy fuck. I did it. Let's put you on more defense, bud. I want you to have maxed out defense, I think, by the time we're done with this. Oh, we kinda gotta game this. Okay. You assemble furniture. You gotta be smart for this.
It's time for Phil's walk. What? No, Phil's my dog. Can you just, like, walk him around the park?
Okay, I'm gonna put Prism in there, but I don't know if I'm that smart for it.
Phenomemon's still on the 405, just past him. He's gone from shaking his fist at cars to sadly directing traffic.
Well, at least he's putting his newfound pain to use.
I had no idea
Let's see.
Blazer was
If
such a
Invisigo is on the team,
Is that
XP
surprising?
rewards are
I'm
doubled.
just
With her connection to
impressed.
Invisigo can reveal the number of crime
Maybe
types.
you shouldn't be so quick to judge people.
Gross.
That
You
sounds
sound
good.
just like her.
You calling me a heartbreaker?
In your dreams.
This one. You guys got this. 94. Come on, don't be okay. Good. I was gonna be like, don't be that 6%.
Looking good out
I'd
there.
cry.
On
I don't know if Prism did this one. Oh, this one's kind of well, 77's not the worst. Yeah, 77 wasn't the worst.
Robert, I found my stapler.
Where was it?
I left it in the locker at the gym.
I have a lot of follow-up questions, but I don't care about the answers.
Oh, this is an investigation one. It gives them extra the bomb threats. What's going on? Evacuating.
I can fit you in.
Yeah, we'll do these two because
keys.
that way.
We're good.
Oh. I have to go to the bathroom. I'll go to the bathroom after this shift is over. Mickey Man Blue. Prime. Heck, is this? I can't see. Sure.
You can't say you're not impressed. You can't. I mean, you can, I just won't believe you.
Let's get your combat. Hold on. Yeah, let's get your combat higher. Let's get your vigor up just a little bit more. I think everyone being well-rounded is good. We're getting you on vigor as well, because I just want you to be.
That's lunch. Thank fuck. Ugh, great. I'ma drink my spicy water.
Spicy? What's spicy water? They're pretty good though. Okay, I have to use the restroom really quick, so I will be right back, chat. thank you for reminding me of that. I really had to use it since I was nice. And I also put a band-aid on my thumb. Because it's healing, and it's, like, almost good from when I cut it, but, like, still. Oh. Oh, don't throw those away, bud.
Still working on that?
Hmm?
Aren't these the best? I love the green ones, the green dew.
All yours. Take the whole thing if you want.
Awesome. My lucky day. I know what's for lunch or dinner. Probably. Now. Sorry, for interrupting your meeting with Invisa.
Oh, god damn it. You threw my noodles away? My initials were literally on the box and everything. Fuck!
I don't read things. Sometimes it's different, like a logo, but it's probably still good.
I don't want the fucking trash noodles, wet fart boy.
Whoa, what are you doing?
Whatever, it was an accident. Just aim your dick up and water piss it off. That's
Bro.
You.
Flambe does his job well, but he's such a dick.
How would you like to have to walk around work the rest of the day with shit all over you?
I don't know, I don't think about that, because it won't happen, because I'm not a fucking idiot food thrower awayer.
It was an accident. You don't have to be a bully about it. You want this in your report?
What, are you gonna snitch on me?
Yes. Fire guy doesn't like water guy. He doesn't fucking like
You're just
anybody.
being a soft bitch about it. Bully.
Protein
How am I
shake.
being a bully? If it's in my hair, I'm going to fucking kill you.
Well, I got bad news for you.
Hey, Robert, could you... Oh. You have stuff on your face. What happened here?
I don't want to be a snitch, but Flambe accidentally made a mess.
Really?
Yes.
Well, you should probably go get cleaned
Sounds
up.
like fear.
And, you know, accident
Probably.
or not,
All
wipe
bullies
up
are
this
based
mess
off
you made.
fear.
Yes.
Feel bad he lost a tooth, though. I didn't.
Okay, whatever that was. Listen, Robert. Jesus. Anyway, you talked to Chase. Who's it gonna be? Phenomenon or Waterboy?
And these two are my only options.
For now, yeah. Obviously, we can revisit it, but Waterboy is already a trainee, sorta, and you already know Phenomenon got cut by DTLA. Thanks for getting him out of the parking lot, by the way. It might also help to get, you know, an actual good person on your team, which I'm positive both of them are.
Phenomenon, I guess. I mean, I'm worried he has too much time to think right now.
Yeah, I feel the same way. He could use a distraction.
So it won't be weird with your ex-boyfriend hanging around?
I mean, he's already hanging around, so he may as well be doing some good, instead of moping around the parking lot crushing cars.
You make a good point.
I'll let him know. You'll see him in the roster for your next dispatch.
Hello, Robert. A moment of your time.
How do you move so quiet?
I float. If it would make you more comfortable, I could remove my clothes as well.
It would not. Look, if this is about picking you for Z-Team, wasn't even a hard decision.
Thank you.
No need. You're a legend. You should be out doing good.
But to do good, you need to be doing good. That's what a human person would say.
Yeah, I'm sure some human person would say that. Yeah.
My hug of gratitude seems to have reopened your chest wounds.
It's fine.
Yay, more game. I like playing this, the quote-unquote mini-game that is the game. I like it a lot. Hey, guys. Oh, this got
Hey,
so
team.
hurt.
We appreciate you doing your best last shift under the circumstances, but we are here to help. More specifically, Phenomenon is here to help.
I am here to help.
This is a joke, right?
Really?
Nope.
This guy?
Didn't he also get fired?
Don't be mean.
Listen, I know things have been difficult for him lately, but Robert and I believe he will make a great addition to the team.
Difficult because you dumped him?
Fizzy.
Damn.
Don't mind
child is correct. Hasn't any been difficult since the ending of my relationship with Blonde Blazer. But any opportunity to see her again will make every day easier.
I think you got it backwards, bro.
Yeah, it don't work that way, boy. Trust me.
Alrighty.
We have reason to believe that Mr. Vanderstank's life will be in danger at a meeting today.
Quickly protect captured disdain.
This may be a mistake.
I'll send someone with you. Send a
Yeah.
Visigal with you.
I'm guessing Phenomenon doesn't also turn invisible.
Apologies. I thought I saw Blonde Blazer in distress.
Phenomenon. I'm at the office.
Oh,
What?
I see.
Spare someone cheerful, positive, and uplifting.
Need a light?
I've got a great opportunity to show the sweeter side of your ex-criminal crew at SDN.
Charming.
Yeah, I can't believe Sweet Talker went with Emily last season. Him and Carla seem perfect for each other.
You want to go there?
You can ride with
Since
me.
you seem to know about the
If you were a
stuff.
civvy, what would your job be?
I feel like working at a gas station would be pretty chill.
I fuck with a pet store.
Yeah, right. You hate pets.
I hate pets with bad attitudes.
It was right outside.
What pets have good attitudes?
Snakes. They're just chilling.
Oh, Phenomenon.
Every snake is chill.
He is depressed
Pets,
now.
I have recently learned of the American opossum. I find it fascinating how it carries its children on its back, much like a bus.
What are you even talking about,
It's like a bus.
Those freaks nasty.
Possums aren't pets, man.
I see.
But they're cute. Okie dokie. Combat figure. No, charisma better. Continue.
The hero to put on a show? We need Terrence the Turtle to beat someone up. For team morale.
Fake fight.
Rolling out.
Willing to pull punches. Looking for your punches. You two can go.
We heading to the pub after work.
Can't.
Full
These
tap
are the
your
dancers cycle.
previous season. Yeah, there you go.
Damn.
Ah,
Hey,
so
Malabo,
them
you watch
interacting
the
with the
show,
calls
right?
is like kind of like
Your
a
call.
tip to like who to
Yeah,
send.
I got this.
Okay, that's cool. Let's see, where's the team sitting at right now? Everyone's pretty good. I would say we could do a little more intellect. Everyone could use a little more intellect. I don't know why we're all kind of lacking on intellect.
These one-on-ones seem to be really working out. I think I could make this training a regular thing, you know?
Yeah.
We tracked down the assassin's temporary base of operations.
Okay, difficulty low. Alright. Yes. Okie dokie. Oh, bang! No! Our POV on that, you know. Oh, bang! No! How was your stream? How was Leave It Alone? Welcome on in, Raiders. I hope you had a wonderful time. If you need to raid and get yourself some rest, feel free to do so. Otherwise, we're just hanging out and playing some Dispatch. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. I'm gonna try to be smart. Okay, now he's stuck over there. Okay, I didn't exactly plan that to happen. Okay, word right down, right down, right down, right down, right down, right down, right down. I need to turn this off. Left, right. It was good. We cleaned up so many leaves. Oh, is that the one with the leaf blower and the leaves? Oh my god, I want to play that. It looks so satisfying. Boop, boop. Oh shit. Bam. Okay, I locked him in. Left, right, left, right. Shit, is that the famous VTuber Dragon's Fae? It is. Left, wait, hold on. Left, right. Is she okay?
She's cold and she won't let me put her down.
Oh, yeah, you're gonna have to wait for that blanket to warm up. I'm sorry. But welcome on in. I hope you're having a lovely, lovely day. Thank you again for raiding me. Left, up. Left, up. Left, right. Left, up. Left, right. Left, up. Left, right. Down. Okay. Left, right. Left, right. Left, up. Left, down. Left, up. Left, down. I think I need to do that one, but I think I also have to do this. Left, up. Left, down. left, right, left, down. Oh! I don't remember what it was. Fuck! It reminds me of Power Wash, a game about digging a hole. I love both of those. I'll definitely have to try it then. Does it cost money? Let me look it up while I ignore the fact that I am about to fuck up. this. That's only $6. That's only $6. Yeah, it's not too much money, and it's cute. It's cute. I might try that. I might try that next week. Okay. I thought it was left, right, left, down. Oh my god, what do you mean I did it wrong? I don't remember it. Ooh, fuck. I don't remember it. Up. Left, up. Left, up. Left, up. Not that one. Left, up. Left, up. Left, up. Right, down. Oh, fuck. It was right, down. Right, down. Right, down. I don't remember what it was. Oh, I fucked up so hard, guys. Left. It's left. I think I fucked this one up. Oh! Thanks, Dragon's Bay! Oh my god! I have a memory of a goldfish.
Oh shit.
Thank you.
They can try. Fuck those
Oh
assholes.
god,
Can
Jesus.
you give her a heads up or something?
Way ahead of you, Bob.
Thank you. Sonar transforms after returning from his calls. Wait, yeah. When in hybrid form, if Sonar is sent on a call that fails, he will take an attempt to redo it. As a means to injuries and resting. I think I want the reattempt. I like the reattempt one.
This is
one.
getting ridiculous. It's time to put an end to this.
Take down the Gasansa, identify. Okay, I'm gonna wait a little bit for people to get done resting. How did this go, though? Fake fight? You guys had this? Yeah! Okay, maybe I could've. I think I could've just sent. Let's put up combat. You're gonna be a good punchy boy.
Watch me burn.
Alright, I want identify and take down.
Call me a BOGO bitch.
Yeah, there you go.
Robert,
I like Prism's
sensing
ability a lot in
dissatisfaction
this.
amongst my new companions.
Is one of his powers stating the super obvious?
He is sad.
No wonder Blazer dumped you.
All right, that's enough. You said you wanted help, and I got you one of the best heroes at SDN.
The best at pissing everyone off.
Yeah. The best
Why
at
are they all
crying,
being so
the best
mean
at
to
leaving a giant
him?
crater
It's not like
whenever
they've
he
never
takes
been
to
through a
the space.
breakup before.
Get out of your systems. He's not going anywhere.
You sure we don't work on commission?
Let's maybe not start a war here with an elite assassin organization. Try asking them to
Convince
leave
and
nicely.
strike a deal. Try to convince. I sent my 2 good talking people out already. You talk good. If all else fails, convince, strike a deal. I kind of want to send
Together,
him.
the two of us will be unstoppable.
Hi,
Bet you say that
Condemned.
to
Welcome on
everybody.
in. It's actually pretty cute. Where's its mom?
On it.
Go
Sweet
get
ass.
him. Go
Hey,
get
who
him.
wants fried fish? Hello, dispatcher. Would you like to play a little game, perhaps?
Oh boy.
A brain teaser?
Okay.
I hate this asshole. Careful, he's tricky.
His name's Brain Teaser. How tricky can he be?
Don't say I didn't warn you.
Lure the baby in with foob. Oh, so it's a movement one? Oh,
And that's how
okay.
we do it down under.
Oh, adopt the baby kaiju. Fuck!
Set fire.
wanna
Have you been
humor
paying
him.
attention? Answer my riddles. 1, 2, 3, and I will gladly turn myself in.
Solve it? hold on.
Or I could also just track you down.
They'd have to locate and don't let your guard down. I think these two.
What's it going to be this time?
Switch you? Yeah.
Somebody order a mudslide?
Somebody order a mudslide. I have to cheer up. Okay, hold on. I have like things I have to check off. See you guys.
I think I'm gonna use that.
Oh, cannot be down. Thank God. Oh my God.
Not like this.
Phenomenon, you are okay. Cheer up and persuade. You guys have to, I have to have good talkers. I need good talkers. Why are all of you bad at talking to people? Be better at talking to people.
There's a retired SDN hero at Kryptonite causing problems. Can you get him out of there?
Oh shit, Astronaut. I remember him when I was a kid.
Poor guy. I've been there.
Really?
Before I joined the Z team, I didn't have a part
There
of
you
this.
go.
Good shift, fellow heroes. Is
Got
my
him.
intercom malfunctioning?
No, they
anyone
just
hear
don't
me?
like you. I'm sorry. I feel so bad for Phenomena, man. He's just the guy. He can't help that he's sad. Did you cheer him up? Did you cheer him up? Yeah, I think you cheered him up. I hesitated because there was that 1% and it fucking freaked me out.
Everybody
but-
should step back.
Look at you, climbing the corporate ladder.
Oh, thank God I got associate now. Thank you for your hard work. SDN item. Heal an injury. Yay! That's good, because I kind of get them fucked up a good bit. Talking? Talking? Please talking? Oh, more combat. Really don't need more combat, I feel like. I'll give Prism some more combat then.
Not only did you cut one of their dumb shit criminal buddies, you're also forcing them to work with
one of the greatest heroes of all time.
I was gonna say sad sack son of a bitch, but yeah, let's go with yours.
Yeah, let's go with mine.
Hey kid, love you.
Love you too, Ark.
Don't fuck this up.
A picture of me and my pop-pop. Me and my pop-pop. Beef is so cute. He's so chunky.
Hey, Mom. Hey, honey.
Oh, is she a superhero? Is that? Oh, that's an old guy. I was like, is that Water Boy using a vacuum? Look at the way he go down the stairs. He go down the stairs like a baby. He not gonna get that ball though.
Earlier that day, Blazer and I had breakfast at the rim of an active volcano. Then we made love.
I don't need to hear your sex stories.
We never had intercourse. My alien genitals were not compatible with hers.
I want to know what that looks like.
Why is that cool?
It's not. What were you saying?
She was the only thing I was passionate about. Her voice, her eyes, her disposition. her whole of her remarkable corporeal form.
How do you know she's the only thing you're passionate about if you haven't found anything else you're passionate about?
Your logic with that statement may be flawed.
All I'm saying is, what you need to do is find the next thing for you to be passionate about. Because it's out there.
Thank you. I wish to make love to you again.
Again?
Though this time I will avoid squeezing the blood out of you.
Yeah. I like Beef is like, yeah. My dad. That's my dad.
What you watching?
Typecast 2. You spying on me?
Technically, you're still on the clock.
I'm off,
Didn't
but I have
peg
to
you as
raise
a
hell
rom-com
at our
fan.
storage place for
If I'm
tripling
on
our
the
bill.
clock, you
Go
shouldn't
get him,
be pegging me
Kiwi.
with anything
Bark at
regard.
him. Bite him if
It's
you have
totally
to.
inappropriate, especially since I'm usually
Human
the
bites
pecker,
are
not the
dangerous because we
peggy.
have lots of nasty
Noted. Well, tell me
bacteria
how
in
it
our
is.
mouth.
I wanted to see that one.
At least 20 minutes of trailers. I always forget what I'm watching by the time the movie starts.
Same. You going solo?
I'm a loner, Robbie. A rebel. That and I feel bad asking people to pay when I'm just gonna sneak in. The only lame thing is I can't get snacks.
Floating buckets of popcorn do tend to draw a lot of attention.
Ah, but I miss it. I miss popcorn.
But you have money. I'm sure they pay you. You could buy popcorn. Gonna go to dinner this time. 'Cause I like blood. I like her more than I thought I did.
See you tomorrow. No spoilers.
Yep. Have.
Too much coffee?
In her fancy dress.
Wait,
Sure. What's up?
this isn't what I look like.
I don't totally know what you mean, but okay.
The powers make me. It doesn't matter. I'm just gonna show you. Are you good with that?
I have absolutely no idea what's about to happen, so this is very exciting.
Temper your expectations.
What episode are we on? 4. At the end of 4. I like the magical girl transformation. It's very pretty. Fiona, is that you? I love the brown. I love her brown hair though.
I'm sorry.
love her brown hair though.
Are you kidding? I
Ah.
can't tell if are you joking or
She
am
a
I
little
joking?
shorter?
It's a big difference.
You're what? What? 2 inches shorter?
And a brunette. Come on, it's.
Oh, but she's
Okay,
so
maybe if I
pretty.
wasn't called blonde
She's so
blazer, I wouldn't be
cute.
so self-conscious about it.
No, it's such
People have
so
expectations,
fair.
and they never meet me first. It's always the superhero. It's hard to live up to.
I got a gizzard. Got a gizzard. It's cute. Aww. So cute. I like this. I like this.
About time.
Hope it was worth the wait.
Not bad.
I just like their banter. They have good
Hey.
synergy.
I'm Mandy.
Oh, and she's got a
Really
cute
nice to
name
meet
too.
Likewise.
Oh.
Would you like to have dinner with me, Robert?
I would love that.
She even wore her fancy dress.
Whoa. You fancy.
Well,
You
it's all
fancy.
Michelin stars when you're on a date with me.
Oh, so this is a date.
If
Wine
think
and
it
red
is,
solo cups
it
with
is.
to-go
Did you know that
spaghetti.
Michelin star ratings were created by the tire company? They gave high ratings to restaurants away from the cities to get people to drive more and buy new tires.
Is that true?
I'm both in shock and really unsure what to do with this information.
I felt the same.
I know what's gonna go on Did You Know next
Why is he
week.
here so late?
Michelin
worry the
stars
answer
were made
might be
by
sad.
tire. Ew! I hate that he throws up water. It's so weird. Hold on, I just want to write that thing down. Michelin stars made by tire company. Okay.
He's allowed to go home, right?
Yes, I'm not running a sweatshop. Hey, water boy, go home.
He's just gonna leave the window
What does he
half
think
like.
that I could possibly
Okay.
be saying that would make him keep going.
I learned Blonde
You
Blaze's
sure
birthday
you don't miss the blonde?
passes during the.
Look, I
It does?
actually
Oh my god, I hope we
prefer
can celebrate her
brunette,
birthday.
so this is great.
Oh, is it now?
Yeah, I actually came here tonight to ask you to dye your hair.
Oh wow, what a coincidence.
I know, it's crazy.
I like it. I like their banter. I don't know. Blonde's rubbed off on me a bit. I don't think it's gonna. Fuck! Come on, I want to celebrate her birthday. Aw, I like that. That was good. That was so sweet. 40% decided to have dinner with Blonde Blaze. I want to keep the kaiju. Fuck, I didn't mean to let him go. I didn't know I had to say Gollum. Okay. Now we're in the next episode, so I don't know what this episode is about. Oh, that was so cute. I loved that, actually. That was great. 10 out of 10 would do that again. Oh, I like the little dust particles that they put in. Oh. Oh yeah, that's him a little bit younger, huh?
That's everybody. All clear. Mecca Man, it's not worth it.
Damage is done. All I want is a conversation.
Is this Flambe?
No need to do any more.
Damn, boy. Dude, that's a lot to press, bro. That wasn't a small amount. Holy shit. I was actually just about to turn my game down because it's a bit loud. How's it going? We're currently playing some Dispatch, which is the game I was talking about last week. You literally came on in right as we're starting the new stuff, but welcome on in. I hope you had fun with art. If you need a raid and rest, feel free to do so. Your health is most important to me. Otherwise, I hope you have fun watching us watch superhero game show thing. I was making sure I didn't have to give out a level. But okay, to be fair, it was for the Dragonlance game, and you said you were gonna work on it on the weekend. But you know, fair. I think. I don't really know. I don't remember the wager, but fair game. I hope you had fun though. Failed on all of it. 30. I don't know what the bigger one was. I didn't see the number for the bigger one. I feel like that was already a lot.
Help? You're not supposed to lift without a spark. Idiot. So weak. So weak.
Now I'm getting a safety lecture from a walking fireball.
It's a reality check. Normies need babysitters, so you don't hurt yourself thinking you're
35?
a hero. Man, I am so fucking strong. It's crazy.
Thank you for being my babysitter. I will be more careful next time.
Fuck off. Wait, that was genuine?
Yes, asshole.
No more hero stuff without supervision. You can't get injured, because we need you behind that desk to help real heroes.
Actually, speaking of injuries, remind me, who took your tooth? It's like they only stole that little bit.
I got into a fight with an actual hero. And I assure you...
It's so funny. I didn't realize that was this game. The graphics are awesome. Yeah, no. I really like the style of this game. I think the pacing, like, I really wish it was just a TV show, but our lovely Kiwi Goblin Books did get us this game, so I would like to finish it. I kind of feel bad. Like, even though, like, I'm 50-50 on it, I have come around to it, but I do wish it was a TV show.
He's regretting his decision to tangle with me.
Also, he called him a real superhero, but he doesn't know. Like, it's just, oh my god.
I imagine he's regretting
the character
a lot
irony
of his decisions.
That's fucking right. And you, it's time for you to accept that you don't got it anymore. And pretend
maybe listen to the VOD for the wager. Valid.
Out. Now, get your flat ass off my bench.
I wonder what that big one was, because I don't... So the smaller one was a 35. So he's, like, pressing, like, 120 more?
Are you alright? Flambe said you almost died.
145.
Something like that. What's up?
I just had a great time the other night and wanted to see if maybe you want to do a real date sometime?
Was it the plastic utensils or the man puking water on the windows that made that less real?
There were many contributing factors.
Would that be
sadly?
A David
I'm sorry, Lady
Blazer
M.
Or Mandy?
Oh, I don't know. Which would you prefer? And that's not a trap. I'm both of them. That sounded weird out loud, but you know what I mean.
If I'm pressed, I think I'd prefer the girl from the other night. So yeah, Team Mandy for me.
Okay. I'll let you know when I come up with something.
She's so cute. Okay. I'm on God. Before I played this game, I was kind of a blonde blazer hater. I was like, it's such a feels like such a superficial thing. But then, like, thinking about, like, the pressure it is to live up to being, like, this blonde perfect superhero when she's not, like, she is not that. Like, I love her. She's baby.
Have a good shift.
Thank you.
Bro, you're so lucky.
I know.
Thank you. See, like, I feel like the appreciation Robert from Phenomena Man he gave us fruit arrangements. I feel like Invisigal and Robert are kind of like, they'll wallow in each other's sorrow, but they'll make their own sorrows feel better. Whereas, like, Robert and Blonde Blazer, they have trauma and stuff, but they want to take their sorrow and become better people because of the sorrow, and I like that more. Those are good, satisfying noises. Those are good noises. He not be depressed. He's still depressed. Fuck. He is still depressed. Okay. Who needs upgrading? You? Let's have you smarter. You could be a little smarter. Maybe you won't be a bully if you're smarter. And we're gonna have you talk better.
Yo,
All right, let's get to it.
You ever notice the Torrance vibe is like rancid?
Between the dead fish in the harbor and the giant refinery, I can't tell who's to blame.
Dang, that's some nasty.
That's why we gotta make it better.
I love the smell of the refinery.
That makes sense, Cole.
I love the smell of gasoline.
All right, everybody, respectfully, shut the fuck up.
Who pissed in your cereal?
Now that's some nasty shit.
That, ew. Ugh.
Let's do this.
All right, team. What's this?
Middle School needs judges for our annual talent show. Do it for the kids.
Someone who has a magnetic personality and has an eye for talent and is good for kids. No. 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 Probably.
I want to fight.
But you're yeah, but you're like our two strongest pre. Prism is a pop star. She is. I'll do these two. But really good conversation skills here going.
Heading straight there. Right after I piss.
I wanted to send two. I like sending them in pairs. It's nice.
Mr. Vanderstank has requested a rescue. Vango workers are trapped after a tunnel collapse at the new station. Get
Navigate and save.
And discreetly.
Gotcha.
Navigate and I feel like this is enough. Navigate and save. Yeah, I think that's good enough.
Vango is officially on my shit list.
Fair. He does have us doing a lot of calls.
Yo, this Vanderstank guy is a fucking clown.
He's a business genius. Everything he does.
He does is brilliant. It's funny.
Normally I would defend you, but
Good
all
job,
of his projects
team.
kind of suck.
Top 10 anime betrayals.
Invisigal, this is investigate a murder, it seems like, so I'll probably send
Isn't this like the
him
third
these
time
two.
one of his projects has fallen apart?
We're
Malin.
busier because of him.
This is true.
Creator.
Did I find... Did I find... They have pairings, don't they? I thought they had pairings. Maybe it's not in this one. Boop. Did you guys do it? I think you guys failed to Okay. Oh, you're sad. Okay.
The parents started fighting over the results, and then the kids joined in too.
Grade A
Convince the
parenting.
parents and children to stop fighting. Convince them non-violently. Good lord. Okay, you guys got
Right
this.
back at you.
I can't believe Flambe's hurt right now.
Tolerable and inclusive workplace make you a great sponsor for our
Among
Aliens
Us.
Among Us.
Among Us. Aliens Among Us. Send an alien-like hero to speak to the Aliens Among Us museum. I'm probably gonna send Prism, but I really feel like that is targeted at him. I can't take him out of that, I think. I don't think I can take him out of being depressed. So I'll just send Prism, I guess. Send an alien like I can't send Phenomenon, can I? Okay.
Hey, girl.
That's so unfortunate. Because he would be
What time
perfect
is
for
it?
that.
Training time. It's training time.
Blonde is
I
cute.
remember my first talent show. I got second place. Got my ass beat by Lizzie Galupo.
Galupo, damn.
Impossible.
On call with less than 4 slots,
I
Punch Up
got it
creates
back,
a
though.
slot exclusive
I
for
shot a
him to
laser
join.
beam and burned
While Punch Up
all
is
that
injured,
hero.
receives +2 combat and vigor reduces.
I guess you're the real winner then?
Sure am.
I think I'll
Inspired my
probably
first single, too. Girl, your hair's on fire.
Sounds like a
Ooh,
real
I
bop.
probably will do this one so he's
Never
like
say
more
bop
beefed up.
again.
Yeah, I want to do the front. Children are asking about living on another planet. Improvise a made-up planet. Enlighten them about life on planet 24. I think it's this one because that would be charisma. Oh, please be charisma. Yes! Fuck yeah. Context clues for the win! I'm actually reading the things on the screen. Let's make you an even better talker. I'm gonna make you the absolute best pop star in the world. Did you do it? Did you convince them? 91. Oh my god. Oh please. Thank you. Synergy. Yay!
Time to freak some fuckers out.
Make you smarter. Yeah, they do have synergies. Okay, so I don't know who their synergies are yet.
Deirdre Z. Yes, that Deirdre Z.
Outsmarts. We need someone with smart brain. Smart brains are resting right now. I think that would be good enough.
It's not arson if your job tells you to do it.
Oh, we need to do flight licenses, but you're busy. We'll do that later.
Torrance
Hello?
Middle School is hosting an anti-bullying seminar, and it would mean a lot if a hero could come talk to the students and their parents.
Inspire. Discourage bullying. They're not that great with talking, so I'll probably send someone else. How do you get rid of the stalker? Save or pretend?
I doubt Deidre is the only victim of his. Let's delete all the files on his laptop.
Yeah, let's do that.
Get the
I like
backups too.
And the backups too.
Oh, I need the password. Just this. Right, left. Right, left. Right, left. What? I think I might be directly. Yeah, no, that was right. Am I stupid? Oh, it's backwards. There we go. You can't flip it on me like that, man. Up, left, down, right, left.
Shit. He's using protection.
Okay, fair. I need to know what this is. Okay.
Bullshit.
Fuck. Okay, so how am I supposed to read this? Okay, so it's supposed to be facing it, so it should be... Oh, wait, I can't, I just keep going, okay. Keep going. Fuck, that's so hard to read in my mind. Out. It has to be all facing out.
Are you serious?
Okay, I think the password stays the same. So I think I could just go do it. Fucking hard to tell though, bro. Can't read backwards. Okay. I can't read backwards.
Alright, I'm in. And files deleted.
And the backups?
Yes, Jesus, I deleted it all from the cloud and shit.
Inspire and discourage bullying.
Now that's doable.
There you go.
Going as fast as I can.
Alright, now you aren't depressed. You can go
The
do
set
a
needs
job
a background
now.
actor for an upcoming scene. The last one stormed off in a hurry.
Gives a performance. We need someone with good charisma, and I just said the person with good.
Take care of it.
Gives performance, break a leg, but not like that. Okay.
Quick heads up, Sona is in a mood this morning.
Why? You miss a
why?
rabies shot or something?
Power was out at my place. Couldn't even check up on my investments.
His
The
investments.
numbers that go up and down every day. You'll be fine.
Yeah, you'll be
I
okay.
pray you never know what it's like to lose something.
Good job.
That's the gravy, baby.
Good job. Did you do it? I'm so nervous. It's stressful. Oh, he did it, thank God.
I'm on a roll. First round's on me tonight.
Good job. Let's get not your charisma. I want this one. Oh, haven't I put you on a team with, though? I feel like I haven't put him on a team with someone yet.
Hey, we're getting flooded with calls about sewage in a couple neighborhoods. Which should we hit first?
I take the kids to the beach, and what do I have to deal with, huh? Shit! There's poop all over the beach. The sewage is spilling out into the fucking water.
Can you put investigator clear with the pure willpower? This is a. This is a.
The smell is unbearable. This should have been dealt with yesterday before it even got this bad. Is there someone else I can speak to? Perhaps your manager?
Into the sewage. Repair smart. Withstand the force of sewage. Okay.
Good to go.
You.
Wanna get
And
messy?
then repair gonna have to be smart.
Yeah,
so
be
you
glad
two?
to. You know, it feels like Phenomenon is probably the most bullyable on Z Team now.
I am often bullied for my exquisite hair.
Masculine
frame.
That doesn't
Very
sound like bullying.
On my home planet, my form is reviled. Every compliment is a reminder that I am
Poor
disgusting.
baby.
Oh, come on. You look great.
Robert is bullying me. Please ask him to stop.
He's such a big baby. Ah, look at that. All cleaned up. And everyone got XP from that. That's good. We're gonna put your charisma up 1, and we're going to put your intelligence up 1.
Holy shit, dude. Fresh goss. Oh god, I hated that.
Oh my god, fresh guys. It looks like this one might be one where we have to have people fight.
I am in need of a very specific type of hero for my upcoming
Artist
project.
desires someone with an air of mystery and intellect, and someone unassumingly strong. Unassumingly strong? Punch up, I think.
I'll crack some skulls. Mysterious fire has broken out at the refinery. We got it under control.
Sometimes
Can't
reaching a certain
investigate
point will have an
possibly
effect, like this one will
dangerous
guarantee a fail.
Flambe.
I would never blow up a refinery, okay? I smell like shit.
Someone's pushing on my boy's explosion territory.
Oh shit.
What's your problem?
Let's go.
Ooh. I don't think. I can't. I think that's one below, but then if I send anyone else, it's like
I should have seen this one coming.
search and locate.
Grind time.
Okay. I guess I'll just send
I
him.
thought this place was OSHA approved.
Hope he has it. Says that there's 3 mouths on you. Did you do it? Oh my god, that is so. I should have sent Phenomenon Man. Oh no!
Something about this feels off. I think we missed something.
Yo, man, word in the hallways is you went on a date. That true?
I did
You
go
jealous or something? Look, if you wanted to grab dinner, all you had to do is ask.
You're not my type.
You
That's the
sure,
nicest thing you've
Flambe?
ever said to me.
Got anything else? He's depressed again. Poor Phenomenon Man. I want to heal up Sonar.
Oh, that's the spot.
There you go. Got any more calls? 2 failures. Not so bad. Only 2 out of 10. Is my burrito? Does Beef get a burrito?
Maybe he's got an iron stomach. Do we know anybody like that? Super digestion?
The glutonator? But I don't know. I think I weighed like 1,000 pounds.
Hey, Robert, did you recently lose like 700 pounds?
First off, you're either shit at math or you think I'm like 300 pounds. I am not. I go to the gym and I work hard. Secondly, what are you talking about?
There's a pool going around on which superhero you used to be. Person who guesses right wins $936.
$936?
That specific number could be ours. Just one hint. I mean, we're friends, right? Make your friends some money.
I was blue.
Fine, okay. I was blue.
What does that mean?
Wait, we sad?
Yes, but that was just a coincidence.
Oh, come on, be like that.
Sorry,
I
you're
gave
just
you a
gonna have
hint.
to earn your $936 in some other way. What way could that be? I'll let you know if I work it out. Get it? I'm explaining the joke.
Oh! Oh, Jesus.
Fuck.
Decent reflexes.
Hey, Beef, no.
Which heroes do we know that talk too much and have quick reflexes?
Clean this shit
Poor
up.
Beef. Beef,
Hey, Luke,
Beef
all
can't
that
drink
wake up makes you
coffee.
better than us. Yeah. Chill out, Dad. Dad.
Oh.
That's supposed to mean.
You told me one time you didn't have a dad.
Huh.
That's so weird.
Heard the team scuffling with the red ring.
They run half the crime in the county. We were bound to bother them at some point.
Watch yourself. You poke the hive, you're gonna have to fuck the queen.
That's not
How
how
to
these
fuck the
work.
queen.
You know what I mean.
I don't, actually. No one's trying to fuck Shroud. But if we kill the queen, we rot the hive.
You would do that. Kill Shroud. Because you might get the chance. And you don't want to go in there having to think about it. You gotta know.
Yeah,
Shroud killed him, Chase. There's only one thing I can do.
You know that's not true. I'm not sure your dad would want it that way.
You're not sure. Should we ask him?
Point taken.
My shirt's still too big.
Mega Man's coming back to life one patch at a time.
One patch at a time.
I mean, Royd's doing most of the work though, right?
So much. He's probably gonna redo all this shit.
I like that Beef had 2 beds. He gonna hang out with Chase though. He gotta hang out with Camp Pop.
Evening, folks.
guys.
Welcome back.
We got a few guesses at your identity. Leading one right now is Blue Balls Man.
Oh.
Let me guess. His power is not being able to nut.
Nah, his balls are literally blue, dude. Get your head out of the gutter.
Oh.
Great. It's gonna be a long shift.
A little bit. Little bit. Okay. Mr. Cat is out there all alone. So scared. Someone please find my baby. Mr. Cat's a 9-year-old. Mr. Cat is a skateboarder. Very fast. Mr. K also hates most people. Very fast, huh?
Alright.
I think she could do this by herself, but very fast? Golem is not a people. Oh,
Whatever.
you're so smart. Yeah, we're gonna send these two. Good go. But he's very fast, so we had to bring in Visigow because she's fast. Oh, you're so smart, Devouring.
Fuck. Did we just lose power?
But I wanted to get
Sure
the
did.
key.
Citywide. Hang tight. We're booting up the backup generator.
Thanks, Gallon.
There we go. Hey, Robert. Just brace yourself.
Oh, shit.
Oh, y'all can't see? I'm a human nightlight. I don't got those problems.
Yeah, it's just a little dark. What's the fucking big deal? You never closed your eyes before? Yeah, same shit.
I mean, I can see in the dark, so this is pretty standard for me.
Alright, fuck you guys.
The whole city's out. Guys, this is an all hands on deck situation. Okay. I'm gonna get the grid back up and running. Be ready because shit's gonna be insane the minute the lights turn back on.
Some real action? Thank fuck.
Okay. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, okay. Guide this. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. I need to find another. This one? That one just kind of leads back into itself. Oh. Oh. Oh, I'm gonna need you to get you. Oh, the energy doesn't go that way. Get you. Have you go here. It's a new mechanic I wasn't expecting. I like it though. I'm glad I'm not on a timeline though. There we go. There's one.
We've got several lootings in progress and our guys are getting overwhelmed.
Back up.
Looting? That's so basic. Bitches out here wearing ski masks and robbing banks. Where's the originality?
Ah, shut up. It's like the go-to blackout activity.
And besides burning all those shitty candles your aunties gave you.
Okay, so this is why my stock portfolio got fucked up. Can I at least eat the guys responsible?
Let's get through this shit first, then we'll talk.
I think you should be able to eat the guys responsible. This is kind of a big thing. Oh yeah, I picked the right people. I knew I did. Could have probably just picked Phenomena Man now that I think about it, though, so, you know.
On fuego.
On fuego. That's so silly. Let's make you a bit faster, though, huh? What's this
My daughter was at the beach with her friends, and I haven't heard from her. I'm really
High
worried.
priority search and rescue. Locate missing teens. Search and rescue.
Oh shit, that gym went out of
They were automatically approved to take $60 off, but they submitted a request to take 110. Hopefully we'll get it, but I'm okay if it ends up. But I'm okay. Oh wow, that's still a good amount though.
More sandwich in here. I can't feel my foot.
Push the vehicles out of the street. Yeah, you guys got this.
You are quite an intimidating
Missing
specimen.
teens in a blackout could be a slide. It could be.
I believe that is how all life forms are. Yeah, I meant like metaphorically, though.
Catch up to and convince them to start the fireworks. Okay, you guys got this. Yeah, this was good. And then Flambe and Punch Up can go do stuff. Okay, let's do this one. I gotta get this one. I can put that one. Or I guess I got yeah, I guess I can put that one there. And grab this one. Put that in here. Holy shit, I've been zoned out all day. Hey, that just happens sometimes. Up, left, right, 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 up, left, right. Thank you for the check-in, though. Up, left, right. There you go. I did it! Cool.
Soccer fans are not a fan of this blackout. Shit's getting scary. We gotta get the hell out of here.
Vandals are defacing the Torrance Library mural. Hurry and catch them before there are peens everywhere.
Stop and catch. Stop.
I am the right choice.
I don't think you are. My daughter was out in the front of the beach. Her hair was searching near the water. Here? Beach. Not good zoned out, more like I've been disassociating. That happens though. I don't think you should feel bad about it. Alright, shove them through the portal. We signed up for a move-in special at $70 a month and now ended $135 this month. Oh, okay. So yeah, I guess that's not as bad then, yeah. That's fair. All right, so let's give you a bit more yeah. Okay, so
half man, half bat, all freak.
Calm and talking. Stop the vandals. Catch the preteens. I'm gonna send you.
I'll face these idiots.
What's this one? Oh yeah, this one. You guys should have been good on this. That 1%. No. Ah! Okay, we're good.
Helping is my duty, and that duty is done.
Okay. Oh fuck! I didn't.
I'm looting the Ralphs. You want anything?
Oh, you always did look hotter in the dark.
Say boo.
Just say boo.
You're a genius.
Okay, let's. This one. And then you. I'm gonna give you some more mobility. And then this.
Got a situation at Van Labs.
They told me to call SDN. I'm just an intern.
Assist and act quickly.
Good choice.
I think this one.
Yeah. Tell them I'm a shooting star. That'll be hilarious.
And other people are resting. How did your thing go? Yes. More concerned than anything. It just happens sometimes. Just make sure to check in with yourself. Make sure to like do some breathing exercises. Check in with yourself. See how you're feeling. You know. All right. What's up? Oh, you got a skill point. Get you in a little bit more mobility. That's kind of your downfall right now. How did this go?
Come on, stay focused.
Okay, there are some scary dudes with scary weapons. I'm quitting after this, man. I can't do this. The red ring prevent defeat the red ring goons.
Oh, sick.
I know, right?
That's pretty good. That's pretty keen.
I'm heading downtown. See who can use some help. Feel free to send someone.
Let's see where I have therapy tomorrow. That's good. That's good. Well timed. Hold on. What's happening here?
No dead scientists, no spilled serum. Got it?
We did it. Close.
Everybody should step back.
Oh, use the energy to activate another node. Oh, or kill the antivirus. Interesting. Oh, that's cool. Up, down, right, down, up, right.
Nearly there.
This one. And done. Cool. We're all back online. Let's give you a little more vigor. I don't want anyone having 1 point in anything.
I've lost contact with the tower, and it's pitch black out here. I cannot land this thing. Help?
Is that Ryan Reynolds?
I know this sounds crazy, but can you guys catch this thing in the air?
Flanky voice. Light aircraft.
Well, you could catch the plane on the ground. It sounds dangerous, but I think you guys can handle it.
He is depressed. Can I have a second to get him out of being depressed? And then I can get that to happen? Okay, there we go. You two.
Humans are fascinating. They cannot fly, and yet they attempt
When a call is about to expire,
anyway.
press plays an illusion that can call for a few more seconds that appear once per shift.
Their feeble bodies were meant for gentler activities.
Yes, dude.
Such as walking and lying down.
Yeah, exactly. Where's the passion? The danger?
I suppose their futile efforts to become more than they are is admirable.
I got this. This was very well rounded. Yeah, I got that. Not a problem.
Watch me burn.
My mother lives in the senior community and she hasn't answered her phone. Go door to door to senior research residents. You and you.
Oh, sure.
Provide medical assistance? Okay. Ate my mom and dad? Hello? Am I not gonna get anything? Okay. Bathead man, give those geezers a heart attack. Give those old men a heart attack. How'd you do? Oh, wait, it touched
Tried
it?
hard.
Damn.
That's what matters.
I didn't know it would touch it.
Experiencing unpleasant feelings.
It's okay. He'll be okay. Okay, that was overkill. I overkilled this one.
I'm gonna be insufferable about this.
Okay, the red ring is stealing shipments. Secure and defeat. I don't know. Hold on. Yeah, I can take someone off of resting once they return. Okay. Oh. Wait, what do we need for this one?
God damn it. The Red Ring's stealing shipments right off the train. We're not equipped to stop them.
Red Ring? Fuck him up for me, yeah?
Resting. I think he might be faster.
That's good.
These two.
Ugh. Damn, I think this shift gave me carpal tunnel.
Huh. Would have guessed
carpal
years of
tunnel?
cranking it would get you there first.
Probably
Damn.
a combo type.
I feel like that's like a whole arm exercise, though. I don't think you should really just be doing that with your wrist. I don't think that's very good for you, to be completely honest. But yeah. Let's make you a little smarter. I like making him smart. And then let's give you more mobility. And then let's give you a little bit of vigor. I think that's cube. It's cube. Everybody resting now. Look at that. Look at that. No!
Yeah, fuck this shit.
Bruh.
Time to freak some fuckers out.
No, you have one.
I swear, this is all you.
Ooh, S&D
I'm not.
Farms, yeah.
I mean, it's not.
Mass career rank. Let's go. Bring your hair back from down.
Maybe it's time to let it
Give me not these two, I think. Okay, brains. Who needs brains? You could do with some brains. Yeah, that makes you a little bit more hexagonal in shape. Okay, wait, hold on. I gotta go to the bathroom really quick. Be right back. Oh, it is cute. I like that you're doing a chibi form. Oops, wrong. I keep clicking hub. But that's cute. I like it. I think often they do chibi versions before they do full versions of themselves. Somebody got banned.
All right, good week, everybody. See you all on Monday. I mean, the Sardines of Villain Bar, not sure I'd fit in.
Just go dress like that. Everyone will just think you're a pervert.
Yeah, all right.
I am reasonably excited. How's Phenomena Man gonna get in now?
And I could read your mind. You wanna fall in love and eat pizza all the time.
Why are you out here?
Too damn big.
Well, you want a drink?
Sure.
You want two?
Sure.
What do you want to drink?
Hey, creep.
Creep?
I don't know you, and I don't like not knowing people.
Well, you won't like knowing him. He's the biggest perv west of the LA River. And he's with us.
I don't appreciate being called a perv. I've done nothing
joking.
perv.
Not my business. But if you do go jerking off in the bathroom, you make it my business.
That's, I don't want to be in that business.
Okay. I like his laser eye, though. Oh, wow, this is a scene I don't think I want to be in.
Would you wanna fuck me if you could? How I look? I look bad.
Buy me a drink.
Is this for all the strings you had to pull to get me in here?
Catch on quick. I'll grab us a table.
That's a table, huh?
2 fancy whiskeys, please.
Make it 3.
4. Make it 5.
5 fancy whiskeys? No. 9 shitty whiskeys.
Good lad. We should have invited him earlier.
We thought he was a fucking knock. Never said that. Said he reminded me of my ex, and he's got buzzkill ass energy.
Next round's on you.
Never mind. Kick him out.
Cheers. Excuse me.
Sorry.
I'm thankful that our breakup has given me time to learn about myself, but unfortunately what I've learned is that I hate me.
Look, be honest. Am I going to make a fool of myself if I sing Whitney Houston?
Are you Whitney Houston?
No.
Then yeah, you will.
Ah, you're right.
Aww.
Drink for you.
Wait, it's kind of hard for me, but I know it was probably a by the books, bottom line kind of decision, but thanks.
Aww.
We can't have that outside.
Oh, he ate the glasses. Okay.
Everyone thinks I'm a narc.
They can still smell the hero on you. You're the enemy.
I bought them drinks. What else do they want?
You can buy them drinks. You can make sure they don't get fired. You can line them up and blow them one by one, but they're still gonna think you might be the hero that fucked up their life.
People don't think about much when I blow 'em. But I hear what you're saying. I'd argue they fucked up their own lives being criminals.
See, that's narc shit. Just tell them who you are. What are the odds that you've busted any of them anyway?
Very high.
on, you out of gas? Disappointing.
Oh, he does have two missing
My
fingers.
name's Robert, such a bitch whose name is Robert. I'm a bitch, I'm a bitch. I'm such a fucking bitch. I have no hopes, I have no dreams. And a tiny little team, and it doesn't even function anyway. Because I never got its function. So protect me as I am.
I thought he lost to working in a deli or something.
There was this incident in crypto where he was fucking with me, and I kinda...
I've been dealing with that whistly ass tooth because of you.
Well, it was self-inflicted, but I'm not sure he'll see it that way. So, you can see why I'm worried about getting incinerated.
We all pay for who we used to be. Sooner you get it over with, sooner we get a fresh start.
You heard me when I said incinerated, right?
Who let a loser-ass bitch of a hero into our supervillain bar?
Why is everyone... Do I look like a bitch? Don't
I mean, you don't look as cool as everyone else.
Is he big? He's got big guy voice.
Some parts of him are big.
From now on, team drinks are exclusively at Chili's.
Are you lost or something, bitch? Or are you trying to get fucked up? A lot of bars around here, fool. Why'd you pick this one? You got a death wish, homie?
Hey, look, I was just leaving.
No one's talking to you, fucking what
I see they finally gave you some arms that can reach your dick.
There's some people that want to talk to you, invisible bitch.
Oh, the red ring. Got it. Where's the rest of Z team though?
Here, try this.
Thanks.
Oh, did we all get our shit kicked? Oh.
I am happy to provide these inauthentic Mexican calories for the team to recharge after battle.
I ordered 3 triple crunch tacos.
Oh, motherfucker! Oh!
She temporarily blinded me!
Fuck you, bitch, you blind forever!
Bitch, you're blind forever.
No, I didn't order that. I ordered 3
Three
tacos.
triple crunch tacos, yeah, you muttered it 50 times. Just eat that. It's the same shit anyway. Literally everything
not.
at this place is just a remix of the same 5 ingredients.
Yes, but it's different.
Hot sauce? You drunk or concussed?
I'd go with both. Or do some friendly fire.
Dude, Prism is rocking this shit, dude.
Sorry, boy.
That was for...
You wash your hands after touching all them filthy nutsacks?
Thought he seemed salty.
Ew.
Ooh, there she is. Thanks, babes. Sauce it up for me and everything. I think you're looking for these.
Thank you. Oh. Jesus. crack in the bathroom. So I don't think you can help me a little bit.
Love this!
I love that prison still just rock. Taunt Squad is so awesome. Yeah, it's fucking great.
Y'all are fucked up.
Weird thing is how easy it was. This churro isn't as soft as his noodle arms.
Maybe give us a heads up next time you want to start a fight. I want another drink.
You're heroes now. Heroes don't start fights. You finish them.
Well, not many finish fights against the Red Ring.
Yeah, how do you have beef with them, Mr. Dispatcher?
Yeah, we know this Robert guy is a front. Who are you? Really?
Ooh. I'm telling him the
You're
truth.
right.
I'm Mecha Man.
It's a front.
Hi, Rainer.
This guy, Robert, is a mask. He's not real. He's the guy who sits behind his desk, biding his time, dreaming of the day he gets back in the fight. I haven't told you who I was because I'm kind of starting to like you all, and I'm not sure you're gonna like the real me. But the difference between this team getting by and this team being great is trust. So you should get to know the real me. I'm Mecha Man.
No fucking way. Can't be.
Could be. That's like a real superhero.
It is you. You little shit.
Yeah, I figured he was going to act that way, but I think that's just gonna how it has to be. Like, I'd rather them be mad at me and know the truth than them trust me and me live that lie, because I care about them.
Oh.
It's just a bit of water, dude. Come on.
Wow.
Fuck you. Fuck all of you fucking fuckers.
What a fucking loser.
Thanks. You saved my life.
Yup. Thanks for the drink.
So, I expected to be burnt to a crisp by now, and I didn't plan any of this next part. Anybody else got something to say?
My name's Courtney.
Oh, that's a cute name.
Nice to meet you, Courtney.
Oh, see, that's a good
Vancouver
name.
was the name given to me on my planet. When I first arrived on Earth, the ladies at the Nordstrom rack I worked at called me Dumpy due to my large posterior.
Huh.
You may call me either.
My name's Victor, because I'm a fucking winner.
I'm Alice.
Alice is a cute name, too. Oh, Bruno.
Your last name's Gibb?
My name's Colum.
His name is Colum. Get out of here. Get out of here, you Irish little man. So cute.
So what now? Orgy time?
Right, make a fuego sauce and ass play sounds like a great combo.
Good point. Anybody had another packet of that stuff?
Fire sauce is great, man. I feel bad. You broke the law giving Golem the drinks. By the way, he's not 20. No, he's 20, isn't he? But he can't really have drinks anyway. Oh. He's like 20. I think. Yeah, I think he's just 20. But he's also like a construct, so I think, it's okay.
Oh.
sounds like hip hop, but it's not, because then the white guitar come in. The white
I'm glad people are being honest. Those are human laws, exactly.
It's like Run DMC. You know, they came through a wall, but this is a different song. I hate the world today. You're so good to me. I know what I can't change. I can't change. I try to tell you, but you look at me like maybe I'm an angel underneath.
Yeah. I mean, Golem is not a human, so I think it's okay regardless. It's very interesting that he has taste buds, though, or can be affected by alcohol. Find that interesting, because obviously there's some type of aspect of alcohol that he enjoys. I really am curious about what happened with his ear. Aww.
I appreciate you coming to see this. Your support means a lot.
More than a lot. It means 936 American dollars. Cash lad.
We're only here because these broke asses want proof before they pay.
That actually makes way more sense.
Can't believe you actually hung out with these fuckers.
You jealous, old man?
Of what? Let me guess. You get into a bar fight? I'm right? That's what criminals do.
You are right.
They ruin everybody's fun. Fact. If you're gonna make me stand next to a criminal, you could at least hurry this shit up.
If you're gonna make me stand next to Benjamin's fucking button, you could at least change his diaper.
You're the only one here that's full of shit.
Well, what you missed was 3 a.m. tacos leading to 4 a.m. heartburn, followed by 5 a.m. diarrhea. And despite all of that, it was lovely.
Okay, protocol test 19 ready to commence. We good when you good, Mecha Man.
Engaging protocols now.
All readings super stable. Here we go. Time to make your grand re-entrance.
All right, ready for launch.
Roger that.
This is cool. I like all these screens and stuff.
See there? Is that confirmation enough for you cheap ass bitches?
Pay me my money.
Fucking hell.
Told y'all, it's so obvious he don't have superpowers.
It's a fucking waste of time. If he was gonna lie about being a hero, why would he pick Mecha Man?
Reminder, the mic is still open.
Ooh, I like that he shadow boxes me.
Looks better than the original.
The smoke is a little overkill.
I thought the same too, but I think the purple is a nice touch.
What smoke? Shut it down!
Oh shit.
Help him, Roy!
Let's get him out! Shit!
It's locked down.
Oh, fuck, I'm on it.
Oh shit. Hi, Chippy! Oh shit, dog. I hope Minecraft's been fun. Oh shit, is Robert okay? Ooh, fuck. Living a Havaho, cute. Beef. There go puppy.
Welcome back.
Shit.
How long was I out?
About 14, 15 hours, I think.
Not too long.
You okay, Royd? Why do you look worse than me?
It's over, brother. I cannot recreate the astral pulse. Too much power, too small a size. No pulse mean I can't make the man Mecha. I'm not good enough, bro. Fail you, I failed everybody. Almost bring down the whole team.
All this is just a minor setback. I'm not worried.
Yeah,
but
man.
I am.
Royd, you did your best. I can't ask for anything else. Thank you.
Have you heard about the dispatch complaint, or have you been blocking all the posts? I've been blocking all the posts. Except for one. There was one that I know, or one or two that I kind of know of, but they're kind of adjunct out of my brain, so I don't really
I heard
know
that big bastard crying
a
in the
lot of
bathroom.
it.
Makes it hard to shit when somebody's doing that next to you, you know?
Pretty distracting.
choice.
Yeah. Everyone else okay? And busy girl?
Fine. One thing she's good at is disappearing when people get hurt.
What's your deal with her? You give everyone shit, but it always seems extra with Vizzy.
She's a liability. And one of us needs to be objective when it's clear something's going on between the two of you. Don't think I don't see it. It's all over your stupid face. You like her. So I gotta hate her for the both of us.
That's not the latest way, you know. Yeah,
You're
yeah.
reading it wrong. We work together, Chase. Our relationship is strictly professional. Nothing more than that.
Look, just be careful, kid. Some people, they're black holes. You
That's
reach
why
out to
I
help
like
them,
blonde.
and they just suck you in and do whatever the fuck black holes do. I don't know. They fuck you up.
Your new look screams I know some science shit, so I was with you the whole way.
Nah, come on, take the day off.
No, really. I'm fine. All I've got to do is sit at a desk.
Desk work doesn't land you in the infirmary. Think about that.
I'll mull it over.
See, that shirt looks like it fits better. Maybe I have like half big shirts, half normal size shirts.
All we have to do is get in and out. Stick to the plan. If they're red ring or enhanced, proceed with caution. Oh, one sec. What are you doing up?
That
You
Chase is
really
like,
gave
oh.
us a scare.
Turns out, I'm completely fine. Just sort of time traveled several hours into the future where I feel pretty rested.
Oh, cool, yeah. That happens to me every night.
Wish I could say the same. How's your shift going?
Good. Yeah, challenging.
Hi, Taylor.
Made worse by all the enhanced villains we're dealing with lately. I have a whole new appreciation for you. I'm sorry about the pulse. Give us some time. Royd's a little down, but I'm sure we can come up with alternate power sources. Hey, really looking forward to tonight. Perfect timing.
Yeah, same. Wait, what are you...
She never told us what she was planning. She never planned to tell us either.
So, I'm no dispatch dude, but I don't know if sending him a level at a sub at Sunday school was the move.
I need someone to wait in line for this really cool game. I'll tell you about that. Wait? Patiently? Blend in?
Where do you need me? Go. I need to pop on down to the store. Can someone watch my sweet kitty Hobbs
Entertain
while I'm
Hobbs?
out? He's fussy today.
Oh, what's it going to be this time?
Entertain a cat, I guess.
I am here to help.
Yeah, he can
All
he
right,
can do
what
that.
I fucking miss?
Holy shit, man, you're okay? Yeah, I was so fucking scared, dude.
Guess Mecha Man's a bit sturdier than we thought. Damn, boy, you ate mad shit.
We got your present.
Ooh.
Did you see it?
I did.
Oh, that was
Thank
from
you.
the MZ
That was
team.
very
I
nice.
get it.
I am impressed with your fragile body's ability to sustain such a wide array of injuries. Welcome back.
Glad you're back, Robbie. Things were almost too boring around here.
Some assholes keep tapping into my notes app. I think they have access to our secure servers. Okay.
Are you fucking... Oh, yes.
Up, up, down, 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 up, up, down. Up, up, down, up, up, down. Hold on. Up, up, down. Left, right, left, I think. Up, up, down, left, right, left. Easy peasy.
Hello? Yes, it's that time of month again. Send your
Quickly,
finest over to clean my abode.
Good Blazer, hold down the fort, okay?
She did the best she could. Must be a bit rusty.
She's been away
this
from the
cat's
desk
not a
too
cat, it's a
long.
fucking tiger. I think sending
Well,
Golem for a
it's
lot
not.
of like the
I just
animal
make it
ones
look
is the
easy.
best.
Shit, Rabbit. You actually cool.
He's not. He's just been gone all day, so it seems like he is.
Let's give you a bit more mobility.
There's some dude dressed as Phenomenon Man picking fights with randos outside the convention center. It's weird. Can you make it stop?
De-escalate. So we'll have you paired with someone who can talk good, maybe? You can talk good, but you are resting. Give me a second.
Could be worse, I guess.
That's the spirit.
Flambe is still out sick.
Sick of your shit, maybe. But yeah, I haven't heard anything from him
Okay.
since last night.
Funny.
Okay.
I thought he was gonna catch me on the way in. Fuck me up in the parking lot.
Yeah, I thought so too. The type of shit I'm on you wouldn't understand.
Very nice Prism. Good job.
No one believes me, but there's definitely a ghost in my house. Anybody over there good at exorcisms or whatever?
Two can go. Just a little roast of the mayor. Entertain and be smart.
There's a full-on gang war happening at the warehouse district. Looks like Red Ring and the Frigos.
Shit. The Red Ring's closing in on this biker gang.
Oh, that's actually the Frigos. They're an e-biker gang. Way worse.
Okay.
Word on the street is, I'm about to make your job a whole lot easier.
Okay. Yeah, they did this. I was just... One more stream until
I have
25.
expressed my
I'm very
disappointment.
proud of you.
Remorseful.
Very
There
proud
were
of
many
you.
tears.
Jay.
From us both.
Who's got to level up? You got to level up. Let's make your bigger, better.
Re-election's coming up, and we're hosting a little roast of the mayor. An SDN hero would really round out our guest list.
Entertain. But we want smart. Okay, hold on. Oh, okay, what's up? Level over. The homeowner says she can hear things from voice. Oh, I see why my level would be good. Investigate. Okie dokie. Good job.
Half man, half bat, all
Okay,
freak.
this one is gonna be another one for these guys. Just one more second so I can send them a
Mind the
level
horns? Whoa, did you guys hear Vandus thinking his wife got divorced?
Sure did. My entire
Yikes.
portfolio is fucked.
I knew the vibes were off this morning, but I couldn't tell if it was divorce vibes or shitty commute traffic vibes.
Hey, maybe she's not going to hell after all.
Marrying someone can send you to hell.
Yeah, but only if you marry a billionaire.
Understood.
I need to level up people. You can get your lowest one, and you will get your lowest one also up.
The faction of light needs your help to overtake the faction of darkness.
Role play. We need someone
When the
charismatic.
park closes.
What the fuck is a LARP?
It stands for live action role play, but it's not a sex thing. Okay, it's like people dressing up and playing pretend type shit.
Still sounds like a sex thing.
Phenomena rests an additional 10 seconds and cannot fly, but is no longer depressed. Get rid of this defection. There, heavily. I didn't realize it's a heavily mitigated. Is Flambe part of the team? He is. He's just deciding to step away because of finding out that Robert is Mecha Man. Heavily medicated. Jesus. Okay, that's okay. He doesn't rest for that long. There you go. Good job, team.
I'm stacking mad dubs today, baby.
Okay. This one. Roleplay, 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 roleplay. We need someone a bit more charismatic.
Free knuckle kisses.
But they really support each other if they go together, so...
Dibs on loot manager.
They got holding everyone hostage. Rescue and apprehend. Okay, rescue and apprehend.
Mr. Vanderstank is requesting assistance. His line of delivery bots appear to have gained sentience and are attacking the city.
Okay, give me like 5 seconds. This one. Okay. Stop the rampage.
I am ready.
You two, and then okay, those two are resting. So, play as a. Who did I send for this? Oh, I sent these two. Bard Knight, Barbarian. Let's do Knight. Ooh, oh. Okay, that's the one that I just got spicy on. Thanks, Lane. What did I do? I didn't do anything, Jailer.
Everybody should step back.
Robbery downtown. Suspect is in pursuit, but we need SDN to defrost the bank.
Defrost the bank. Okay.
Oh, hell yes.
Oh, none of you are that fast. Ooh, none of you are that fast. Shit. What if you all three go? Okay, maybe, wait.
You me? Fucking rocks.
Wait. Prism's thing, doesn't she like... Okay, no? Okay.
Hello, citizens, it's me, your lord and savior.
I'm just ready to burn shit in here. Yeah, I know,
It might
right?
take a while, but you could try chipping away at the ice.
Fists. Valid? Getting a lot of like double XP things, which is cool.
You can't say you're not impressed. You can't. I mean, you can, I just won't believe you.
Okie dokie. And then we're gonna have break the ice be done. Hold on. Break the ice be done by you two. Be careful. You guys are
Fascinating.
okay.
Such small
Vanderstank
stature, and
wants them to be destroyed, but I think it would catch up and
Keep looking at me like that. I'll punch you back to space.
I'm gonna send you because I don't know if anyone
like I
else can
handle
go
all
on
my
that
shits
without getting in trouble.
upside down.
I'm gonna have you. I need more mobility.
There's some activity down in the sewers. My tenants are getting uneasy. Can you folks look into it?
Investigate the sewers, and then what about?
Listen, it was bring your kid to work day, and I thought he could try using the forklift.
An uncertified forklift dropped an entire shipment into the harbor. I don't know. Recover what you can of the shipment. Okay, smart. I think kind of gotta wait for people to get off. This one is investigate the sewers. Yeah, good job, team.
Oh, for real? Just kidding.
I maybe overdid that one, but I'm just glad that they did it. I had to stop my nephew crawling full speed at an open oven. Oh my god! The curiosity, you know, it just gets the babies, I guess. Mobility. Let's get that brain smarts up. Okay, close. I really need one more person for this one. I don't have any more coffee. Can I game it? Can I game it? Can I game it? Can I game it? I don't know if I can game this, but I'm gonna try. 71. Oh my god. No! Oh, bruh. Oh, he retried. Oh, thank God.
Today, Torrance. Tomorrow, also Torrance, probably. Like,
Good job.
statistically speaking.
Leveled up. Bat boy? I think that will be good. Should I be leveling this one? I don't know.
Time to freak some fuckers out.
Okay. I will send you, even though you will probably
I work
fail.
better alone.
Investigate the sewers. Okay. Good job, good job, good job, good job.
Jesus, that took forever.
Oh, they have good synergy. Oh, I didn't know that they'd have synergy. Okay, investigate. Resting, returning. Might miss this one. Ooh. Ooh, this is rough. Mobility. Yeah, I'm gonna miss this one.
Got a snack.
I thought you said you had it. No, that was me.
Night, everyone. Ugh, I'm pretty fucking beat.
Tales of a Babysitter. I had a kid purposely headbutt the hardwood floor and giggle. He would also do backflips out of his crib while asleep. That's crazy. Oh, whoa, it actually worked. 33%.
I will be happy to assist in transport if someone wished to fly over in my arms.
I did it. Continue. I had 0 failures. Let's go. Oh, he cut his finger.
I mean,
cut your finger.
You know, it feels like for the first time in a long time, I can see a life without Mecha Man. Which I'm sure you would appreciate. Been nice that we get to spend more time together, right? The Z team might fuck up for a while, but at some point, they're gonna get good. And when that happens, they'll make a bigger impact.
Where Royd? Royd is probably being depressed somewhere. Because he is sad.
Just when I feel like I got a handle on it, got it figured out, I think about Chase and my dad and Shroud, then I get all fucked up. You know what I'm saying, Beef? You know what I mean? Yeah, exactly. See, this is why I appreciate her talks.
Oh shit, it's Mal. They could have knocked.
Are you decent?
Definitely a house that needs some warmth.
Yeah, I told him that the last time I came. Somehow it looked worse.
I am in my underwear.
Yeah, I can see you. I was joking when I asked if you're decent.
I know.
Oh, okay.
I just need you
Who
to know
hurt
that
my?
I
No
know
one.
how I
It was
look
just
right
he keeps trying to make this thing called the astral pulse, which is a really tiny but very powerful power supply, but it's very, very hard to make. And he got sad that he's not been able to
Comes
make
out right
it
away.
yet.
You just have to put a little muscle into it. Do you know where you want to hang this?
Why are you holding a lamp?
I think he's only considered where he'd hang himself. That corner seems fine. It's a housewarming gift for your housewarming party, Robert. I told people to bring a lamp or something.
Wait, people? More people are coming here? To my home. Look, I'm not really in a party mood right now.
Know what it looks like to me with your tidy whities.
Okay, she just touched my...
This is your family photo area? Kind of morbid. Which I'm kind of into.
Is that my work computer?
We figured it out, brother. The man can be Mecha again.
After your little premature Jack explosion, I had this feeling like I'd seen it before.
Then Vizzy asked me to get the energy reading we got this morning and cross-reference with recent calls.
Wait. It's not destroyed?
Nope. And a bunch of B-grade villains have been trying to unlock its power only to end up blowing their asses off like you did. Then they sell it on the next sucker and the same shit. It's passed hands at least 4 times that we've tracked.
How does Shroud not know this?
Yeah, probably think like us. Think it was destroyed. But he's no smart fucker, and he gonna figure it out soon enough.
That's why we get to it first.
Which is why we're having a party?
The Z-Teamers know every low-level supervillain in 3 counties. We track its location. They'll know who has it. Then we kick in some doors, knock some heads, snatch that shit back, and you'll be pulsing or whatever in no time.
Regardless of how this plays out. Thank you, both of you. I'm just, I can't remember the last time someone did something so...
Ow.
God, what is wrong with you?
Just get gushy after we find the shit.
So, one of the last pings that we got was from a boat over here in Marina del Rey, which is...
Oh, yachty territory.
Why, she's here
Oh,
first.
that's a nice night.
You know much about those guys?
Old money crew of ascot-wearing cokeheads. Skylar Arcadia runs it now. 3 generations that family's been trying to finger me.
What are they accusing you of?
You're cute.
We're gonna ask you some questions about a piece of tech they moved. But first, Rob gotta put on pants.
Aw, what? But then I can't do this.
Yep, right on that.
My BB! Invisigal is a tomboy tsundere. Yeah. But she's a... I don't know. She just doesn't respect me, and I don't like it. I don't like that she doesn't respect me. Hey, is everybody bringing a lamp? I'm gonna have like 10 different lamps in my house. For why? So big. Well, those lamps, it won't be gloomy. That's fair, I guess. But they could have like brought like a couch. A couch wouldn't be terrible. Oh! That was amazing timing. Obviously, has been filled. I'll break down how each lamp shows everyone's taste and personality. Yeah, no, it makes sense. It makes sense. I really like Mel's lamp is probably my favorite. Alright, maybe I'm They also literally and metaphorically light up Robert's World Fair.
You do understand how projectors work, right?
Felt more dramatic. And bare walls are a sign of depression.
Why is it always a warehouse by the docks?
It's where stuff comes in and stuff goes out. Not a rocket scientist, are ya?
No, that was my dad. What kind of security are you dealing with?
That's where it gets tricky.
Shit.
That's more than shit.
Goddamn.
You need a fucking army.
I'll go. Can't shoot what you can't see.
Look, this is really great work, but doing this tonight is out of the question. Hitting a secure location like this is something they would handle downtown.
Are you kidding? There's enough firepower in this room to take down a fucking kaiju.
Bunch of drunk-ass Z-teamers, please. Y'all wouldn't make it past the front door.
No one's asking you to do a goddamn thing, okay?
Hey, no need for that. We take the day to plan it with downtown and hit the warehouse tomorrow night.
Tomorrow night? This thing's not gonna sit still for that long. If we don't grab it, someone else will.
This is incredible, Viz, but Blazer's right.
We need
make
a plan.
No need to rush this.
There's no guarantee it'll be there tomorrow. We need to go now.
She said no. You understand that word, or has it got too many fucking syllables for you?
Why don't you go walk your ass around a mall, Grandpa? Heroes are talking.
You are no fucking hero.
Whoa, hey!
She named you Invisigal, you named yourself Invisibitch, and you had it fucking right.
Chase, you're drunk. You need to stop talking.
You want to get people hurt, get people fucking killed, then you need to go back to the team where you belong.
Chase, that's enough.
This is crazy.
She thinks she's like you, but she's not. Robert doesn't need to keep going out there with no powers, putting his life on the line to make up for assholes like you. He doesn't need to be Mecha Man to be a hero. You playing them, you playing yourself. You think you're invisible, but I fucking see you.
You don't know anything about me.
I know you're a liar, criminal. I know you're fucking dangerous. What else do I need to know? There. Now I know you're a coward.
Oh my god!
Oh my god. Busy! Wait!
That was a nice uppercut. That bitch sent his ass airborne. How are you not dead?
Chase, are you alright?
That's enough for tonight. I'm sorry this turned
Chase is
into
only there, I know.
whatever just happened.
Oh, okay.
Anyone who utters one word about what happened tonight fucking answers to me. Got it?
She still is boss lady.
Visigal.
Yeah, so I might have to do that once a month or so as a release of my hatred for you. But perhaps with some time, you'll be less of a bitch to me. Yeah, we'll see.
He got his tooth back, it looks
Happy
like.
housewarming, bitch. Your place fucking sucks.
Thank you? At least my face isn't bruised. Oh. He did.
Oh, are you in timeout? 'Cause you were bad. Thought you went home.
Came back to apologize. All these goddamn apartments look the same. That guy watching us from the balcony walked into his house thinking it was yours. Sorry about that.
Fuck you!
Hey, he said he was sorry.
Well, fuck you too!
Okay.
Grumpy guy.
You sure this ain't vodka?
She told you?
Made quite a first impression. Didn't know you were into spitting in people's mouths. Kinky shit. It's that internet somehow made sex boring.
Okay, now you sound how you look.
Another thing I can't do anymore. Fuck. Maybe it's why I say the word so much.
Sorry, Chase. I hadn't thought about that.
I had a pretty good run. You ever think about why we do what we do? Help people. Put it all on the line for someone.
That was a whole fuck you Ezekiel. I know, right? Yeah, for sure.
Who won't ever know your name, won't send you a thank you card, won't be at your bedside when you get hurt.
Honestly, I don't know. Just makes me feel good, I guess.
You ever worry that a bunch of former villains actually get that same juice from the opposite, from hurting people?
That first week, Izzy was gonna walk off the team. You know, she's feeling low, talking about how she was born with powers that always meant she'd end up as a villain. Like it was fated. So, obviously, I gave her the pep talk, you know. Like, that's all bullshit. You make up your own fate, yada yada. I don't even remember what I said, but I do remember thinking, oh, fuck. Yeah, that must have been hard. Like, if I didn't have you, you know, and my dad, where would I have ended up?
You were always good. That was always in you. It's what makes us different from a thief like her.
Oh, come on. You've stolen things, too.
What? You racist motherfucker. I never stole a fucking thing in my entire fucking life.
Chase, you've literally stolen things from me.
Oh, yeah, but that doesn't count. That was for somebody else.
What, you quietly contemplating?
Yeah, I guess I hadn't considered some things. But I think the answers are out there if you just listen to the wind.
I see why you and Beef get along.
Oh, where's my guy? Oh, I'm sorry, my poor boy. That's it. There's my boy. There's my good boy. Who's a good boy? Beefhead.
Just with my nephew with your laugh. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, little nephew.
Is there a mic on this? Hey! Hey, can you hear me? The fuck are you doing?
Oh, not much. Just looking for your stupid-ass pulse that's somewhere on this big-ass boat. This one must have dropped a pin in the supervillain group chat, because this place is crawling with dipshits. Good news is, they don't know where it is either.
You know who's not good, Beefy boy? You know who's a real pain?
Fizzy.
Get out of there now.
Look, you're disappointed, I'm disappointed. I'm sure Chase will have some shit to talk, but I'm here, and this is our last chance of getting this thing.
Okay, maybe if I can hack into the system, I can trace the energy signal. Check the manifest.
Something would be great. Yeah, let's start with something.
Damn, okay. Range. Upright, up, upright, up, upright, up, upright, up, upright, up, upright. Up, upright, up, upright.
Shit, need the password.
This way. Oh, was it the other way? Fuck. It's out of range here. There, okay.
Hey, I'm getting a huge energy reading coming from the captain's quarters.
Right, and I'm supposed to know where that is?
See that tower?
The biggest one. It's at the top.
Oh, perfect. So you want me to cross this active battlefield?
Look, I didn't want you to do any of this shit.
I get it, okay? Jesus.
Keep your eyes peeled for Invisibility. Looks like she might know something we don't.
Shit, they're onto me.
Oh, hey, there's a door to your left.
Fuck, it's locked. Feel free to take your time. Just catching up with some old friends.
Okay. Fuck.
Almost got it.
I need the key, I need the key, I need the key. Oh, fuck, okay. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, I need that house.
I think I can use this.
Hurry up!
Trying! Left, left, up, right. Left, right. My god, this was much more, interactive.
What the fuck?
This fucking guy.
Okay, hey, Izzy, lead him towards that speaker tower.
I've got an idea.
Better be a good one.
Follow me, Featherdick. I got something real cool to show you.
Oh, no, I can't. I gotta get power.
At the tower. Do your thing.
Working on it.
Work faster.
Left, left, up. Let's go. Oh, Jesus, this is stressful.
Busy. Cover your ears.
Is that why birds fly into shit?
Busy, look out, behind you.
I feel like I should have sent them all.
Fuck me. How am I supposed to get around that?
Look,
I kind of want to
just worry
replay
about
this,
not dying. Find your way around.
but like, say we're doing it tonight kind of thing. I feel like this wouldn't have turned out any other way.
God, why does the crane have the hardest controls? Why me? Just passing through.
Left, 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 right.
Fuck me, they're minding me. Oh, don't you mess with me. Shit.
Wait, what? Okay. Okay, left, right. Left, right. Left, right.
Now the crane.
We pretend I did that. Well.
Heads up, lights here. The captain's quarters should be right in front of you.
Tell us where the pulse is, Invisibitch, before we go full Pompeii on your ass.
Full Pompeii on my ass? What kind of threat is that? You gonna give me diarrhea?
Wait, no. That was predictable.
Where the fuck is this thing? Because that's not gonna hold him for long.
It's in the safe.
The safe? I don't know how to open a fucking safe.
Fuck. Alright, let me see what I can do.
Okay, I'm stressed.
I'd say this was excessive, but...
Just hurry up! They're almost through the door!
Oh, fuck. Oof, that's rough. Okay. Oh my god, this is rough. Oh, fuck. Oh, there's no power? No power? Fuck. Up, left, down. Oh my god. Did it miss? Up, left, down.
Almost.
Oh, fuck. Oh! This is why you don't use digital lock for physical security. True.
I don't know. Does it look like a little glowy butt plug?
You know what? I guess it does. Okay.
So now all you gotta do is sneak past the...
Why did stop? Holy shit, are they? Robert, what's going on?
I'm here. Just hang on. Trying to get the camera back online. I see you. You're good. Just take one step at a time.
Someone's there behind her, I think.
Visigow, stop!
Shroud, behind you!
No. Hey, Lizzie, stay calm. Your inhaler...
Few feet in front of you, okay? You gotta get to it.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Hey, Lizzie, he's just gonna keep fucking with you, but you don't give up, okay? Vizzy, you gotta fight. Please. Vizzy, hey, listen to me. You get up. Get up!
Keep up.
No!
No! Oh, fuck, dude.
Okay, yeah, you're good.
Oh my god, no.
Where's my fucking keys?
Hey, we got this. No, don't fucking do this, please. Please, Chase.
Oh, fuck, dude. But no! Oh my god. Next part. Come on. No! Chase has to be okay. He's just a little bit older now. Go, please. I have to play the next episode. Go, please. I refuse to cry over a video game. I know, but like, it's not over yet. It's not over till it's over. He could be okay. Oh my god. This intro's gonna fuck me, bro. Please. Please.
I'm too old to be crying.
You're gonna, yeah. Because he's 50 times percent faster than most people, but he's also 50 times, he'll age 50 times faster.
Really? When?
When I was your age, I cried for weeks when the Raiders left LA.
Yeah, that's totally the fucking same as my dad never being home.
Whoa, motherfucker. Language. And it was the same. My pops had season tickets growing up. Seats sucked, but I just liked being there with them. So, yeah, when they moved, I was crying like a little bitch, too.
Are you saying I'm crying like a bitch?
Yes, bitch. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Damn.
What do you want from the store? Your dad gave me $100 and I gotta break the shit anyway.
He pays you?
To be around your
With the
crying
comics?
bitch
That's
ass?
okay.
Fuck yeah, he pays me. Now, come on, whatever you want. Just make it less than $20, because I'm not trying to go broke every time you get lonely.
Can I get a Twinkie?
Hey, because you're crying, you can have two.
They come in 2-packs.
No shit, kid. I was joking. Keep up. There, bitch. You happy now?
Whoa.
Yeah, whoa. Now you can be sad like 8 more times before bothering me.
Well, this is sad. They were so close in age.
Bet it went back that far.
Oh, okay, he's not dead.
He was like a big brother to me. I didn't appreciate it enough.
I'm sorry.
Chase would only babysit nights when Dad had to deal with something big. Working late, he called it. I was fine being alone, but I'd still ask to have him watch me because I could guilt trip him into buying me shit. He never said no. I made him run a lot back then.
Right. So maybe one less store run for bitch-ass Robert and he wouldn't be stuck in here. That's what you're saying, right?
I mean, it was, but now that you put it like that...
Hey, the only person that put Chase here. Pending the investigation, Invisigal suspended. Obviously, but... I think you should consider cutting her from the team. I'm not saying you should. I'm just saying you should consider it.
Can I get back to you? I really don't want to think about it right now.
Of course. Yeah. It's just... I can't help but think that we've already cut a hero for far less.
We had to send a message.
That's kind of my point.
I
Just
see.
gets better and better.
It was reckless, but she was doing it for a good reason.
Vending machine?
Whatever I want.
He's so fucking proud of the man you've become. He told me that.
Oh. Oh. Ooh, we're fucking killing Shroud, dude. Ooh, we're killing... Oh, Robert! No, Robert! Okay. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. I'm not sad. Everyone, we have to go eat a Twinkie. One Twinkie to celebrate Robert. Share it with a friend. Hi, water boy.
You okay, bud?
It's just... I'm just mad.
Yeah. I'm a little mad too.
Is he mad at me? I'm not picking him?
I can't. It's not fair. Invisigal was the one who... And then Chase shouldn't have...
Oh. Oh, buddy.
Do you think he did the right thing? I mean, I don't... It seems very not clear. Or unclear.
I think Chase knew he was the only one who could save her, and he knew the risk. So yeah.
Wet bill. That's why they put in the microwave.
I think it was ultimately the right thing. Fuck. Case in point. Feel better?
Kinda. I'll clean it up.
He's very responsible. That's a lot of junk food.
Hey. You've all probably heard some version of what happened. Let's get to it. Main takeaways are that Invisigal has been suspended, so we're a person down the shift, and that Chase is in the infirmary. And he's in pretty rough shape. Despite his disposition, he really likes you all. Just don't tell him I told you that.
Invisigal went on her own to try to go get the Astral Pulse to fix Mecha Man and ended up like almost dying, and so Chase sacrificed his life to save her, and now he is hospitalized.
I've found doing something good always helps when I'm feeling bad. We're fortunate to have that opportunity. Something Chase never took for granted. So, let's get to work.
I have to go to the bathroom, bro. I need a second. Holy fuck. Okay. I don't know if anything I could have done would have changed that. Even if I said let's go tonight, I feel like it just wouldn't have happened. I feel like this is how it was gonna be, huh? Alright, I will be right back. I gotta go bathroom. is what played earlier that Prism was singing when they were in the bar. But yes, okay. Let's finish this up, huh? Oh, it's raining. Great. Okay. So you depressed again?
Hey, we've got a fuck ton of beached whales off the coast.
Oh.
Could really use some help
Yeah,
getting them back in the ocean.
hello. Hull a dozen 25 whales move as fast as possible. Yeah, I guess you too. He's sad. That makes sense. We just got him to be okay too, which kind of sucks.
Upchuck's rugby team lost, and he's throwing a very toxic tantrum.
Use very necessary force to apprehend acid vomit. Acid vomit villain is using rain to terror the civilians.
If there's no one else.
Why didn't Golem want to go? Oh, okay.
Oh, shite. I know this guy. He used to have more hair.
The rain's causing one of those voltage issues, a short out. I think the driver's lost control. Okay. I can fix it. I can fix it. What? Oh. There we go. That's nice. Left, right. Right, left. Left, right, left. Lead them down here. Oh, I fucked up. Realized that's not something I could do. Only after the fact. Oh, that was an accident. Damn, I had it open too. Okay, cool. Damn. Luckily I had 3 lives on that, huh? Alright. What's up?
Right.
Oh, this guy.
Definitely don't mention that part, but, can you go talk to him?
Yeah, happy to. Wonder if you ever got around to adopting that dog.
They were good. They were fine. Yeah. And 3% chance scares me. Always will, but I did it.
Golem? Oh, Golem's shitface. I think he's about to piss mud on the high school.
Yeah, you know, I saw him pulling over a beer truck earlier. I did think that was weird.
Come on, buddy. Spit it out.
A lot of vomiting this shift.
Golem, I get it. I want to get shit-faced right now more than anything, but we've got a job to do, and I need all of you to just hang in there until the end of the shift. After that, you can do whatever the fuck you want. Cool? Can someone please go get Golem before he does more property damage?
Save Golem and carry him, calm the civilians. Golem has synergy with someone, doesn't he? Oh, he doesn't. Got this. Damn, this is so somber.
Okay, so we've got a super down here who controls bugs. Apparently they have beef with one of our farmers using pesticides. It's getting real biblical down here.
No. I think I'll just send him. Because he eats bugs.
Flying's a bitch, you can't see shit.
Fair.
The streets turned into a goddamn slip and slide.
I fucking love slip and slides, bro.
I haven't seen it come down this bad in a while.
I like it. Feels right for today.
Fucking cool it, emo boy.
Gollum sobered up. It's nice. Oh, fuck. Oh, thank God. Good job, Sonar.
Hey. The Bone Zone pissed off the wrong gang, and they're holding him hostage. Listen, I know he sucks, but he writes my checks. Can you please just rescue him?
Yeah, send those two. They got good synergy. Can I look at their synergy? I think it's these two, Flambe and Prism, I think have synergy, so I'll try to send them on a mission
Hi,
together.
just calling to confirm one of your Z Team heroes for our interview this afternoon to discuss the Phoenix program.
Yeah.
Hello? Is this thing working?
Sorry.
Send them out later. I want to send these two together to see if I can.
I'm running late to the
Got in
airport.
bed with thank you.
If
thank
I
you,
miss
thank
that
you.
flight, I'm fucking toast.
You guys have synergy? I don't know if they have synergy. Maybe they haven't gotten enough things together to go
Training
on synergy.
helps me keep my mind off of things. I really think it can help the team too.
Overhype the team, focus on the facts. Overhype the team, I guess? Oof, okay.
Figures. Red Wing's coordinating strikes across Torrance. Looks like they're hitting the port next.
Now is our chance to get payback. For Chase.
For Chase, yeah, man.
Okay, listen, we need to play it safe. I don't want anyone else getting hurt.
Recon only find out whether don't be seen. Don't want any more losses on the team. Don't get hurt. I'm gonna wait like 2 seconds on that one, man. Was anybody hurt? Nobody's hurt, right? Okay. Let's get the intellect up. This one. Hey. Good job. Yeah, they did have synergy. Cool. Alright. And I think I want to do a play it safe one. Recon only, find out what they're up to, don't be seen. I think Mav.
Oh, beautiful.
Oh, wait. Recon. Okay, I'll just do her by herself then.
Fine, I'll fucking say it. What if Chase dies?
If you don't shut your mouth. What are you on about, lad?
Holy shit, man, that's dark. I, too, have been concerned about the suboptimal outcome.
Not talking about it won't make it go away, okay? These fucking babies.
If he dies, he'll be taken care of. That I can promise.
How do you know?
She's from hell, dude.
Girl, what the fuck even are you?
She's a demon from what the
rain is flooding our neighborhood. We need this water gone.
Move quickly. I need to give her more mobility.
Sure.
Huh? Oh, sure.
Yeah, go together. Everybody needs a buddy today. After a success, Flambe also reduces all call completion travel time, and if after 2 a third he is down, succeeding twice will set Flambe's combat mobility to max. Remove rest time after 1 fail. Flambe's I'll do this one. I kind of like this one more. Thank you for the lurk. Oh, this one's risky. Oh. Prism, more mobility. It's not looking good. What can we do? for drain clogs. You guys are smart. Yeah, you guys are smart. Whew, nervous. Good job. What are you lacking in? Do mobility for you. Alright, shift's over.
We need backup down here. There's a mass pileup and the tanker caught fire.
Rescue trap civilian. The fire is going quick to start the raid. We need to put it out. Yeah, I want to do this. Fuck it. You all go.
The room's booked, yeah?
Yeah, confirmed it this morning. We're all good.
Like we don't have enough fucking problems.
See you all there.
The room's booked? What does this mean? Wee. 5%? Oh, okay, I was gonna say. I thought that was. I was like, what the fuck? What do you mean 5%? Let's get you well-rounded, buddy. What's so sad?
Okay, team. Good shift, all things considered. See you tomorrow. Hopefully with some good news.
Oof. The rock commercial. Oh, making them all rounders. Yeah, I think it's just better that way. I think at first I tried to do like one at a time, like, you know, punch up with fighting and stuff like that, and golem with vigor. But
You want probably like that. What are y'all looking
Move his arm.
Oh, cheers, lad. Good looking out.
Hello, everyone. What's going on?
What's it look like? This dumbass kicked that dumbass out the fucking door.
Okay, cool. Now that we got all of the details clear, why?
That's just a difference of opinion. I got heated, got in Golem's face. He had every right to punt me through the wall.
Right, it's a door, and I doubt you were actually in his face.
More like ankle, which made him easier to kick.
What the fuck is going on?
We want her out.
We basically took a board vote. That's why we're in the boardroom.
I abstained from voting as I am neither human nor reformed villain, nor particularly interested in this conversation. I only came in as I thought we were playing Magic the Gathering tonight.
He plays Magic the Gathering! He's a big old baby nerd!
I am hoping we still may.
Who wants her to stay?
Just me. But the team is more important than any one of us, so I won't stand in the way.
You could have led with that.
I feel the same as Golem. You all let me back in when you didn't have to. But I won't make you keep someone you want gone.
We heard about the suspension bullshit. It ain't enough, Robert. Not for what she did. But to put everything we've been building at risk, and for what? I like the bitch, but she gotta go.
And by go, we mean cut. Just like you cut Coop. No one here wants to say it's also her.
Ooh! Ooh, fuck. He's a calmer grog from Vox Machina. So true. He's also babier. Oh, fuck. Fuck. So do we cut her or do we defend her? I think, personally, in her defense, she was trying to do something good. You know, she was trying to get the astral pulse for us. And that's a lot. She put herself on the line when no one else was going to. And tried to get that. She risked her life for it. But everybody's saying to cut her. Because what she did was fucked up. Like, she got Chase hurt. But it was Chase's decision. I don't think she deserves to be cut. I don't think she deserves to be cut either.
But that's what it is.
Look, I probably don't say this enough, but I'm proud of all of you. How far you've come. A few months ago, you wouldn't have been in a room like this discussing the needs of the Z team, and if you did, there'd be a lot more than one broken door. But I'm not cutting Invisigal. We don't kick people when they're down. We lift them up, and I believe of her what I believe of all of you, that her heart is in the right place.
She doesn't put herself and others in danger, but she did it for the right reason.
Team to being this weird, fucked up family. Look, you're hurting. Okay, I get it. I'm hurting. We are all hurting. Now isn't the time to cast blame. It's the time to come together and heal.
Yeah. She's here. I like that Beef never has a care in the world. He's just existing.
Vizzy? Sorry, I can come back.
Why? First time we met, you were in your underwear. Fitting, right? Last time you see me, that I'd be in mine? I really do appreciate you defending me, but you shouldn't. Listen to your team. They don't want me here.
This is probably hard for you to hear right now, but this isn't your fault. No, you went in knowing the risks. What you were willing to put on the line to help me. What you didn't know was what Chase was willing to put on the line for you. And so please don't throw all of that away by walking away from this. From us.
They're right. I don't deserve anyone's forgiveness. Anyone's help, anyone's love. Because I can never repay it. Nothing I do will ever make up for what I've already done to you. I'd hoped getting the astral pulse back would help, but I couldn't even do that.
Vizzy, you don't owe anyone anything, okay? Least of all me.
I was there that night.
What are you saying?
I never ran with crews. Always did my own thing, but my asthma was getting worse, and they had an augment that could increase my lung capacity. Only catch is I'd have to work for them, paying down for years. Came to me and said I could have the whole deck cleared if I was able to do one thing. Place a bomb on the back of Mecha Man undetected.
Good news, buddy. Ralph says he just wants the astral pulse, which we all know isn't really yours anyway.
I walked out before it even blew. My augments conveniently stopped working. So I signed up for the Phoenix program the next day. Which gave me the chance to fuck your life up twice.
Holy shit. Holy shit. Dude. That was not what I was expecting. Holy fuck. What was the other option? I don't know what to feel. Oh, fuck. Brother. I want to forgive her because she put her life on the line. But also, like, I don't think, like, we're done is not what I want to say here, because she did put her life, like, she did try to go back and right her wrongs. If we got the astral pulse back, like, I think it would have been square. But, shit, dude. I don't know what to feel, or I forgive you.
You gonna say something?
I don't know. Cause I don't think he would. It'd be very big of him to forgive her. And I feel like I don't know how to feel is too... Ooh, cause, okay. She did put her life on the line, and she's trying to turn it around, you know? And I wouldn't have got to be with Blonde Blazer. I think, imagine how many heroes would do the same with a similar situation, like if Chase could stop aging. Wait, what? But damn, dude, I'm gonna forgive her though.
Well, I forgive you. So there, will you fucking chill out now?
You can't fucking forgive me? You haven't even, like, processed what's going on.
You did villain shit while you were a villain. Does it change things that you directed at me? No, it doesn't. That's in the past. You're not the same person that was there that night, neither am I.
That's sweet, but all I wanted from this was for people to look at me the same way that you look at Blazer. Even if it was just once, you know? Instead, they've always seen me how you see me right now.
And what was that?
Like I'm incapable of good.
The fuck? I just forgive you because I believe you're capable of good. What the fuck? Courtney? Courtney? He pooping. You have to pick that up. Oh good, he picks it up. Hi Quetzal. Robert is the most adjusted traumatized here. On God.
Too late.
He immediately goes to sleep. I think, like, I agree, like, past in the past is shit, like, that shit's in the past, but, like, you know, what's happening now? Yes, I am Cow now! Press have a story that ST here got her last night. Can I tell him that it was Trackstar? I want people to know that what Chase did. I don't know how he'd feel. I could just say it wasn't Visigal. She was pretty messed up when we got her. So it wouldn't be a lie. Ooh, okay. If we say it was Trackstar, we honor him as he was, right? We honor Chase for doing that, but we expose his identity. But I don't think he needs that. I really don't think he needs that. But Invisigal being in it would allow people to see her as that she would be able to do good. But I think people would be like, I don't know how about I feel about that one. Because, like, I feel like the team would be like, oh, she doesn't deserve the headline. Chase does. But I honestly don't think that's what Chase would want. I don't think Chase wants the limelight. Yeah, he can reveal his identity if you want when he wakes up. Wings or steak? Wings. I don't think he'd want it either. That's what I'm saying.
I mean, I hope they all die. I'm serious. Any dumbass walking into a trap that fucking stupid should have the plug pulled right now. Pillows over faces.
Oh man, have you seen what the poison does to their faces? They get all red and puffy. Damn. All right.
I'm sorry. It's my
Shut
fault.
the fuck up. My genius, give me another drink.
I've been distracting you.
That was Matthew Mercer. The bartender is Matthew Mercer.
Could you two do me a favor and shut the fuck up?
Sorry, I didn't mean to.
You got a problem?
You got lazy.
Oh, fuck. I know what's going on. They probably lost someone there. It's always been staring.
Is it him? I think that guy, not the bartender, him. I think this guy, that guy is Matthew.
That shit all night. Get him a drink on me.
Mercer is also Shroud. I'm not surprised.
This one's on me. Oh my.
Deep cover. If I only knew.
Cheers, fellas, to the fucking dream. To 5 minutes with the tightest ass in all of LA County. Can you motorboat an ass? Probably not, right? End
Don't
up
break the
blowing air
glass.
right up her butthole. What's up? You don't like ass?
Do I start another fight? Do I start? Because I've been playing him, like, pretty, like, I just let things go. It's not worth it. I don't think people around me would think it's worth it. But, like, he disrespected my girl. Let's just start another fight. Fuck it, we did it before.
Not as far as I was gonna take it. But good on you, kid. I'm gonna place that drink.
Bartender has lazy as that he does.
I respect her. Blazer. Real fucking superhero. I know we're in a villain bar, but have some class, you know.
Look what you.
If you're gonna blow some fucker's brains out, non-slip mats are a must.
Because you hit him, I
Some
swear.
kind of hideout. Feels silly calling it a hideout. Can you take care of him for me? Obviously, you two don't need an introduction.
With pleasure. Oh shit, it's cool. Ah, shit.
Your dad. Chase. Your little team of turncoats. You think you can beat the bad by being good. But there's no solving human nature. You can't stop evil. All you can do is control it.
I guess I could have taken the hint when we said that Matt Mercer was
If you
Stroud.
had something to say, you would have said it by now.
I thought you wanted revenge. This was your father's gun. Kept it in his locker, fully loaded. 6 shots. He couldn't have predicted I'd use it to kill him. The first bullet grazed his shoulder. I hadn't adjusted to the adrenaline spike. The second hit his upper chest. The third burst his heart. He was lying on the floor, eyes full of fear, when I put the fourth through his face. A bit of a waste to put the fifth through that idiot's skull, but I wanted to make sure it worked after all these years.
Damn.
Your father was the last person to touch this bullet. And now, there's a 16.5% chance it touches you next. Your invisible girlfriend stole my astral pulse to give it to you. Where the fuck is it? Mega Man. Heroes are the past.
Spit in his face. Oh.
Gross.
This is why I hate luck. Runs out.
If I had it wide, I let you string me up like a fucking piñata.
Fair game.
She didn't get the pulse.
You actually believe that? Show him. Invisibitch has the pulse. That I know. What I don't know is why she didn't give it to you. She played you too. Here I am thinking she's working with you, but she's fucking us both.
Interesting.
She didn't take it for you. She took it for herself. It's okay. She fooled me too.
Hi, Mandy.
The blonde blazer. I fired the bartender, but I can still get you something to drink.
No, thank you.
And to what do I owe the pleasure?
I'm here for him. In 5 minutes, this bar will be surrounded by SDN agents, heroes, and whoever else you and your ring have pissed off recently, which happens to be every gang in Los Angeles. Now, if—
Okay, Mom!
She's fucking bluffing.
Yeah, you can't banter with her anymore.
If they weren't shit, you wouldn't have cut them. You were saying?
I can see I'm outnumbered. That eventually I would fall. But by my read, I'm taking a lot of you with me. So all of you can leave now. Or half of you can die here.
Damn.
Now that's a fucking superhero. Chills. Top notch. You made them nervous. Okay, we're out of here. Take your piss-soaked pants out the back, please. Don't want to tempt this tiger. Now's not our time, Blazer. But it's coming sooner than you think. Oh. And by my calculations, it was closer to 32%. But half sounds better.
Damn.
You saved me. Again.
Yeah. You should really sign up for this SDN service I keep hearing about.
Yo, damn, he gets fucked up like every other day. Thank you. I feel like poop in a basket, man.
She cut you pretty bad. Are you sure he's right about Invisigal?
Yeah. I saw the footage.
What is her play? Why wouldn't she tell you if she has it? I don't understand what she would want it for unless...
I don't know what to put here. I really would put I don't know for this one. She's planning something. I trust her.
Trying to keep you out of the suit.
She's planning something. Just don't know what.
I don't see the angle.
I don't either.
You're probably right. Just need to sit here for like
A few weeks, then I'll be right as rain.
Take your time. I don't know how you're conscious.
See, when the pain's constant, it's easier to get used to.
That goes for physical and emotional.
Ow.
Really is nice up here. Thank you. Don't remember if I've thanked you before, but...
About 50 times. You were muttering it the whole flight.
Then I take it back.
You should know I was going to take you to the actual Hollywood sign. Not as sturdy as you...
What the fuck?
You're not leaving me here again.
Damn, Robert is the pain version of a Hulk, I know. He gets beat up like every other day, and he is still conscious? Oh my god. God damn. One more episode, chat. One more episode. Forgave. It was fair, yeah. 54 blast. Okay, not bad, not bad. Not bad. Hey, random question. How do you get the recent followers to slide across the screen? I use Stream Elements, and it has like a little animation thing for the text, and it makes it slide. But I use Stream Elements for all of my alerts. Except for sound alerts, because that's its own thing. I like this thing. It reminds me of Bullet Train, the mascot from the Bullet Train movie. I was so hoping that's what he did.
Oh, thank you. That's your lifesaver.
There's some pretty good tutorials on my team that are artistic and don't stream often, but I could figure it out. Yeah. I use Stream Elements personally, so.
Report coming in from the refinery. Multiple augmented villains breaking containment.
Dispatch all available heroes in the area.
Boss, we don't have any heroes in the area.
Can you handle things here? We're overrun out there, and I just think I need to get out into the field for us to have a shot.
Go. We got you covered.
Oh, shit. The tablet.
Keep an eye on the feed.
My typing not the best, but you look like you can use the help.
We can use whatever you can give.
Aw, Gallon. Gallon could have been part of that if he wanted to.
Oh shit, is this it?
What you mean is this it? Bitch, you know what time it is.
Sorry. I didn't mean it like that. Thanks for getting out of bed, or whatever you were up to.
Yeah, I think I'll need to fall asleep, so I might be just a little.
Are you gonna finish your sentence, big man?
Shit, I thought I did.
Look, we're shorthanded. We should have the rest of the team trickling in, so we'll have to make do for now. Lucky for us, we got the best 3 heroes on the roster.
We all know you'd say the same shit about whoever was here.
We all know, then there's no reason to point it out.
Look alive. We just gotta hold it down until the cavalry arrives.
Okay, but just so y'all know, I don't know if I'm making memories right now.
I don't know if I'm making memories right now. What a mood. Okay, guys.
Jumping Jesus! Red Ring swarming all over the fucking city!
First things first, yes, half the team is missing. Let's fix that immediately. Next, LA is on fire. Okay, we'll work on that. Third thing, fucking Red Ring is oozing out of every crack in the city.
Damn, dog, that's a lot of things.
It is a lot of things, but nothing we can't handle. So, I need you guys to focus. Shit's only gonna get worse if you don't. You with me?
I guess.
Great.
Okay. Red rings at kryptonite doppels out here is too heavy. Clear their goons, protect the defenseless. I have to, like, send one each.
Isn't that what we pay SDN for? We're not evacuating.
Convince, feel, convince, improve.
There's a suspicious package outside of City Hall. Please send someone to investigate. Bomb squad is tied up.
Actually, guys, I bug with claws. Oh, fuck. We really don't have enough people for this. I don't know if they can rest either. Very nice. Good job, Golem.
Robert,
Very proud
see
of
that
you.
bar on the top left? That's Torrance, or what's left of it. We need to stop the Red Ring before they wipe us off the map. All right, everyone. You should get live updates on the state of the city. Let's kick some Red Ring ass.
Yeah, she got this. She got this. She got this. You got this. You got this, girl. You got this, girl. Yes. That's what I want to see.
I'm on some I don't want to die type of shit.
Okay, okay. Ooh, it's spicy. It's not gonna work. Fuck.
I'm speechless.
I gotta wait for someone to get better. Okay, bomb threat. Determine the bomb. Dispose of the package safely. Determine the bomb. Dispose of the package safely. Oh, I learned something fun. I don't know if you can look it up. You pull up Robert's ID? Can you pull up Robert's ID? I don't think you can. I'm like in the middle of a thing. But you can tell it to me. Hi, Moon. Walk on in. I'm gonna send them both, I guess.
Wait, someone's tracker is freaking out?
Well, do that hacking thing that you do.
Yeah, okay, I got this. I got this. Difficulty high. Oh, fuck.
on, focus.
Oh, fuck, what am I supposed to do? Okay. Left, up, left, in, up, right.
Damn.
Oh, fuck. Fuck! That's not the one I was supposed to do first. Up.
Fuck you. Come on.
Up, down, up, left, right. Oh, we're already
Warmer.
Ooh, not that way. There we go. Out of range. Fuck, okay. I have a TikTok of it. Saves to send for tomorrow. Fuck yeah.
Nearly there.
There we go.
Here's Flambe's.
Yeah, they got this. They got this. 98%. That's fine.
Be careful. We don't know what's going on in the refinery or what's happening to Flambe.
Well, then what the fuck are we waiting for?
Oh, I need to get someone off
The
of
mayor
rest.
is refusing to listen to reason. Could you perhaps lend a hand?
I want to see if I can get them off rest without using the caffeine just yet. Okay.
Holy shite fuck.
Damn.
You go and then you go here to convince them because you're good at talking.
Sorry I'm late. Phone was on Do Not Disturb.
Ooh, fresh.
Anyway, what I missed?
Stress.
Oh, not much. Just the end of the fucking world.
Good to know. I reckon we're gonna try and put a stop to that.
Get your ass in gear, babe. We're putting in some mad OT.
Okie dokie. And now we have Mal so they can rest. They can actually rest. Ooh, this is stressful. They should got this. They should get this. Okay, good job. Oh, thank God.
You found me. Holy shit.
Requesting backup. We've got several 487s at the mall. Civilians, not Red Ring.
Oh, fend off. Okay, can we wait a little bit? Can we wait just a little bit? Just a little bit. Okay, cool.
Let's rip them up.
Oh.
Shit. Signals split. Can't look for them at the same time. Gotta pick one to track first.
Okay,
We're gonna need
sonar.
our bat boy.
We need more brain. We need more brain.
We're coming, Sonar.
Up, down, up, left, right. Up. Out of range.
Stay with me.
Oh. Oh God, he's like around here somewhere.
You've got to be kidding me.
Shit. Is he over here somewhere? Oh, I think he's up here. Over here? No, it's gotta be one of these. No? Oh, is he over there? Oh.
Got him.
Ah, fuck. Oh, fuck. Isn't that square? What? Okay. I was gonna say, if that bounced out, I would've been so mad.
Blessings on blessings today.
Okay, what do we need? What do we need? More vigor. Let's get everyone nice and well-rounded.
Okay, I've got Sonar located. Red Ring's got him trapped by the yacht club.
We are not here to put socks on centipedes. Let's fucking get a move on.
Okay. Launch out to sea and get him fast. Ooh.
for.
I think
There's even a hair missing on Zonar's head. I'll fucking burn this shit to the ground.
Defuse the bomb. That's why we need sonar.
There's a bomb downtown. We need someone to defuse it immediately.
Oh, can we game it? Can we game it? Can we game it? We might be able to game this. Oh, fuck.
Hey,
no.
you
Oh, I
hand?
missed it.
Busy.
Uh-huh. You've got a lot of explaining to do.
Look, I fucked up. Bad. Really.
Oh, yeah, we have Invisible back. Okay, cool.
Can we please leave the being pissed at me for after we save the goddamn city?
For real?
Hey, lay off her, man. She's here to help, so just let her help.
No bullshit. We need all the help we can get. Busy. You're back in. On one condition, you fucking survive this so we can all be pissed at you together.
No promises. She looks pretty bleak out there, but I'll do my best.
That's more than enough.
The only one hurt right now, I think, is Punch Up. Can you help someone out? Join Sweet Talker and reassuring the trainees. You two can go.
He's so real for that.
Ooh, 97. Please don't fuck this. Yay!
Okay, so how the fuck did Red Ring capture you?
I had been handcuffed, and out of respect for the handcuffs, I must yield.
Tries team inspirational speech. Nice. Good job. Good job. Good job.
No contest.
All right, gang's all here. Some of you in worse shape than others.
My pride is hurt, and so is my body.
Damn. You look like, shit.
You just got rescued.
We got everybody.
Right now.
God dang it. I'm sober again.
Throw it at me, game. I'm ready.
Oh, shit.
Oh.
Give me 1 second. Hey, water boy.
I was not picking. There was a zit on the inside of.
Look, hey, okay, I need you to do something for me.
Oh, yeah. I what? Spill something?
I need you to be a superhero.
That's not. I mean, I don't do. What if somebody spills? Mess up. I would mess up other
Everything
people.
in the city is on fire. You are the most valuable man in Los Angeles.
No, I can't. My net worth is barely.
Hey, look at me. You can.
Okay.
Great. Galen?
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Can we...
Okay.
You don't gotta keep saying it, okay, bud?
Can we get the newest Z-Teamer water boy into the hero pool?
Absolutely. How you feeling, man?
Okay.
Hell yeah, bro. You sound okay as fuck.
Hell yeah, bro. You sound okay as fuck. Okay.
Not to fear, worry, Blazer. She said, you were, it was, I'm here to help.
All right, man, don't hurt yourself. Glad to have you on the team.
Oh, why, if it isn't the SDN janitor.
I'm gonna get so wet.
Fantastic.
I think
Just do
these
it
two are
near
gonna
the
have
bad
synergy.
Stadium's on fire. We're suspecting explosives. We need backup.
I'll do my hardest.
Fast. We need you guys to be fast as fuck. You two can go
Get
now.
me on my jet right
Escort
now.
and protect.
Fuck this shit.
Let me fry somebody, please.
Protect.
Shit. The DTLA branch are all accusing each other of being Red Ring spies.
Break them up. Break them up.
What's it going to be this time?
Yeah, enter dispatch. You guys got that?
The Jihad is using the chaos to summon their god through human sacrifice.
Okay, 1 second. 1 second. I should have signed off with that.
Giant monster on the beach. It's tearing the pier apart.
Take down and evacuate. Oh, fuck. And the other one was what? The
Let's do it.
I love a symmetrical stage picture.
I'm going to get fucked for this one. But that's okay. Good. Okay. Let's get him more in combat.
Ready, set, fire.
Okay. They've started throwing punches. What do we want to hurt them, right? Reason with them rally them against the enemy. Oh shit, I should have done reason, because we have maxed out logic. Oh, okay, it's fine. It was overkill anyway, it's okay.
My tail's wagging, I swear.
The university's security system was triggered, and we've got students locked inside.
Okay, I'll do this. Okay. So lock there. So it doesn't have power. Left, right, up. 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 Okay. Left, right, up. Okay. Whoop. Oh, wait, no, I need that back. Oh wait, no, I need that. Fuck. I need this to go here.
Ah, fuck.
Okey-dokey, now I go back around. It again. Oh shit, how do I get it again? I gotta go. Oh, I gotta go back to my game. Oops. Nice. Okie dokie. Good job. Wow, that was nice. That was nice. Okay, cool. Okay. 2 people are good for a level up. Left, vigor, intelligence. Okay. It's gonna be off resting. Disrupted. Oh fuck. Attack, break off, everything you got. You guys got this. You guys have max combat. Yes, sir. I wonder if that one would have happened if fuck it, well-rounded Visigal, and you switch you up in figure.
Everybody should step back.
Apprehend and rescue.
Make way for me.
Yeah, you guys will be good on that. Alright, Phenomena Man's good. Mal Golem and Waterboy will also be good soon. Okay.
I'm not giving up.
Great. Well, that's a lot of ground to cover.
Because fuck us, right?
Fucking cow shite.
Okay then. I see how it is.
Hey, you seeing this shit? What is that?
Whatever it is, it sounds like more shit.
Can I heal him really quick? I want everyone to be healed for— oh, fuck.
Hey, Z-Team. Get a load of my new friends.
Oh, fuck, no way.
Oh,
That
no.
can't be. Coop?
Yep, with more Red Ring backup. A lot of Red Ring backup. not mad. Just disappointed.
Mm-hmm.
I don't care.
For fuck's sake, Coop. Why'd you have to go and spread those wings of yours?
If we want to save this city, we need to take Coop down. Without her, Red Ring will scramble.
Okie dokie.
Sunblazer down here. It's time we settled this. My way.
Interrogate, locate, subjugate. We need whoever will be the best, well-rounded team overall.
New me?
No, I think it's gonna have to be Phenomenon and someone
Make up your mind.
Ooh, getting morale lowered really fucks you here, doesn't it? Bring a hero back from down, take a hero out of resting. Would synergy be better? So if they have synergy, they have a boost.
I need a break.
I don't know if they'd have
I'm gonna tear them apart.
Boy, you gonna match my freak?
Literally every fucking day.
Who Golem doesn't pair with anybody. Does Phenomenon pair with someone? Phenomenon pairs with him.
Quite the odd couple.
Couple? You aren't my typical romantic companion.
I think Mel and Sonar are the two that I think I'm gonna have to put in here because they're the most well-rounded for this. 8877. Unless I put Flambe and Phenomena Man.
We all make mistakes.
Then I have a 10. But Interrogate and Subjugate wouldn't work. Wait, what does Subjugate even mean?
Oh, what's it going to be this time?
This is not a bad mix. These two.
High risk, high reward.
I think this one's better. This one's just well-rounded overall. That's the hope.
I'm really gonna enjoy this.
Think it's attack? Okay, well, they're very well-rounded, so hopefully they'll be okay. I kind of want to pair you two up. No, I can't.
You're right, you're right.
You two.
Did you know that every time the city grows, it becomes
Sewer
larger?
bomb.
I'm on it. No stopping me
Waterboy
this time.
signs himself when not sent often. He gains a +1 to the highest stat that call. He can only be removed one time. Defuse the bomb. Defuse the bomb. You two go to.
Whoa! Okay, that's a lot of ground to cover.
Word on the street is, I'm about to make your job a whole lot easier.
Okay, this is a rescue mission.
God damn it. Red Ring's put up a roadblock. Let's fucking tear it down.
Destroy the roadblock. You guys got this. Who does Invisigal have in synergy with? Golem? Oh. Yeah, I think the only people left are Waterboy and Punch Up at this point. Cool. Arrested. How did this do? This one's really nerve-wracking. Oh my god, there's like a 3% chance. Please. Oh my god. Oh, thank god. Oh, fuck, Jesus.
Grounded. I don't think so.
Got another. Boss the East Side Gang, secure the Red Ring. Boss the East Side Gang, secure the Red Ring. Boss the East Side Gang.
We've got another gang out here with Red Ring tech.
Ooh, I think everybody should go with their synergy partners. Everybody needs to go with their synergy partners. That's so good. That looks so nice. Look, everyone's got 10s across the board. It's so
You're
nice.
like pretty cool.
Shit, that's the nicest thing you've ever said to me.
Cool. Ooh. Phenomena Man. Eastside Gang. Bus secure. What is this
Robert,
one?
got any Z-teamers nearby? I need help with evacuation.
Escort carrying the injured needs to be Prism and
Although I
Flambe.
understand there are higher priorities for SDN at this moment. Vanderstink's girlfriend is demanding a coffee from Santa Monica be brought to VanCo.
Oh, okay. Probably not gonna do that one.
Ah, Christ. I thought our old commute was shit.
Actually, I can send Sonar or Mal for
Ugh, I
this.
hate that part of town. And all parts of all other towns
Predict.
also.
You are the dispatcher! Evade, so we need to have fast. It's gonna have to be Prism and Flambe for that one. That one can wait. Fuck the coffee run,
My
man.
money's
Fuck
on
that
Blazer.
coffee run.
Probably me.
Besides
What's
you,
this
Bolo,
one?
you're not allowed to bet on yourself.
I don't know what that one's gonna be.
I forgot. What level is that?
Oh, this
Oh,
one can
hey,
evade.
that's weirdly sweet. Thanks, man.
What's the bet?
Last one left alive when all this shit goes straight to hell.
Good job, good job, good job. I'm proud. You guys are doing good. Well-rounded.
Found the distributor of the Red Ring tech. It's Mr. Fister.
Defeat Mr. Fister.
New me? Fucking rocks.
Ooh, I also got Porco for that show. I need you. Defeat Mr. Fister. Defeat. We need someone not extremely good in combat.
Holy shit. Yeah, I'm ready.
Ooh, I think I might just send him by
You
himself.
deserve it.
Right by the
okay,
roadblocks weaken the bridge. Guess we'll just have to hold it up ourselves.
Hurry before it collapses. Strength. I really need Mal back.
No one's in danger, but we pay good money for this service. What else could possibly be keeping you?
Newgate community and palace has been set ablaze. No civilians in danger.
If you are sure, I'm willing.
You can go by yourself. You are gonna be great for that. Oh my god. Thank you for the wellness check. Hi, Coop Norman. How are you? Okay.
On fuego.
Okay, so Vade, so we want to do Prism and Flambe.
Let me see for myself.
And this one we need Mal. You're almost done resting. How close is this one to being out? I don't think it's gonna be out. Okay, you two need to go.
Word on the street is, I'm about to make your job a whole lot easier.
Thank you. I'm doing. How are you? I'm alright. Ooh, did he do it? I knew it. I knew he could do it. In a time of stress, he's got this. On God. Alright, intellect. Let's. Fuck it. Boost up your mobility. Okay. Hurry, strength. Hurry, strength. Dispatch.
Hey,
This
that
one,
Red
this
Ring
one.
creep Smilmore took over the radio station. She's trying to brainwash the citizens.
Mental. Only someone with strong mental fortitude. What about you?
Let's fucking go.
Yeah, I think that would work. Enter.
Smilemore's pretty hot, but also creepy, which is also hot.
Oh, 80. Oh, fuck yeah, brother. That's near the center, too.
Get the fuck back up. What the fuck are you doing?
Protect the well-meaning, defenseless, and weak civilians against the overpowered enhanced protect. Ooh, okay, I'd like Golem to come back then. Who's being upgraded? It's you. He's doing a good job of, like, going, like, quickly on the combat. Okay, how did you guys do? It's well-rounded. It was so well-rounded, you know? Ugh, thank God.
Are your augments on the fritz? What the fuck is going on?
Major increase in success chance when sent together. Yo, let's go!
Half man, half bat, all freak.
Okay, how did this go? Yes! Fuck yeah.
Just give up already.
Weekend. Fuck off, Coop! How did you guys do? Hurry and strength. Yep. Good job. Good job. Good job. Good job. I'm so proud. I'm so proud. They're becoming so good. Major success when sent together. Yeah, these charts play shuffleboard. These charts play shuffleboard. I know. That's what I'm saying.
The fuck? Why is the neighborhood watch mobilizing against the Red Ring?
Protect. We need Golem and Visigal and yeah, Golem and Visigal. Really. Ooh, you're so well rounded, my boy. Resting. Or I could do these two, but I think I'd rather wait for Golem to get off of resting. Protect.
Guess what?
And then Water Boy, you go with them. You go with them. We need you to have, because if I have an extra slot, I might as well put Water Boy on there so that way he can get the extra XP. Now everyone else can catch back up and I'll be okay. What is Coop doing? Does Coop move around? The civilians are heading towards their doom. There's no way they can handle the Red Ring. Aid them in the fight, move them safe, convince them to turn back. Move them to safety. Convince them. Convince is charisma. Aid them would be combat. Move them to safety. I can guarantee the aid. I cannot guarantee this one or this one, so I'm gonna aid them in the fight, I think. Because I have maxed that. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. And I don't know how high that would have been. Ooh.
Trying to get the team to be a team.
Then they gotta go solo dolo when it count the most.
We're just failing slower.
That's how it feels.
What do you mean? I'm like basically 100%ing all of these, dude.
Can't get a win no kind of way.
You're right. Hey, listen up. This isn't working.
This is what they want. Okay, to send us to every corner of the city, spreading us thin, forcing us to travel back and forth. No more coming back to base between calls. Okay, we stay out for as long as we can.
Plan is for us to get more tired than we already are.
He knows our procedure, so he's predicting our moves. So, we need to switch it up, be less predictable. Z-Team, what happens today will live on and...
Get in. First battle we break be the one where we say some inspiring shit, or try to at least.
Affirmative on that. Be careful out there, team.
Okay. You could honestly use, yeah, you could use more. Oh wait, it's not you. Who's leveling? Oh, it's Flambe. He's so well rounded though. I'll give him mobility. Fuck it. Okay. All right.
Sun Blazer down here. It's time we settled this.
Locate, interrogate,
my
subjugate. Locate, interrogate, subjugate. This'll work. What about you
Take
guys?
a good look. It'll be the last thing you see.
Please let us out. Rescue the civilians. Destroy the Red Ring. Reach the civilians.
Phenomenal.
You
Quite the odd couple.
Couple? You aren't my typical romantic companion, but I could be persuaded.
So I guess there's no more resting periods. I can just keep putting them out, I think.
Wait.
But then success is more important.
Didn't we fight her last week? She was the one attacking the Frigos base.
Enhance durability, hit hard and hit fast.
Let's go, bitches.
Hey, is that my homie right there?
Fuck yeah, it is.
Is this overkill?
Oh, come on.
I don't think so. I don't think so. I think this is good.
I can't stand a repeat.
How did they do? I knew it. Phenomena is totally gay. Oh, I mean a little bit. Okay, good job.
Take a deep breath while you still can.
So they are
Where's
resting.
sonar? I want sonar.
Predict, innovate, and strike. That will be Flambe and Prism again. Did you guys do good? I think you guys did great. You guys did great. So proud of them. I feel like a proud mother.
Sweep the floor. Mop the floor with them.
We will indeed.
Yo, we've got a plan, but we need backup. We could actually turn this around.
Red ring automations are headed for the construct a trap. Oh, we need brains. Invisigal and Golem probably. How's this one doing? Look at that. They did so good. I'm so proud. Max increase. Woo!
Ready, set, fire.
You fired me. First mistake.
Oh, what do you mean? What just happened? Constructor trap. You.
Oh, I got these dickheads.
I'm gonna try it.
That's a hell of a deal. Oh, that looks bad.
Oh, life trade. Mal heals a hero when sent on a call together. She receives +1 charisma and vigor. Guys, can we have our morale go up a little bit? Water boy, no, you do not. You do not go on that one. You do not go on that one. Yeah, you guys go there.
You just don't know when to quit, do you?
Escape the seas. Yeah, you can stay on that one. Seize them before they get away.
Teammates.
How is this one?
Help! We're trapped on the bridge!
Rescue the collapsing. I think this is
As long as
good.
we steer clear of that one laundromat.
I don't know who to heal. I think we're all a little fucked right now. Yeah, a little bit. Sonar's okay. He's okay. He's okay. Oh god, what happened? Get smart. Get smart, you got this. Oh, fuck. Okay, down. Fuck. I think I need to heal Flambe.
Bouncing back.
Oh, fuck. Oh, 62, 77. Oh. Okay, we're okay. Okay, oh, Jesus.
We might just pull this off.
Come on, you heard the man. One last push.
Shy Guy Gaming. Welcome on in. Did you guys make? Is Shy Guy Gaming? Is this your guy? Did you guys make a fucking?
What the fuck
is this a Shy Guy server? Did you guys make a Discord or not Discord? A Twitch?
Oh, damn, Blazer's
Yeah,
here.
man, all heroes that plastic-based radiant light have
See you in trouble, and I just can't help myself.
Well, that's great because I'm in deep shit pretty much constantly.
I was not expecting to see my former lover at a time like this.
You need to shush.
Send Blazer down here. It's time we settled this.
Give her everything we got. Ooh, wow, Blazer's like really good. I think that'd be Flazer, Sonar, and Mal. And I don't know. I think that's what I want to do. Blazer. Sonar,
Serious heat out there.
Mal. Fuck it, prison too.
Trying to step to me.
Yes.
I'm really gonna enjoy this.
Let's get to the chopper. Red ring stole. Chase the tanks.
This fucking rules.
You guys go.
Word on the street is, I'm about to make your job a whole lot easier.
It's an investigation one. Okay. How did this go? On the USS Iowa. I thought it said they are escaping to Iowa for a second. I was like, what the fuck?
Let's show them together.
Good job. Get your charisma up close. How does this go? This one makes me the most nervous. But they'll be fine. Yeah, they're fine. Look at that. They are A-okay.
No fucking way. Well done.
Hey, great work, team. Couple more calls and we're...
All gas, no brakes, baby. I named myself Shy Guy, like the Mario Kart, but for some reason put gaming in the middle. Valid? Shy Gaming. I see. I just have a server that's called Shy Guy's Toy Box. That's why I got confused. Or I'm in a server with my friends. Is Chase okay? go. But I'm working on naming myself Just Shy Guy. Valid? I don't know how well it'll go because I think you have to have unique usernames on Twitch, but I hope you can get it.
Alright, take care of him.
Aww. But thank you for the follow. Welcome on in.
I trusted you, Vizzy. You were wrong for this. I defended for you.
Fucking put me down. I didn't do anything.
No, no. I caught you. I caught you red-handed.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Hey, come on. Roy, let her go, man.
No, brother. She ain't going nowhere. She tried to steal your mech suits.
Oh, fuck off.
It break my heart, brother. But Vizzy is a traitor. She played all of us.
That's not what I was doing. I'm trying to help you.
I trusted you. Never again.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Holy shit. Is that the real?
She bring the keys to steal the car, but I stop her.
You fucking idiots. You need me.
You brought the astropulse. You already do enough.
You don't know what's coming.
What are you talking about?
Shroud's coming.
She bring them here.
Oh boy. Hi, Vexed.
Fuck. We under attack. Watch her. Don't get the power back.
You need my help.
You helped enough.
Put my Lucas boy, no problem.
No. Wait.
Call one by fire my
Lloyd,
suit.
I need my suit running. It's the only chance we have.
They have jammers up. You're not gonna be able to call out or call in. That's why this place isn't already swarming with heroes.
You sure know a lot about the plan for someone not involved.
Look, they tried to recruit me. Of course they did. But I said no.
Bullshit. Watch her. I go get the power back on. I moved your Mecha Man suit to the rec room. Here. Take this.
Taser.
We're fighting the Red Ring, Royd. I'm not walking home from fucking yoga.
All I got, brother. Hey, don't listen to her kind of bullshit, okay? Keep her tied up.
I got some pepper spray you can borrow if that's not enough. All right, untie me. What? Why are you looking?
You didn't lie to me, but you didn't tell me the truth.
I'd love to sit here and explain it all to you, but a pile of Red Ring assholes are streaming into the building right now.
I just don't understand why you wouldn't tell me.
I was worried Shroud would come after you.
Well, he did.
So if I gave it to you, he'd have the pulse right now.
No, we'd already be in the mecha suit.
Trying to protect you.
Yeah. Well, the internal bleeding I've got from your old boss isn't making me feel all that protected right now.
Thumbstick.
What?
It's his name, because he sticks you with... They're all fucking idiots, Robert, but they're dangerous. I'm not fucking around. Untie me. He looks stupid, but he is a killer. You don't have powers. You need my help. Just let me help.
I trust her.
Please.
I trust her. I trust her.
God
I trust
damn
her.
it. All right.
What are you...
I'm looking for something to cut you loose, but his toolboxes are locked.
What did he do that for?
Oh, I fucking wonder, Vizzy. Why would he lock up his tools around invisible criminal thieves?
Robert!
Oh, fuck.
Oh, great. Good.
Are we in kindergarten?
That's all we got, man.
Hold it, alright. Fuck. Come on.
He just gotta go pee.
Fuck, come on. Oh, God damn it. Come on, why would you even need the keycard for this stupid shit? I hate this place. God, come on, open it. Come on, fuck. Alright, fuck it. Okay. Oh.
Yeah, dude. Okay, that's good.
Hey, nice
Ew.
job. Nice job. Why are his nuts out?
Oh, thought that was normal. You mind helping him?
Why would you?
Surprisingly, I see more examples of people holding their
breath
breath to be invisible than people being blind.
Can you just
when
put
they're
his dick
invisible.
away? Feels like the dignified thing to
I
do.
think that kind
Dignified for who?
I know the guy
doesn't
had little
work.
one. It's bad enough he's unconscious.
All right.
Fuck. All right. Piss everywhere.
Thank you. That was very decent.
Wipe it
of
on
you.
their shoulder. I wonder if more boys
Right.
did.
Go get your suit.
Wait, shouldn't we stick together? I hate it when she does that.
Makes sense though, because if light can't get to your eyes, you can't see. Yeah, but I think it's just kind of like that just would make them a bumbling mess. Like they just wouldn't exist if they did that, you know, kind of thing. That's very pretty. Please get shot through the chest by. What did I click? Oh. Ooh, I like the spiky.
Oh, this is the premium package.
Roy, you really outdid yourself.
The man is Becca again. Just like riding a bike, huh?
This is great. Obviously,
Like
the suit
Daredevil,
doesn't
that's
work without
fair.
the astral pulse, so it is really nice of you to bring it to us. Your dad would be so proud of you if he wasn't dead. 'Cause Shroud killed him. Like he's gonna kill you. And all your friends.
That break their fucking arms!
Right. Sure. We can break all their arms right before we kill them. Super weird crime scene. Or just give us the pulse and we'll let you live.
With broken fucking arms!
Of course.
Both arms! Each one gets broken!
Everyone gets it, okay? We see the casts. You're making it weird.
If you want it, come and claim it.
What a fucking dork.
Wait, why am I a dork?
Oh, you're telling me you're not referencing... Who says claim?
I do, motherfucker. I'm not referencing shit. That's a Mecha Man original.
Crazy, right? It's like real big, but super quiet. So cool.
So fucking cool!
astral pulse. Just another promise you didn't come through on.
That's what this is all about? You needed it to power your stupid spider shit?
It's not stupid.
Come on, kid. Using the pulse to power a Mac is like plugging your cell phone into a nuclear reactor. No. I'm gonna use the pulse to change the world.
That plan is gonna be hard to pull off after I kill you.
Man.
They don't like that.
Suck him. I like how that makes the eye. Energy blades, come on, yes. What was that? Oh my god. I think I should have made this not interactive.
You alright, brother?
Really bad at this.
Or is this just a warm-up round?
Like in the audio where like there's a whole
Still got that new car shine. You were late. My calculations had you showing up 30 seconds ago.
Sorry to disappoint.
Why should I gaming guy?
Tell you how boring life is without surprises.
Well, then it's a good thing I can't even predict what these idiots are gonna do.
What the fuck?
That was Prism. We're working as a team. We're a superhero team. Yeah. Yeah, go and get him. Yeah. Yeah. Or you hide. So you got
Doesn't matter if I'm fighting one or all of you. The outcome is the same.
I need more mouse room. I don't like that he throws up water. It's really weird. But good job, water boy. Look at her go. I wonder if this scene is like the top 3 that you do. Oh shoot. Taste the rainbow, motherfucker. Ooh, nice portal.
Too slow.
This is hard.
I hope my saving you from collision was appropriate.
It was phenomenal.
You know, I definitely had that.
Oh, great. Well, I'll just go then.
There's a bitch.
We never finished our dance,
This is so
Mecha
cool.
Man.
I'm
Actually,
kind of liking the game.
I got the guy for you.
Wow, you really think this little fucking Lucky Charm is a match for me?
He's got a special.
Oh. Oh.
See ya.
Oh, wait, no, I want to see it happen! Gotta see the nut shot.
I see you.
Oh no!
Robert, this isn't working. He knows our next move before we do.
Wanted to see the nut shot.
I've never been more insulted in my life. You fire me, a literal assassin, for some moronic bumfuck bat boy? He shits in the parking lot. Did you know that? Ask the cleaners how much guano they come across.
Look.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, Coop. I really am.
Who fucking who? You made your bed. Now you get to lay in it. Forever.
Oh.
Stop.
You're not the boss of me, bitch. So you don't get to tell me who and who not to murder anymore.
Hey, we're your friends. Please, this isn't you. Help us stop Shroud and earn your spot back on the Z team.
That's where you're wrong. I thought I had friends, but you made me realize I never actually did. So now, I'm just doing what's right for me. Z-Team. What a stupid name.
Wings of hers are a problem. We'll try to get you an opening.
God, I had no room on my desk this time. I don't have a room.
Robert, no!
Oh no! Whew. I have no room, guys. Yeah, get him. Get him, girl. Do a lady. I don't know who the fuck that is. Oh, it's a guy. Ooh, rip. Yay!
Calm down. It was your weak hand. You can still jerk off.
Oh.
Oh, maybe if you grip it with the 7 button, hold it with. Yeah, you know what? Fair enough.
Oh fuck! I wasn't paying attention. I was reveling in that. Sorry. I like that blade though. That blade's fucking tight as fuck. Please don't sacrifice yourself. I got it.
Wait.
No!
I can't fuck this up now, can I? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. I have no room for this chat.
Shroud's got a new suit now? What the fuck? How long was I out?
Shroud? Or Chase? Sorry, Chase? Sorry, what?
You're the only one I told about my amulet, so I figured he wouldn't see it coming.
Holy shit. Look at you.
Oh, look at you.
Chase!
Shit, no, look out.
Oh my god, he's okay!
No.
I don't like the little arms that are in the front.
Laser always did have a soft spot for helpless losers.
Fuck off.
Yeah, you get him, guys. You get him, guys. I'm so proud of them. Get him. And then Chase is okay and he can use his powers with the amulet. And he's a real yeah, be a bat. Fuck it up, Sonar. Fuck him up.
Fuck. I'm going to make love to you now.
I love that. Okay, you know, I'm not gonna lie. I did call this game an over-glorified dating sim at some points, but I think it's a little sad. I do still wish it was a TV show, but oh yeah, go Mandy, go! Go girl, do a lady, Rainbow Road style. Good synergy. I don't think this actually matters. I don't know. Super Spirit Bomb! Whoa, brother! He is dead. There is no way he survived that. If he did, he is a crispy motherfucker. Oh, he's a normal bad boy now. Where's Chase?
Fucked them in the face.
Yeah!
That's what I'm talking about, brother. That's it? Let's go again. Anybody want to go again? Yeah. You're alive. Nice.
You too. Nice. New, look.
Why? What happened? I still look good, right?
Long.
You're like a French soccer player who's going through something.
Stop!
No. Is that Trackstar? Well, that is a surprise.
Please.
Put beef down.
Elliot, put him down.
Oh, this fat fuck. Like this.
Don't! He's just a puppy!
Why is everyone so tense? Don't worry. I'm not gonna drop him. Because Track Blondie there'll just swoop in and catch him anyway. So yeah, no. If I'm killing this dog, I'm gonna be sure he dies.
Know this. If you hurt him, you will die.
No shit. So, why don't you, and only you, Robert, fly your father's suit up here and give me my fucking astral box? Oh, and if the rest of you could surrender, that'd be helpful.
You gonna give him the copycat? He's got the fake one.
Come on out. Don't be shy.
Oh, you got the fake one. Fake him out. Yeah, fake him out, Robert.
There he is. So predictable. I knew this little
Risky play. I know, but it's
Visigal. That you've taken Visigal under your wing. Teach her the ways. Extra credit. That's why we planted her here. Yeah, she works for us too. She gets 2 paychecks for the same job. Look at her. Oh, she's embarrassed. So, all that to say, there isn't a thing you can do that I haven't modeled out. And once I have the pulse, I won't need to predict. I'll just know. So don't fuck around, Robert. Not right now.
Same time, I just want a fair exchange.
Just don't be an idiot and try to give me the shitty prototype. I'm a bad person, but I'm a man of my word. Give me my pulse, and no harm will come to your stupid dog. You all hear that? I've been through all the game theory on this moment 1,000 times. I'm not steps ahead, I'm miles. So, don't fucking
give him both. Give him the prototype. Give him. Okay, chat. Is he bluffing? The question is if I give. I didn't know I'd have a choice. I'm thinking both. Yeah, I'm thinking both because he's not gonna know because they look the same. They look the same. I think I'm gonna give him both. Both. Give both. Both.
What the fuck is this, Robert?
You said you wanted the Astropulse. I gave it to you. One of those is it.
They look fucking identical, Robert.
Look, you're right. I can't outsmart you. Because, you know what? I'm not a smart guy. So, the only way to keep you from knowing what I'm doing is to not have any idea what I'm doing. Which is how I feel all the time. But I trust my gut and I take my best guess. Just like you used to do. Before you plugged all those fucking Christmas lights into your head. Before you were afraid to make your own decisions. Elliot.
Maybe we wait till we get home?
Shut the fuck up!
Shut the fuck up.
Fuck you. Worth the wait.
That's a lot of people, though. It's like a lot of people. I feel like it's gonna short circuit him. Like even I just feel like it's gonna override him or like overload him. That many people. Everybody, welcome back.
I see it now. I can see it all. It's all there. Every permutation. Every... Fuck! Wait.
Just a hunch, but I'm starting to think that you guessed wrong.
Ha!
No.
Asshole.
It's just... This can't be.
You know, someone has to clean it up, right?
You son of a bitch!
Don't be mad. You lost. It happens.
Sorry, kid. We both lose.
Wait, what happened?
guess I can still be surprised.
Beat the shit out of him, Robert. Ooh! Nah, I gotta kill him. I gotta kill him, right? He killed my dad. He just shot my friend. He was gonna shoot me. He's done nothing but bad. That's a new ending for me, really. I don't think I don't think he's worthy. But like, is it a thing where we spare him to let him live a life worse than death? Is that what we do? Because I kind of feel like that's what we do. We humiliate. Was gonna kill your, was gonna kill my dog too. But we could force him to live a life of humiliation worse than death. You know, he's too good for death. He's not good enough for death. He doesn't deserve to go where dad went. I say spare them. No, we're gonna let him live a life worse than death. He'll wish that he died. She'll be okay. It was in the shoulder. Don't. Okay. Cause she's too wishy-washy for my personal enjoyment. Hi, Golem. Oh, he got pants on again. That's good.
How am I the one on a stretcher when you look like hammered shit?
Be that as it may, you did get shot by a gun. Hospital check is pretty customary after that.
It didn't hit anything. Bullet went straight through.
Yeah, about that. Quick hero lesson. When you jump in front of a bullet, you're supposed to actually stop it. You know, it's kind of the whole point.
Who's the top dog now? I think some would even say hot dog. Hot dog over here, finally pulling her weight.
The fuck is this?
Maybe you should let a nice moment be nice every now and then.
Okay. Okay. Chill out, weirdos.
Not a bitch. Not a bitch. I like that.
Are you okay? Do you need anything? This is just a precaution.
Look, all of this was a real clusterfuck shit show. Actually, I was gonna say poop show, but I'm trying to sound like less of a dork.
It's already working.
I hope the fact that I've always rooted for you makes up for ever doubting you.
It does.
I don't blame you. I mean, look how untrustworthy she looks.
There's always a home for you here, Courtney.
I appreciate that. I guess your girlfriend's alright.
She's not my girlfriend.
Then you're an idiot. Because it's obvious she wants to fuck you.
So, here we are. Looks like you did it.
What is the it you're referring to?
A lot, really.
Are
You're
the
not a
best of us they
bitch,
are.
Apparently, at least according to them.
Oh, what do they know?
Very little, yeah, but there's also all that, you know, really heroic shit you did, saving my life and all. That was cool. Does that make you a hero now?
No.
I think it might, though.
Told you to believe me.
Yeah, I fucked up.
Yeah, you did. but I forgive you.
Well, I will not forgive myself.
Oh, and you shouldn't, obviously.
Okay. Nerds.
All right, let's do it.
Take care of her. Let me know if it's serious.
I will.
Holy shit. She took a bullet for Robert. Something I would never do.
It was a targeted attack by Shroud and those miserable
You should be the best.
jerks, the
Or
Red
I
Ring.
should just be best friends
There's a
with.
story
That's what
out there
I'm
that
saying.
Shroud was captured by not a superhero, but an SDN dispatcher. Care to comment?
Got him. That was funny because he doesn't talk much. I see you. That was good. Wait, what was the...
There's a story out that...
Oh, yeah. I can confirm this story is true. I cannot confirm who this individual is. I can confirm he's a badass motherfucker. Oh, shit, can I not cuss?
It's fine. We can bleep it out.
Well, and shit, that's the only reason I'm talking. Point the camera over... These are the real heroes right here. This is the team that thwarted Shroud at the Red Ring.
Poor Punch Up.
Does your team have a name?
Z-Team! These fuckers are the best heroes in the whole motherfucking SD.
Actually, I'm hearing now we can't bleep the curse words. Reporting live from SDN Florence. Back to the studio.
We did good, huh, brother? Z-Team saved the day. We get you returned to the Mecha Mans. Defend SDNs.
I couldn't have done it without you. Seriously. All the work you put into the suit is what made this possible.
Nah. It's not the hard part, fella. All you guys do the hard things.
Well, no. Obviously, you can do that stuff, too. I saw you were throwing those Red Ring fuckers around like graduation caps. No joke, I started to feel bad for them. It was mesmerizing.
Yeah, that was a fun scrap for sure. I'm getting some sleep, bro. Lot of cleanup tomorrow. Good job, Mecha Man.
Over here!
Or it is great.
Oh, hold on, you got the wrong gal. She's with us.
No, must be some mix-up. Easy mistake. I mean, she looks scary.
What do you think? Did they earn a pardon?
They did.
Is that my call?
You're the one that'll have to work with them. Again.
Yeah, sure. Why the fuck not? Hey! Yeah, no, they're with us.
Straight out. What difference is it? I'm really banded together.
We got you, Koo. I'm sorry we had to let you go.
Hey, so... You maybe got an extra one of those?
I do, actually.
Really? I mean... Where'd all the extra beers come from?
Oh, there's a ton of booze in the rec room. That's where they got it. I'm honestly shocked it hasn't turned into an issue. Oh, shit. No powers.
I got it. Forced to open beers like a normie.
I'm getting drunk like a normie, too. I've had half a beer, and I'm already feeling it.
Oh, interesting.
So, is that permanent?
Nah, he's borrowing it until we can figure out a different solution for his issue.
Right, the whole being on the brink of death issue.
What's your love for your
That's the
fellow
one.
bae? What?
Well,
Everyone is my
you'll
love.
enjoy
Oh,
it
fellow
all.
bae. Oh.
You did a great job. With them, with Invisigal. She really stepped up. Took a bullet for you and everything. I wouldn't have put my money on this team being the one to save SDN, but here we are.
Listen, I had plenty of help.
That's nice of you.
I had Chase, I had Royd, I had Beef. And of course, none of this could have happened if you didn't get me drunk that night and trick me into this shit. I have no regrets.
Same.
So, any plans tonight?
You're asking me if I have plans for after getting ambushed by Shroud and the Red Ring?
Nah, was that too weird of a way of asking if you wanted to make out later?
Oh, cute.
No. It was perfect.
I got an achievement for kissing on a car.
So does this mean the team's off Monday?
I was just trying to figure that out. I think you might need to go.
I need to take this young man if you don't mind.
By all means.
That's new.
You were right. I was wrong about Vizzy. She didn't actually kill me, just almost. Now, let's see if I can make you throw up.
Wait, what?
Super Bowl.
Yeah.
Wait, let me get a picture.
Over here. Somebody else take the picture.
Okay, what's happening? Okay, stop. Wait, are we taking a picture? Are we taking a picture?
Okay.
Yeah, thanks.
Hey, are you taking a picture?
Oh, damn, that can't beat the shit, brother.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Okay, instantly painful, actually.
Okay. Okay, fine. I like this game. I was a bit mean about it before, but I like it. I enjoy it quite a bit. That ending was actually really good. And we gotta watch the whole end credits to see if there could be an allusion to a season 2. I doubt it. Actually, that was a really good way to end that off. But you never know. It's actually really good. So you just get the Aliens version. Yeah, Aaron Yvette and Laura Bailey were actually going to be switched. They were actually originally switched, but they were like, the personalities don't match. So they switched. It was a nice house. Yeah, it was. It was really good. I liked it. Young Gravy was Gollum. I didn't know that. Mercer Shroud. I would honestly hope that they do like almost like an endless mode maybe or something similar, or like just like a gameplay mode where you could just play the game. Like the game mechanics over and over again. It's fun. And they could really make endless possibilities. Oh, is that Flambe's car? I don't know. I feel like with Critical Role, they know how to tie it off. So, like, I wouldn't be surprised. I love listening to their banter. On God. Their banter was really nice. I don't think I would mind, like, if this is it. Because, like I said, Critical Role, I feel like, knows how to tie things off and not really milk it for what it is. Because they could be like, Season 2 DLC for another fucking $20. But that was really good, honestly. If anything, a TV show wouldn't be bad. A TV show wouldn't be bad, I feel like, about it, but I think regardless it was really good. Like a prequel wouldn't be bad, but I think overall it was a really well-rounded game. I will say I feel bad. I was trashing on the game a bit, calling it an over-glorified dating sim, but I think at the end there, it was a Telltale story game. I think it was really good. I liked it a lot. Thank you, Kiwi. Shout out to Kiwi. 07's in chat to Kiwi for getting me this game and letting me play it. You see Chase's second hero name in the credits? I didn't. Wait, what was it? I wasn't looking. Can I scroll back up? I can't. What was it? I didn't look. What's Chase's real name? Starblazer is so cool. Starblazer, is that what his alternate name is? Oh yeah, I think he mentions that. I think they mentioned that. That's Starblazer. I think Elliot says that. Shroud, I think he calls him Starblazer. Ad Hoc Studio Pets, Applesauce, Rubber, Beef and Bean, Buko. Oh, they have Rip my. Oh no! Mimi the cat. Ah, I like that they have all the pets. That was really nice. I'm glad they added the pets. From Trackstar to Starblazer. Oh, that makes sense. Blonde Blazer, Trackstar, Starblazer. I actually quite like that. Starblazer is really cool. And that is really cool. I do like that a lot. I would love it if this just had like a little bit of like an endless gameplay mode. It's okay if it's a bit repetitive in the lines, but like you can mix and match people. The more you put people together, the better synergy they have, kind of thing. Look at all those modelers and textures. It did such a good job. I refuse to skip end credits, even though I kind of have to use pressure to get drinking so much water. But no, it was really good. I refuse to skip end credits because as a game developer myself, I get its importance. I know it's a bit loud. I'm looking at OBS and I can tell that it's loud, though. But yeah, here's what it is, I guess. Wrangler. I like that Wrangler. I don't know what that job title means, but I like it. Okay, cool. I got to bring it down a little bit so I can... Because I felt bad if I kept talking and it's still just as loud. I saw someone named Nongluck. Dispatch logo designed by 1-1. That's cool. Influence relation by Guillotine. Cool. Global marketing support. Thermi Games. They actually had quite a bit of QA for this. They had more than one team. Well, this game's on PlayStation 5, I didn't know that. Well, they use Unreal Engine. That makes a lot of sense. Fmod Studios for the audio, that makes sense. Good thing I turned it down, it's got louder. You and 60% of players choose by giving him both. Interesting. I think it's because he does say, like, he's like, I know which one's false, but that's kind of a lie. You and 37% showed mercy. That's fair. I want to see how rare your ending was because a lot of people were getting the bad ending. Interesting. You and 49% of players changed your mind and did not kill Shroud. Interesting. You and 87% of players entrusted her. You and 70% of players supported Vizga, leading her embrace to heroism over villainy. Well, yeah. She wants to be good. It's hard for her to believe it. You and 28% of players fell for Blonde Blazer. I like Blonde Blazer. You and 71% of players defeated Coop and saved LA. You and 60% of players rescued Soda first over Phenomena Man. You and 70% of players welcome Coop back to the Z team. You and 45% of players refused the coffee run. You and 36% of players put away thumbstick stick themselves. I mean, yes, I say do. 89 times. Damn. A true hero, your robber always tried to do the right thing at the right time. I don't know. Most successful was Prism. Yeah, Prism did. I really liked Prism. Most successful was episode 8, phase 2. I mean, I did do my best to not fuck up any of those. To be fair, I did it. Choice stats. Oh. So wait, hold on. So what are the endings? A true hero. Okay. Types of endings. Dispatch. All 3. Good, best, evil, friend zone. Okay, well, I didn't really care about you ranking them, but... To get this ending, you must... okay. Let me see the achievement rate. Oh, okay, so 22.3% of people did the ending that I did. Maybe you can reveal the... Okay. Oh, okay, so there is... It seems like there is one where I could have just befriended them all. Where I could have just been their friend and not been romantic. No romance. This one's... Do not cut the ties. Remain friends with all characters and avoid any romantic endings. Interesting. That makes sense. It's like, it is kind of hard not to try to romance someone in this. Well, that's great. That's 10 out of 10. I had a lot of fun with that. That was cool. That was cool. Is it saying that I didn't look wrong? Boop, 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 boop. That was cool. Thank you, Kiwi. Thank you for letting me play that. That was actually really fun. I really enjoyed that. That was good. That was good. That was cute. I have to go to the restroom really quick again because I've been chugging water for some reason. So I will be right back. Apparently, how well you play affects the ending you get. Everyone wants that. Yeah, they do. But that's fair. I tried my best to do good. I tried my best to do really well. So I'll be right back. We did. That was good. That was fun. Thanks, Kiwi, again. Oh my god. We actually completed a game on stream. Can you guys believe that? Well, we completed Sally Face, Little Misfortune, and I kind of want to make a list now. This is the first time in my life that I've actually like completed games. It's kind of cool. Note. Completed games. Sally Face, Little Misfortune, Fran Bow. Oh, South of Midnight. And now Dispatch. It's not bad, chat. I actually really want to make my Dispatch play like into like a whole edited like footage thing. Glad you did it. I did a lot more than I thought I would. So I really appreciate it, honestly. I don't know. Good job. You have done well. Thank you. Thank you. I don't know what to do now. I don't know what to do now. That was like my whole day. That was like all I had planned for today. I don't want to end yet because like I'm not tired. We can either play some Minecraft. I think 1 or 2 episodes would be best. 1 or 2 episodes per? Yeah, I could do that. I was gonna make it a long one, but I could do that. Yeah, because I mean, honestly, I could do that kind of now. I kind of want to see how long it would take, or like if that's gonna be a bitch or not. I guess because I have the first 2 episodes already downloaded. Because we just played the other ones. And I don't even know how I do, let's see, long form content. Do this one. I'm surprised I don't have a template, but that's okay. It's fine. Just give it. Oh, I can change. It's coworking, I guess. I did want to edit some things in OBS as well today. Also, I found out that my problem with moving OBS sources wasn't because because of the new plugin. It was because I locked the preview because I'm stupid. Dispatch. Just call it dispatch. Because it's a shorter stream, so it shouldn't take as long to load into here. What day was it? That was like the 13th, was it? Yes, it was the 13th. Cool. On the 13th. Do you and Pixels have any Thanksgiving plans? Not really. I was just going to hang out with you guys, really. Okay, I think I'll start here. They have plans for making food, yeah, but I don't think we have anything, like, specific. Probably, like, eat dinner together. Honestly, I just kind of want to actually... I can, like, do it here. And then... I just keep going. I have to edit it because every time I paused it, because there were quite a few times where I paused it. And then, actually, I'd stop on episode 2. I think this was episode 3. Yeah, because we had to pick... Offered him a seat. can't remember. Yeah, I remember that. And then that, yeah. And when it cuts to black, right before this shows up, is where I would end this episode. So that's still like a 2.5 hour episode. Okay, I'll probably edit that later because that's like actual long form content that I'm editing. Down to probably like an hour or whatever. I guess something I wanted to try, but I don't know how well it would work. Okay, how to hide alt tabbing on OBS? Is that a thing? Don't use this later. If you're use the second monitor and capture the app instead of the whole screen. What about for capture cards, though? I'm curious for capture cards because yesterday I stayed up to like 3 a.m. checking out if... Or no, it was 2 a.m. Checking out if streaming from my laptop will work. And it will work. It will work. And like I said in the Discord, I just need to get a new capture card. Because the one I have is just like a cheap one. Cheap, like... one that I got off Amazon like a long time ago, just so I could play Nintendo games on stream. But unfortunately that one isn't cool, like compatible with my refresh rate and the size of my current monitor. So I have to like yeah, it's kind of like bleh. And, like, even though we'd be able to do more stuff on stream, it's kind of like we'd be sacrificing, like, visual quality, which I think just wasn't it to sacrifice visual quality just so that way we could do more on stream. Because, like, when I go to stream on a separate computer and this computer, like dual PC streaming, I want it to feel like an upgrade. That not only do we get good quality, but we get to do more. I'd rather that, like, I want it to be a plus on all sides instead of any negatives. And I see different viewers like they're doing all time. He doing all time games, running on stream down to the all time. That's sentence, bro. What most people do is they have several monitors, game on one screen, browser and applications on the other. If using game capture, no windows will ever show up the game. If capture card is used, they just capture the game monitor, not the utility screen. If arrow is enabled and you alt tab won't show using... If arrow is enabled? Interesting. So I want to do like some research because with a capture card, I can't have as many sources as I have now. Like, for example, when I play a game... Welcome back. When I play a game, it just shows the game. So you're not going to get distracted if I alt tab and do something, which I prefer. However... with the capture card, I can't do that. But yeah, if you use window capture, you can't have the problem. Window capture. How to hide windows. Hide taskbar, toolbar, and address bar. How to hide taskbar. Let's see. OBS, how to hide alt tab with capture card. Not interested. To hide, go general. In the display capture source. I guess with it's called a video capture device. Video capture device. To hide OBS in display capture, use hide OBS windows from screen capture in settings general, or use hide RMC option. And software to just record the tab without your window capture. If arrow is, what is arrow? I had to go to the cot. I had to go. What is everything okay? Are you okay? Are you okay, Buster? There's no performance or decrease in Windows 7. In OBS, select your window capture, press down the Alt key and drag them. I'm fine. I'm glad you're okay. How do I... Because I kind of want to change that. Brother, oh, okay. I'm sorry. Tab setting, Windows 11. Don't like the switches through every window constantly using Alt tab. I like how it worked in previous videos. Question believing I have to upgrade my work machine. Otherworldly. Hide Alt tab from capture card. This is without a game capture. Fine, it's fine. My hackles are finally lowered. My hackles? Hackles? Capture card. OBS show only game? Just show how to capture your PC games, the live stream, capture your game, and not your desktop. OBS capture not working. Can't capture any windows, only. So open window capture. Just use the connected console to their computer. Thank you for the wellness check. Okay. How do streamers do dual PC setups? I kind of want an image. Streaming PC, capture card, and then an audio splitter. So OBS will go on the streaming PC. Okay. How to hide all tabs. How to show only game? Show only game with dual PC setup. Dual PC, tell me your method. To stream load to 0. There's resolution. I guess we could do a little learning 4 months ago. What about this one? I'll listen to it so you guys don't have to. Using 3 minutes. Capturing. Okay. 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 Oh, that's why Pixel said it. Okay. Oh, my head is cold. Jesus Christ. Audio controlling both PCs? Well, how do you do the controlling the both? Okay. Mm-hmm. Okay. 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 What is the KVMs that you suggest? You said you would put KVMs in the description. Very swag, he says. He's doing what I'm doing with the using the laptop. What is a KVM? KVM switch? Oh. Oh. Programs? Starduck, input directors, Simless. This is the one that Pixels had me use. Which is interesting. What are we doing now? We're doing a little bit of research towards dual PC setups. Is this paid for? Okay, I don't. Oh, this is paid for. Okay, interesting. Honestly, go hardware. It's a KVM. Okay, so. Okay, interesting. Okay, so KVM switches, huh? Huh? KVM switches, huh? Let's go on Amazon. Oh, my chest. Fucking. I popped my ribcage. Ah, okay. So I'd essentially just plug that bad boy. I have a Bluetooth. I guess I'd have to plug my thing in. And that's fine, I guess. It's not a big thing. That's very interesting, though. Is Black Friday, is that now? Black Friday week is here. It's a week. I didn't know it was a week. I thought it was Black Friday. I thought it was a day thing. Rack, server, KVM, keyboard. What the fuck? That's crazy. Okay. Oh, let's see. What do you guys want to do now? Okay. We could play some Minecraft. We could do some art. I cannot freeze my fingers. The problem is my hands are cold. That's why I think I'm like unsure what to do. I can at least load up Minecraft at the very least. Let's load it up. Let's load her on up, huh, chat? How to hide alt tab. Oh, I guess there's other thing that I was curious about, but I don't know if I wanted to do it on stream. I guess actually no, change which monitor shows alt tab. Can I make all tab switcher only show on windows of the current monitor? Settings, task switcher, main screens checkbox, settings, windows, tab switcher. I was excited about it, but then he told me all the other stuff he wanted to do, but would have to compromise to play with me, and that's it tonight or not because he wants to play his own game for the next week. Fucking boys, I swear. Fucking boys, dude. The fuck is that, man? The fuck is that? When I don't know him, but I'm judging him. That's kind of an ass move. Not gonna lie. Window manager settings. Task switcher. Task. Switch. Window behavior. Window manager settings. They unfortunately removed it. On the main tab, Windows to check screen section. Like I said, they removed this. I use Display Fusion now. But I will look Display Fusion. That doesn't look like Windows to me. He's really nice to me. Otherwise, just stupid silly boy moments sometimes. I want to marry him, I promise. That's fair. That's fair. Doesn't mean he can't use a little kick in the leg. Can't see task switchers. There's no so. There's KD. Wait, man. Thank you. Settings. Windows 10. Oh, Windows 11. It does not have an option to attach on the current monitor, but you can have it used for Display Fusion or Power Toys. I don't want to use another program, but I guess I have to, huh? Then silence alone. Keep your organized. Oh, Display Fusion. Decision making multi-monitor life much easier with powerful features like multi-monitor taskbar, title bar buttons, and hotkeys. Ugh. Okay. Wait, there's a free trial. Free versus pro. Wallpaper. That don't care. Oh fuck. Save monitor profiles. Load link audio. Link desktop. Title bar. What about Control F Alt tab handler? The free doesn't have it. Yo, what the fuck? I just don't want it to pop up on stream. I guess I'll just do my best not to alt tab, honestly. Or just use my mouse, I guess, actually. To be fair, I probably should just use my mouse. That's not the worst. Was I thinking about anything else? I don't think I was. Because that kind of answers that question, which I don't really mind at the end of the day. Oh, I forgot to launch this, bruh. Ooh, my hands are cold as fuck right now. Is there anything else I want to do? I could do art, but I don't really feel like doing art. I kind of was thinking of doing stream avatar stuff. I could, yeah, I mean, it's getting close. Why not? We'll do, well, Minecraft loads. We'll do some stream avatar stuff. I don't think anybody got 8 out of 8 today. I don't think. Oh my god, I am cold. Chat, I'm gonna die. It's so cold. Stream avatar was a wine box. I do need to open this guy, I think. So 1 set 2 my boy box C common, yeah, BLT. To open this because I forgot what I made. What? Oh shit, will Tuna work now? Tuna wasn't working earlier. Hold on, let me... Boop, boop. Open login. Yes, I know. And direct, okay. Okay, so the beans are just gonna be floating, I guess. That's fine. Yeah, it's okay. Because the cassette tape is broken today, I guess. Snowflake, ornament, present. Okay. Oh my god, my hands are so cold. Huh. Okay. You're nothing to me. I don't know who I want to do for Christmas. What VTubers I should do for Christmas? I think maybe Jersey, Big Nose Bug, and then Pitter Patter maybe? Pitter Pat? Maybe? That could be fun. I think I like that. Jersey, BZ, Pitter Pat, and then Big Nose Bug. Oh wait, maybe I should do. I hear a cat meowing outside. Cause I kind of want to do Big Nose Bug, Lala, and then someone else. I feel like that would be good though. Meh. There is a cat meowing outside. It's making me sad. Alright, we can go to art now. Done. Alright, BLT is gonna be the snowflake. BLT will be the snowflake. Moira will be the Christmas ornament, and BLT will be the present, I think, is the plan. I'm just gonna make it red so I can see. We're gonna go to 8. I gotta look up a snowflake pattern. Snowflake pattern. BLT would make a perfect gingerbread man. He's already, the thing is, I'm like trying to pick ones that like are contrasty. How would he look as a gingerbread man? Like, cause like he's already gingerbread man colored. Hold me lately. I don't hold myself anymore. In my door. Oh, none. How many times? You know good at leaving alone. What's all of me? Don't you know? Yes. I think I kind of want to use a thinner brush for this part. An apartment in front of you, can't you see? I don't know. Maybe that's not the top. Oh yeah, I can do like a triangle shape. A triangle. Dude, there is a cat that's very sad outside. Also, I'm supposed to cat sit for someone next week, I think. At the end of next week for like a bit. And like, I don't have their house key yet because they have it. Because they're like, oh, we should like meet again before we go. And I was like, yeah, that sounds good. But they haven't asked me to come see them again. So I don't really know if I'm still doing that. I just realized that's just not how a snowflake works. Not next to me. So I don't know if I'm still gonna be babysitting or cat sitting for those people. I hope I will. I like their cats. But I don't mind either way. Maybe they found someone else. Wait, snowflake costume. I see. I might have to make this a lot thicker than I thought I was going to. Which is fine. I just want to move this then. My tummy is a rumbling. No, it should be the other way, shouldn't it? Look like that. I like this guy's costume a lot. Something so out of the ordinary. Okay, maybe now we go vertical. Oh, I heard Minecraft load. Oh, well, how big is this? That's 8, okay. I feel like it should be more like this. Oh, hey. Let me go, and then I don't know how to make a snowflake, actually. I've never really drawn a snowflake before. The more I think about it, the more I've never really drawn a snowflake, and that's kind of baffling to me. I want to make him like a fancy snowflake, though. I kind of do, at least. So looking so heavenly. Should I have made him something else? I think we should make it like a bit chunkier, actually. So I think it should be like that, you know? And just up in the clouds. And then like duplicate it and then like rotate it 90 degrees. And me and the V in your head. And my hearts play another verse. The problem with snowflakes is like they're so fragile. Like they're so thin. Not really that chunky. Oh, this one's chunky. I'm not gonna lie though, he kind of looks a little like a religious icon though. Oops. You know something I didn't do actually? That I think we should do actually. I'm gonna make BLT into mistletoe instead. Delete. Delete. We can turn these off. Leave her. I'm gonna leave her. Inside. I have to wear like a hat, I think. Yeah, all your attention. The one who loves your sins. Okay, mistletoe is like. Wait, is it like Mistletoe branch. Hold on, I want to see what one branch looks like. Oh, it's like a branch that branches into a bunch of other. Oh. Okay. I want to match it. I think I have an idea. Oh. Okay. Then we'll do it this way. Your idol living in your mind now. What layer is that on? Okay. Get my neck a little higher. Oops. I'm gonna lock it. There you go. I have to make like a bow. Okay, hold on. Let me do the bow first. Like a bow? Or should I make the bow like this? I like that more, I think. Let's see. Duplicate. Negative. Merge down. I might not. Kind of want to rotate this and then. Like that maybe, and then you can have the little. It happens when it's raining. Okay, maybe not that just yet. And then, ooh, that is not the right color to be sketching with. And then they won't love it, they won't. No. Take this guy, put this down. Yeah, there can be little berries up here. Kind of look like ball sacks though. I guess I could have just done. Maybe not 8, and then like one here, like one in the background, and then I could move it up, or I could. Well, I have an idea. Remove this one here. Have more in like the back. It only happens when it's raining. I just only love you when play. And then we can put like a little kiss mark here. A little kiss. I can do multiple kisses actually. It happens when it's raining. Mistletoe costume. Oh, my hands are so cold. Oh, that's cute too if I gave him a little headband. Oh, maybe next year I'll do a little headband one. Oh, wait, that could be the hat. Wait, do you guys want Santa hats? Ooh, that's a hard one. Because I don't know if I should do Santa hats. I could do elf hats.
Mom, I crashed the car.
What do you mean you crashed the car? Where did you get a car from? What are you talking about? Dream and I take a bite. Okay, shift N. I'll call this the bow layer. Mistletoe. Is mistletoe white or red? Real mistletoe. Is that real? That's not real though. Mistletoe is white. Okay. Oh my hat. These are holly berries. Oh my god, my hands are so cold. Oh my gosh. Okay, go back. I like the colors of this one. Lost in the words that they speak. I don't even want to do this anymore. I want to squish it a little bit more, maybe. I think that's cute. New layer. Actually, let me finish the bow. Shift N. Hold you just for a while. Actually, I kind of want to use the red that's in here. And then give it a complimentary... Hello? Oh. Oh. Give me that red again. And then like a gold. So I think that makes it a bit more festive. Is Christmas typically more like reds and silvers or reds and golds though? I think silver is more of a New Year's thing, if I had to pick. The world was ending, I'd wanna be next. Did I do? I think I did shading on them last time I did. Cool. New layer. I think red and green and silver and gold are being red and green with silver and gold being accents. Yeah, like green and silver, but then like you'll need a shitload of glitter either way. True. Next to you. I actually kind of want to make this an orange. Orange. Boop. I can't see it now though. Okay, maybe blue instead. Okay. Just erase it then. Light come from top right, so I'll do like a... I'll be like this, wouldn't it? And then this one, I think. I don't remember how light works. No, this would be like this. And then if light came this way. Although my bed. I think that's okay. And then shift in, and then get these guys. Run, rabbit, run, rabbit, run, run, run. That one. Wow, my head itches. I can't stop yet. Okay. Shift in. I think I might keep it. Oh, only like one more in here. Yeah, there we go. Boop. Oh my god. Actually, I could keep that on this layer as long as I erase parts that overlap. Let me know what I've done wrong. I've done this all along. Around the time or two, waste my time with you. And then this layer, merge down. I don't actually like the contrast between that. This is also not real holly, which is kind of annoying, but that's okay. Oh no, you'll need that's another regret. Oops. Oop, there we go. Okay, now I have to do the balls. And a new layer. I'll waste my time with you. It'll be just another regret. I'll keep it my little secret. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. I should make it a little smaller, actually. You wanna you'll be just another regret. Wait, is the further it is, the more it has? Yeah, so maybe the inner one doesn't need to have one, but these ones can. No. Let's see, maybe push it on this side. Please don't hit me back. I look back to I actually think that's a little bit too bright. Like harmony. When the river runs dry, you got it song. Yeah, me the bottom. No, little bean, yeah, I'm making a Christmas bean. Does this look like holly, guys? Or not holly, mistletoe? Oh, I forgot the top. Actually, I could leave that on. This is an OC of yours. This is BLT. He's in the little corner. He's in the opposite corner of me. He's over there. But he's BLT. He's TTS mascot. But I drew him as a bean, which is chat. These are that you can see below. That's chat. Yeah. Anything to hit the same is like falling into the deep. Thank you. I'm glad you like it. I'm trying to make the Christmas ones so that way I can be more prepared. Cause I kind of prepared for November, but I was kind of like day 1 in November. I had to start working on these, so I kind of want to work on them a little bit ahead of time. Runs dry, you got an assholes. Yeah, everyone can customize theirs. Yeah, in the stream panel below, there's a stream avatars panel, and you can customize your little bean. Do I have stream avatar? This one. Turkey hat. This is a hat. Boop, 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 boop. I have enough gold. Give currency at TNS Teeny. Did it do it? I don't know if it did it, but maybe. I love this song. Space Day is May, so maybe you can make a teeny one. Yeah. Wait, what is May? We have a thing for May. May is sci-fi. Yeah. Yeah, we could do teeny in May. Well, passion, crime, will take what's mine and start living for today. Oh my god, really? Yeah, I can do that. I wouldn't mind. So how I do the blind boxes is I have, where is it? Yeah, of course. I do, commons are my mascots, my chat, like chat mascot, VTuber mascot, my cat. And then the rares are VTubers. VTubers. And then the last 2 are custom rare, legendary ones. My hand's fucking cold. Not that one, this one. God, there's Nilbog and Gob. Yeah, Rat Cousin, Nilbog, and Gob are in this one. Are in this month's. But I'd be happy to add you into one. What's left inside? Hold on, not you pray. Love them, yes, we love them in this household. Nothing gonna stop us. No, time, so take your hand in mine. It's us tonight. Is a rebel love song. What will sacrifice it to or die? It's a rebel love song. They're running for one reason. They can't stop us from our freedom. They're running for one reason. Can't stop us from our freedom. I like that it overlaps a little bit. There you go. Oh, he's a little Christmas baby. I will keep the bow on a separate layer though, so I will layer group. Am I gonna change my mind? Bow. No, not this time, so take your hand in my... March down. March down. Boop, boop. Merge down. And then I will new group. Missile. I don't know what I want to call this. I don't know what to call this. What's something fun that I could call this? And my masquerade. A kissel toe. I don't know what to call this. But I'm afraid that I never make it and I wouldn't be caught dead. I'm afraid that I'm trying to think. Mistletoe. Mistletoe is just like a hard one to make. I think I gotta call it Chocolate Kiss BLT. Map dance. And then delete layer. And then save. And then export. Export as. Line box. Set 1, set 2. Set 3. Choco Kiss BLT. I may have missed it and I. Alright, and now we can open another one. doesn't exist exactly where you like me. I'm exactly where you like me, you know. Where's the love in a tap dance? A Christmas present. Where you like me, I'm exactly where you like me, you know. Hell yeah. You might even catch up. It's like a traditional Christmas present. Kind of like this. Or like one of these. These are kind of cool. I don't have glitter, but I think a red present. A red present with green string on it would be nice. I have an idea though. Okay, I'm gonna have to draw it out though. 6, 8, okay, that's fine. I think the devil has horns. Why isn't it letting me? Yeah, I should have just done it in that shape in the first place. Okay. I might hide his cape, which is did in 2 layers. Cool. Devil has horns, was on tonight. And downtown Gary. Shift in. Oh my god, my hands are so cold. It's hard to maneuver. We will take a let you home and zip you to the bone. I like the colors for this file. New room where you call my name inside your pillowcase. Video. My question is if I want to make it multi-dimensional. I think I do. And by multi-dimensional, I just mean duplicate. Okay, I'd have to half it though, huh? Like that. And then then I watch in my bed. Merge down. Actually, no, don't do that. There we go. And then this one, it's a little bit darker. There we go. And then this guy. This one, this one. And then how do I make the top? Oh fuck, okay, that's something I'm gonna have to sketch. Okay, so it's like this way, and then this. Because they have to like touch somehow. Like this, and then like that, and then like that. I think I did that wrong. I think it'd have to be like this, wouldn't it? Hold me close, right inside No, I think it would be parallel. Nobody left me lonely. No, no, it wouldn't. I'm stupid. It would be like this. Right? And then it'd be like that. How does one make a box? I mean, yeah, I think. How many miles just to find love from a woman who can love me and never leave my side? Oop. Merge down. Oh, hold me close. And then negative? Yeah, there you go. I feel like a gradient would kind of make more sense, but I think once he's in there, yeah, that's okay. And then does that make sense? I feel like it doesn't really. Like, as much as I want this to work, I feel like the angle is just kind of weird for this. Yeah. Delete layer. I think I'd rather have him in something like this. And then, do I want to make it look dimensional? Because I could do it like this. Yeah, let's do it like that. I think that's better. So instead, what we do is we copy paste, take this guy, bring him up, and then just make him smaller. Bring him up like there, I think. I'm gonna do it here and then here. Now he's a little box. Or if I want to make it taller, if I made the back taller, actually, it'd be more of a box. To your heart. Love you. There you go. It's more of a box. And then I'm essentially taking this, And then I'm making it a negative height. And then taking this and removing that bit. To your heart. Once I made it. Doop. Got a hold on me. Boop, boop, boop. Oops. Oops. There you go. Alright, shift N. Oop. I think the sides don't really look like they're like right either though. To your heart. Okay, negative. Is that right? Gonna go up, or would it go out? Or in? I don't know. I don't know my perspectives. Oh no, I definitely think it would go like this. It's coming out at you. Yeah, that makes sense. I could always make it go like this. Instead of having it go down, it could go up. Yeah. Oops, that's the eraser tool. There we go. I don't know if this is even though, so I'm just gonna, oops, no it's not. And then duplicate layer, and then this one, and then with negative. Oop. There we go. There you go. Merge down. I want to do like that. I don't want to do like this. I think the okay, no, I know the problem. Okay. Shift N. Oh, oh man. Delete. Oop. Shift N. Maybe not there. I am entirely confused on why it seems like this should be like this. think it should be. Shift N, Control V, scoot this over. Merge down. This one, between this one. I feel like it's kind of like big though, no? Down, down. Oop, not that one. Okay. Boop. Okie dokie. All right. Boop. I think I like that, but then we can't see the bow. I guess he could wear the bow, actually. Okay, now I gotta get greens. I gotta get greens, Chad. Give me the green. Actually, oh, there is one. Oh, he's striped. Ooh, fuck me, it's striped? Fuck. Okay. Let's do the white. Just gonna do a line. Is it thicker than that? It's much thicker than that, actually. Okay, I want them to be evenly spaced. Duplicate. go. Oh. Merge down, merge down, merge down, merge down. I want them to be even. Merge down. This is not even. I guess it is a little wider up here than it is down here. It's weird. And then I want the green. How much does it cover? It covers a good amount. I'll have it cover this much. And then shift N, boop. I'll select inverse, remove this guy. Actually, boop, 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 boop. Select inverse, delete. Oops. I just be wrong on all accounts, I guess. Boop. And then boop, boop, boop. And then N. I'm trying to decide how I want to do this. This will be a multiply. Alright, and then oops. Then is there a lighter? Hi, Andrea! How are you doing, my love? How are you doing today? I hope you're doing well. Oh, that is too bright. That is way too bright. What about that one? Nope, same color. Okay. Actually, this color? I don't know how I got a darker color. I want a slightly lighter one. Doing okay, just EP understandable. I hope you slept well at the very least. And then I'm trying to make Christmas stream avatars for next month. So I thought that would be fun. He was pretty good. I'm glad. About 9 hours, I think. That's pretty good. That's a healthy amount. Nice. I'm proud of you. I'm proud of you for seeping. New layer. I'm gonna try a gradient of white and black. Black. Thank you. I make this a multiply layer. Actually, I could have done. If I did an orange. I like an orange. A white. Ooh. Okay. And now I have to remove this from this layer. Boop. I don't think I like this color. Overlay. Yeah. Soft light. Soft light's kind of nice. What if I just did... Can the white be transparent? Gradient. Oh, can be. If I did that though, would it look okay? Because I feel like that would make the inverse. Darken, color, burn. Well, that's cool, but that's not what I want. Subtract. It's not the worst. Let me turn the symmetry off. Let me duplicate this. Let me make the height negative. What? Where'd it go? Negative? Yeah, a little bit more transparent. I mean, other way? Oop. I don't think that's the worst. But I think I would much rather make it like this if that was the case. Let me play among the stars. Let me see what spring is like on Jupiter and Mars. What? Flatten? Okay. It's me. Fill my heart with song and let me sing forevermore. You are all I want and all I worship. Oh, select inverse. Boop. Wait, where's that layer? Oh, there it is. Oh. It would be this guy? Yeah, it's this guy. Boop. That guy, that guy, that guy. Our song, sing forevermore. Adore. Other words. I feel like I have to put glitter on it. I feel like it's not fancy enough, chat. I think it's okay. I do a little note on it though. Merge it all together. Group. Polar, present, so young. Okay. What was adding? I was adding something. Oh, for a note. The note. All right. Okay. New layer. Okay. Copy image. My Spotify is broken. I don't know why my Spotify keeps breaking. I have to reopen it every time. That's okay. Boop, boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop. Or should I put it in the box with him? Could put it in the box with him. Let me say forevermore. You are all I want, for all I worship and adore. Okay, that was a terrible color mix. Oh my goodness. Let's do this color maybe. Yeah. And then boop, boop. My spouse. Thank you for the wellness check. I will redeem that in a second. As I boop, boop, boop. Okay. I think I drank a full water bottle today all by myself. I'm very proud of myself. I have not drinking a full water bottle in a long time. Black ocean. Hell yeah, hell yeah. I'm trying to take care of my health a bit better. Black ocean, won't you come? Won't you come? So gone through the stains. Bruh, please, I just want rounded corners. And then, see if I can write the word ticket. And ticket. I could do like. I don't know if I can do that. Oh, I don't think anybody's gonna see that now that I think about it, actually. So I'll just do it like this. Oh, wait, no. Let's do a new layer. Let's do this. Make it a bit bigger. Make it a little shiny. And we're gonna go on the outside, and then we're gonna remove this guy, and then we're gonna go here. I'm gonna make it a soft light. And now we have Polar Present So Young. File, export, export as. Choose path. 3. Polar Present. Present So Young. Export, save. And now I have to do a little momosito. I'm a little momosito. And then probably call it for the night, actually. Because it's already getting late. I did not realize that. But I want to make a little Christmas ornament. Before I go. 6. Christmas ornament, Moira. I want her little legs to stick out of it. I'll just disappear. Okay, and then Let's do Christmas ornament. I kind of want to make a blue one. I remember my family having like a blue one that I really, really liked. Ooh, look at this one. I like this. Something like that, maybe. In terms of like, I like the blue ones. I don't know. I really like blue Christmas ornaments. Let's do this color. Circle face. Oh, move that one. Actually, yeah, we'll just remove it. Then we'll make another circle. Oops. Another circle. Hi, Star. How are you doing? She looks like a blueberry. But we'll get there. We'll get there. Whiskers go on top. I'll go to this layer. And then we're going to go... Shift N, actually. That's about centered, I think. And then I go here. Like that. Winter beans. Yes, winter beans. I thought I'd get a little head start on them since next week is Thanksgiving. Do you have any plans? Does anybody have plans for Thanksgiving? I don't really. Other than hanging out with you guys. I don't know if that counts. I might do a shorter stream that day, but I'd like to hang out with you guys on that day. Okay, I needed to turn this off. This one, this one, this one. Volunteer to give out food to peeps who need it? That's so kind of you. Oh my god. I used to do that a lot around like Christmas. I would do that a lot. But I no longer do that because I don't really know what organizations do that here locally. Also, I can't drive, so also it's cold. But no, that's heckin' awesome. Oops. Oops. Let's maybe scoot it over a little bit. There we go. A little more. Yeah, okay. And then stand. A little bit lighter than that. There you go. Oh, thank you. That's amazing. Did you guys give out presents too? Yeah, we did like a whole like Christmas drive. Like we used to do a whole like Christmas drive kind of thing. And it was really fun. I did it a lot as a kid. I remember because it was like for like families that like couldn't do normal Christmas and stuff. I remember my mom, she saw this like little boy who wasn't wearing a shirt and he was just playing in the snow, but because it like made her really cold and she was really worried about the boy getting sick, she like wrapped him up in a trash bag. And I don't know if that was like the best thing to do, but she was really worried he was gonna get sick, so she just wrapped him in a trash bag, I guess. Boop. Merge down. That's like one of my distinct memories because I remember the boy just like, he wasn't really doing anything. He was just kind of hanging out. And then my mom was like, oh, you must be so cold. And then she like wrapped him in a trash bag. So, yeah. It's like most of like outside of like all the fun activities that there were to do when I was younger, like doing that, like that's like one of the only things I remember from doing it. I don't know. I think it was fine the way it was. I mean, I kind of want this to be more rounded, I think. Ooh. Smaller brush. Smaller brush. I feel like I'm doing this wrong. Thank you for the wellness check. I will redeem that in 2 seconds. I was taking good care of me. Hello. Hello. There we go. That's pretty good. Merge down. Yep, I have finished my water bottle. Into the back of my drink. Oh, it looks like it was mirrored, but that's okay. This needs to go down, merge down. Oh, interesting. I think I'd rather just do it this way. How do I do this? There's like a specific... Oh, no. There was a specific way that I did this and I forgot how I do it. Okay, I think I do this. And then I take another one. It's a bit lighter than this color. I do that. I think I make this bigger though. Not you. And then I would do like this. And then I take this guy. Are you working on next month's? Yeah. I currently have... I finished, we have Chocolate Kiss BLT with a little mistletoe. Because I was gonna do a snowflake, but I don't know, it just wasn't really looking. So we have mistletoe, Chocolate Kiss BLT. And then we have Polar Present, So Young. And now I'm working on Jingle Moira is what I will call it. Can I blur this? Jumble tool, blur tool. Make this really fucking big. Blur. 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 Blur like there's no tomorrow. Hi, Cleo. BLT was adorable. Thank you. I'm glad you guys like BLT. Yeah, it's sharp, and then this is a lot less though. How you doing? Welcome on in. No, I don't want that. No, I don't want that either. Yeah, there we go. But then I make this like super subtle. I also bring this in here. She fucking hates me. La 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 la. Do I have an erase layer? I don't. Okay, cool. La la. And then we have to have a super bright spot, but I need to do this first. About an hour. Oops. That's our select, reselect. Select, reselect. Oops. Merge down. Merge down. What? Oh, merge down. There we go. Oh, whoops. Sorry, 1 second. I will look in chat in 1 second. Merge down, merge down. Oops. There you go. Wait, can I see BLT again? Of course. Thank you for the wellness check. I have no water, but I will stretch. I'll play Fallout 4, bounce it back and forth. Understandable. Hope it's fun. BLT's a little mistletoe. A chocolate kiss. I called him chocolate kiss BLT. This is pretty fun. What's pretty fun? What's happening? Oh, forgot to put this. Okay. I think I kind of made this a little too much, though, to be fair. I think I might have fucked up just a little bit. Hold on, go back. Go back, go back, go back, go back. Okay. Go back, okay. And this one, and this one. Yeah, there we go. And then this one I want it to be less too. Oh, not you. Why are you there anyway? Oh, yeah, this one. Oh, it's this one. Is this whole thing one? Oh, okay, this thing is one. And this one. I think I kind of want to blur it. Maybe not as much as I did the other one, but like a little bit. I want the inner part to be blurred more. More. And then this guy just a little bit. I think maybe it's a little bit too dark. Yeah, I kind of like that. And then new layer. Boop. There we go. And then whiskers. Merge down. Oop. Thank you for the head pat. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Merge down. It makes it subtler, but that's okay. Oop. Okay, that can stay like that. Okay. And then now I have that. I now have, oops. I have to make it into a Christmas ornament, which means I want to make something like this, I think. So I have to make a pretty pattern. What is? This is the milk beans. These are milk beans. These are the little things that you see on screen, but specifically, these are the ones that you get in the blind box. It's alright, I go all night. I guess this is where I can make that snowflake pattern that I wanted to do, actually. Actually, do I? Oh, I see something else that I missed. Okay, let's just freehand it. Let's fuck it. We're saying fuck it. Oh, I know how to believe. Kind of want center to be here. Outside, I'm getting paid. And then like here. Actually, do I want to do like Christmas? Like wind swoopties. When up, it's our moment. You don't get that we're glowing. Gotta be golden. I'm very tired. I'm gonna go eat. Have a good stream. Thank you. I hope you sleep so well. Thank you for stopping by. Sleep well. Like I'm born to be. I think I have to make this smaller. It's so long to make these walls down. Wake up and feel like me. I don't know how to make a Christmas ornament, chat. I'm gonna make a fancy one though. Oh, like this one, like this middle one. Okay, so let's do. Like I'm born to be. Please be a hunter's voice is strong. Nah. I believe. I kind of wanted to go across, don't I? Oh, I see what's happening. Wait, no, I'm stupid. Please. Oop. Hiding now, I'm shining like born to be. Whoosh. I don't like that one as much. I don't know what pattern to put on this Christmas ornament. I like patterned Christmas ornaments. I don't know what to put on this one. Maybe they should have strips of color? Yeah, we could do strips of color, maybe. So if you're lonely, you know I'm here waiting for you. Like that. And then I don't know if I'm doing this. I feel like I'm not doing this correctly. Okay, hold on. I wish there was stabilization in Asprite. And if there is, fuck, I didn't know. No, I won't be leaving here. I guess I wouldn't mind making this thicker. Okay, I feel like I gotta do it like this. Nope, no I don't. Okay, never mind. Oh, wait! Wait! I forgot. There's this tool. Ha ha ha! That still looks stupid. Okay, well. Like that. Yeah. And then get this color. I don't know if... Yeah, it's got to be thinner. Or like squished. Duplicate it again. Stretch it out again. Oh, you. I don't know if I like that. I don't know if I like any of this, chat. Drawing curves in Asprite is hard. I also want to say cute Christmas ornaments. So Christmas ornaments, cute. Oh shit, these are way cute. Not what I was expecting, actually. Wom wom. I want to make it look fancy, but I don't know how to. I guess I could make bigger swoopties. What does this do? Dynamics. There's a fucking Christ. Okay. can't believe there was a stabilizer in here and I'm just stupid. I know I won't be leaving here. I'm gonna head to bed. Good night, Kiwi. Sleep well. I will see you tomorrow for the TikToks. Good night. Oh, when Kiwi goes to bed, that means I gotta start getting off. And I really want to finish this Christmas ornament. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. I think you're not gonna see that one. Put your loving hand out, I'm begging you. And hand down, darling. What other shapes? Whoop. Whoop. I feel like that doesn't look like a snowflake. If I just did like na, na, na. I don't really like that either. Alright, I think that's nice. Oops, not that one. Subtract. Nope. Whoa, what wasn't as a... Nope, 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 give me. Ooh. Ooh, me like that one. Okay. What layer is this on? This one and this one. Boop. Hey, I'm begging you. And then this one, this one, this one, this one. I really like how bright it gets, though. But we can't really see Moira's whiskers, if that's the case. Could we make it like a light blue instead? Select inverse. Shift N. It doesn't have to be continuous. And delete that guy. Darken's not bad. Screen. Oh, wait. Oops. Boop, boop. Okay, there we go. Now I can see. Oop, nope. Nope. Lighten, screen, color dodge, addition, overlay, hard light, exclusion, divide, saturation, or luminosity. Damn. What was the other one? Screen? What if I made that one white? Doesn't need to be continuous, goob. Color dodge, addition. What was the one that I liked? I forgot which one was the one that I liked. Do you have to do work? I'm not to play while you are. Boop. Bro, which one was it? Different exclusion. This one's nice. Maybe like this color. Ooh, okay. I like it. I like it. And then we're just gonna go here really quick. I'm gonna get a lighter color. Oh, I didn't realize I was doing it on the same layer, but that's okay. Oop. I think that was a little harsh. And then now we take this color and we darken it. Kind of do the same to the other side. Oops. And once again, forget that I'm on the same layer as I was before. And then I want to do like a little thing, I think. And then I just want to do a small thing. And then what color is this? I see. I think we should put it like a little heart in here. There we go. Maybe like a... Just want to add a little more dots in places. Boop. I think it doesn't need this one. But I don't want the ones in here either. That was silly. Boop. What is this one? Where's that one? That one needs to be on top. There we go. And now we have Moiwa. Export as group. No. Oops. Set 3. Jingle. Moira. Export save. Okay, I can close. Don't save. Okie dokie. Let's go raid somebody. Oh shit, we can go raid Herwick. Let's go raid Herwick. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. I have to go find some food and get some more water. I'm thirsty again. Thank you guys very much, and thank you guys very much for hanging out with me. If you need anything, know that I'm in the Discord. Otherwise, I will see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Have a wonderful time with Herwick. Here is our raid message. You don't have to use it, but if you do, I really appreciate it. Have a wonderful, wonderful night. Thank you for the head pat pixels. Catch me right at the end there. Good night.